Chapter 667. The 70 people in the second team should be from the Astral Souls continent. Maybe they are the so-called genius disciples of the hidden sects. Because generally speaking, the Astral Souls continent represents the human race. A person is a human being, so it's the second team. Gao Xiao, continued. As for the third team, it should be the third team. The reason why it's called the fifth team is because 5 is the same as Wu. These people should be the geniuses of the Wu people's generation. This group of people will be the ones who will fight against us the most fiercely. I even suspect that there will be bloodshed during the fight. There is an irreconcilable conflict between us and the shaman tribe. If we can wait for an opportunity to kill or cripple some of the new representatives of the other party, why not? That's what everyone is thinking. There was a heavy look in Gao Xiao's eyes. There's also this incident itself. It's very likely that it was a sudden incident. But as for the deeper reason behind it, we have no clue at all. Making wild guesses won't help matters. A sudden inspection, a martial arts competition, is really confusing. What Gao Xiao said was exactly what Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were thinking. They already had their guesses in advance. Under the preconceived ideas, the three people's guesses were actually the same. However, as Gao Xiao said, why would there be a sudden incident today? It was really confusing. The real thing was that there were no signs beforehand. It happened suddenly and no one was prepared for it. The big shots all came suddenly, and the challenge teams were all in place. There were also the hidden dragon martial artists who were confused. From top to bottom, everyone was the same. If this was a sudden inspection, it was undoubtedly very successful. Because there was no information that could be used to deal with the situation. And until now, they still didn't know the purpose of the other party's visit. They could only deal with it in the truest way. Zhou Xiaoduo was full of doubts. He instinctively used the aura viewing technique and looked at the top of the heads of the people on the stage. He didn't know if he could see anything with the aura viewing technique. If he couldn't see anything, he could borrow a telescope and look at their faces. There were a lot of big shots on the stage. It was good to open his eyes. That the important figures on the stage had already taken their seats. They pretended to be calm and chatted with smiles on their faces. The few teams did not separate. The so-called first team, second team, and fifth team were in fact indistinguishable. They were just sitting on benches below the stage, looking around in a carefree manner. Every one of them was extremely relaxed. They didn't have any proper sitting posture and were extremely undisciplined. Oh, not all of them were like this. Only a small half of them were so undisciplined, and there were also quite a few who were sitting up straight. But it was precisely because of the contrast between the two sides that those who were undisciplined were even more eye-catching. However, since the start of the battle had not been announced, there were naturally no rules to speak of. Zhou Xiaoduo and the other students whispered to each other. Everyone felt that the situation was getting worse. What kind of trouble was this? At first glance, it was obvious that they hadn't made any preparations, nor did they have any plans. It was as if something unexpected had suddenly happened. But no matter what, as the higher-ups, you have to say something, right? Yi Changqing sat in his chair for a long time without moving. His heart was filled with confusion. After the introductions, the students had cheered, and now there were no more events? What was going on? Why were they all silent? Why was there an awkward silence? After the introductions of the teams, the battle still hadn't started? Were they just going to gather the students and watch them chat on the stage? Couldn't they be a little more reasonable? Many teachers in the school were secretly transmitting messages to Principal Yi. Principal, what's going on? Yi Changqing was also very confused. He also wanted to know what was going on. He also didn't want to be in an awkward silence. But the problem now was, the higher-ups didn't tell him anything at all. Don't transmit messages to me. I was already annoyed and now I'm going to be killed by you guys even faster. What kind of concept was it to receive hundreds of messages at the same time? It was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around. My eardrums are going to be damaged. Yi Changqing wasn't idle either. For example, he didn't dare to ask the three marshals, but he had secretly transmitted messages to Department Head Ding several times. Department Head, what's going on? Department Head, this. Can you quickly give us a plan of action? Department Head? Department Head? But Department Head Ding didn't pay any attention to him. Yes, it wasn't that Department Head Ding didn't want to pay attention to him, but he really couldn't. Even Department Head Ding himself didn't know what was going on and what was going to happen next. Department Head Ding's heart was still in a daze. He hadn't recovered yet. He had been in a daze since he arrived at the Stellar Mountain Range until now. He still didn't understand what was going on. Speaking of which, he was much more miserable than Yi Changqing. Department Head Ding had led a few experts from the martial arts department to the Starlight Mountain Range, burning with anxiety. His original intention was to control the situation, but he had never expected that he would be captured as soon as he arrived there. He had accompanied a group of troublemakers to the Hidden Dragon High School. Nominally, it was an inspection, but Department Head Ding knew in his heart that he didn't have any intention of doing so. This time he was here on official business. Why did the style suddenly change? But Department Head Ding really didn't dare to say a word in front of these people. Yes, no matter what, he didn't dare to say it. He didn't dare to say it and he didn't dare to ask. He was just used as a pretext. I'm actually being escorted here. You hear me? Actually, I'm just a department head today. I'm not much better than a block of wood. I don't know anything and I don't know anything. I'm just used as a decoration and I don't even know anything about it. Department Head Ding's heart was pounding like a mythical beast. This is the first time in my life that I've been treated like a decoration, and it's a muddle-headed decoration. Where do you want me to go to reason things out? Now that he was in an awkward situation, and there was no follow-up for a long time, Department Head Ding thought. How would I know what's going on? Yi Changqing is asking me? Who the hell am I going to ask? Half an hour later, the wind blew in the sky. An aura of a monarch suddenly descended from the sky. In the sky, a person dressed in a yellow robe and wearing a crown on his head walked over with his hands behind his back. He looked dignified. Yi Changqing's pupils shrank. The king of the Zhongyuan? So many people were waiting for the king of the Zhongyuan? But what kind of explanation was this? The king of the Central Plains came with the wind with his hands behind his back, looking elegant and graceful. However, when he arrived in the air and looked down, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly restrained his aura and divine sense and quickly descended. He laughed loudly and said, Marshal Dongfeng, Marshal Shimin and Marshal Beigong, the 3 senior officers have suddenly graced Fenghai with your presence. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Marshal Dongfeng stood up politely and laughed. Those who don't know are not guilty. Taifeng, it's already very good that you can come. The king of the Zhongyuan's name, Jun Taifeng, had always been the backbone of the royal family. He was also a martial arts master. As they spoke, the king of the Zhongyuan had already arrived on the stage. He greeted the 3 marshals and Department Head Ding with unusual respect again, and also greeted Yi Changqing and the others. His position was respected, but when it came to seniority he was only a junior to Marshal Dongfeng and the others. Other than calling him king, he didn't have any air of superiority. All the etiquette was handled perfectly without any loopholes. Taifeng, seeing you again today, not only did your cultivation improve greatly, but your temperament has also transcended. I'm really happy in my heart. Marshal Shimin sighed and there was a faint glow in his eyes. He said slowly, back then the days when your father Jun Nanshan was my deputy marshal in the West Army are still vivid in my mind as if it was just yesterday. It's already been 60 years. The king of the Zhongyuan said respectfully, when my father was still alive he often talked about Uncle Shimin's sincere teachings, and he couldn't forget them. Now that I finally see Uncle Shimin again I'm very afraid. Marshal Shimin sighed softly. Back then your father led the army to fight the Fire Witch's Flame Legion and unfortunately died. I've always been brooding about it. Now, seeing you inherit the throne and become more powerful day by day, I'm very happy. The king of the Zhongyuan became even more respectful. He bowed and said, I still need Uncle Shimin's guidance. Marshal Shimin nodded slowly, but there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes when he looked at the king of the Zhongyuan. Minister Ding got the message and immediately stood up. He said, Your Highness, please take a seat. Our martial arts competition this time is about to start. Since you're here at the right time you can be a witness. The king of the Zhongyuan obviously didn't know what was going on. He said in surprise, There are so many seniors and teachers here, why do you need me to be a witness, ha? But he still sat down as he was told. He looked to the east and west and his eyes were full of uncertainty. What kind of scene was this? 3 marshals came together to the Hidden Dragon High School for an inspection. This kind of thing. If it wasn't a joke, then it could only be that something unusual was brewing and fermenting. But what was it? Minister Ding stood up and said, This martial arts competition is called the World Martial Arts Competition. It's divided into the following stages. The first stage is to draw lots. There's no limit to the number of participants. Enjoy to your heart's content. The faces of Yi Changqing and the other higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School changed immediately. Draw lots. Does that mean we can't arrange people? This is completely not going according to the script. And what's that enjoy to your heart's content? How many rounds are there to enjoy to your heart's content? 2 or 3 rounds can be enjoyed to your heart's content. 3 to 5 rounds can also be enjoyed to your heart's content. 8 to 10 rounds can also be enjoyed to your heart's content. To put it bluntly, even if it's 80 to 100 rounds, it can still be considered as enjoying to your heart's content. Then, how can it be considered as winning? How can it be considered as losing? Minister Ding, what are you playing at? You want to say that there are no rules at all, but what do you mean by the different stages? How many stages are there exactly? Can you explain it clearly? Vice Principal Lu worriedly went up with the roster. Beside Minister Ding's hand, there was a pile of notes. He didn't know when they appeared. First round, Hidden Dragon High School's 3rd year Class 1, 5th name. Opponent, second team's 13th name. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking subscriptions. Chapter 668. Vice President Lu hurriedly turned to the name list of the 3rd grade and read, the 5th name of the 3rd grade, Long Feixiang. On the other side, the leader of the second team, the young man in cyan, also lazily opened the name list of the second team and shouted, the 13th name of the second team, Tai Xiaonyo. The sound of puffing kept coming out. This name was really quite down to earth. Long Feixiang, the 3rd grade of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, the high level of the nascent soul realm. Tai Xiaonyo, the 13th name of the second team, the high level of the nascent soul realm. After getting the information of the two, Minister Ding opened his eyes and read it out. He was stunned for a moment. This was the first round and they were evenly matched? How could it be so coincidental? On the other side, Long Feixiang answered. Wearing the traditional white martial arts suit of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, he stepped out of the crowd, flew across the sky and landed on the stage. First, he respectfully saluted to the marshals and teachers, and then stood on the stage in an imposing manner, waiting for his opponent. The Prince of Zhongyuan's expression didn't change, but the depth of his eyes suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. His heart palpitated. Was this a coincidence? How could he be chosen in the first round? On the side of the second team, Tai Xiaonyo also stood up, strode onto the stage, saluted and stood still. At first glance, he was a young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. His body was as strong as his name, and his bronze skin seemed to contain explosive and amazing power. Tai Xiaonyo or very Tai Xiaonyo, but he didn't seem to be small at all. The rules of the competition. Department Head Ding shouted. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. Today Minister Ding was very unprofessional. You only announced the rules when both sides were on the stage. What did you do earlier? Minister Ding said, if you don't like it, come on up. Do you know how difficult it is for me now? I didn't know anything before the competition. I didn't even know there was a martial arts competition before the competition. After I knew about the competition, I only knew more about the first stage than you. As for the remaining stages, I didn't know anything about them either. I didn't even know that there were rules for this competition just now. Just now, someone transmitted a message to me and told me to say so. What can I do? Furthermore, the rules of the duel were written on a piece of paper that had mysteriously appeared in my hand. I don't even know how this piece of paper ended up in my hands. Do you know? I can say this responsibly. I did shout out the words rules of the competition, but in reality, I don't even know what was written on that piece of paper. Do you believe it? Probably not many people would believe him if he told them about it. But the person involved, Minister Ding himself, believed it. Because he really didn't know anything and he couldn't show any strange expression on his face. He had to appear as if he had a card up his sleeve, magnanimous and poised that it's too hard for me. If one were to use a phrase to describe it, it would be that he was so confused that his mother opened the door for him. Minister Ding's current situation could actually be described as a toad using the table as a cushion to prop himself up. I obviously don't know anything, but I still have to preside over the overall situation. What kind of fucking task is this? Minister Ding roared in his heart, but his expression was as calm as a mountain. He slowly unfolded the piece of paper and couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Fuck this kind of rule? He couldn't help but look down. Then he sighed softly and said in a deep voice, the path of martial arts is life or death. Weapons have no eyes and you will be responsible for your own injuries. Mercy is tolerance and ruthlessness is the law. If there are timid people, you can announce your forfeit before the duel starts and admit defeat on the spot. Those who admit defeat before the duel will be expelled from the martial arts competition. The Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Political Affairs will never accept you again. Leaving the arena means you lose. The duel in the arena is the same as a battle on the battlefield. Victory or defeat depends on each person's means. Life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens. That's all I have to say. I wish everyone the best of luck in martial arts. Minister Ding's voice was like a loud bell, spreading throughout the entire field. Then there was an uproar that lasted for a long time. Wasn't this rule the same as forcing people to fight to the death? Was this still an exchange? An inspection? Wasn't this a life and death duel? Yi Changqing immediately stood up, his face ashen. Minister Ding, how can a life and death duel be called a duel? This kind of duel system, these kind of rules, how can I not know beforehand? Minister Ding thought to himself, I also didn't know beforehand. But his face was stern. This duel is to prepare for the Great War in the future. Otherwise, why would the three marshals appear here? Yi Changqing was stunned when he heard this. He was speechless for a long time. Minister Ding said coldly, the place where the marshals are is the military camp. The marshals of the three armies are here at the same time. The deputy marshal of the Southern Army is also here. It's equivalent to the marshals of the four armies being here. Since it's the military camp, it must abide by military law. Minister Ding said seriously, Principal Yi, I hope you understand that the current duel is no longer a matter of the Hidden Dragon High School. Everything that comes after has nothing to do with the Hidden Dragon High School. Yi Changqing's chest rose and fell. He really wanted to say, even the marshals of the three armies can't treat human life like grass. The Hidden Dragon High School ordered my students to engage in a life and death duel. How can you say that it has nothing to do with me, the principal? But he deeply understood that what Minister Ding said was the truth. To a certain extent, it could even be said that he was trying to exonerate himself. There would definitely be casualties in this duel. And with these words, the responsibility he would have to bear in the future would be reduced by 70 to 80%. Marshal Dongfang said indifferently, Changqing, this is a military matter of the continent. After everything is over, I will explain it to you. But now you are just a spectator. Do you understand? Yi Changqing stood there in a daze for a while. Then he said bitterly, I understand. On the other side, the king of the Zhongyuan lowered his head. Even the people around him could not see the expression in his eyes or on his face. However, his hands had already quietly clenched into fists. The knuckles on his fists had already turned a little white. Below the stage, the 5,000 students of the Hidden Dragon High School were all whispering. I'm afraid that someone will really die in this duel. Gao Qiao said. Not only will someone die, but it won't be just one, Li Chenglong said. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Beside Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing's face was as gloomy as water. But her fighting spirit was abnormally strong. Her gaze was like a knife, slashing at Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao. She was about to explode. Xiang Chong scratched his head at the side. This duel is so strange that he didn't realize that his sister was about to explode. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo had an extra pair of binoculars on his face. He was concentrating on the stage. He took the opportunity to send a telepathic message to Li Chenglong. Keep an eye on Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Don't let them act rashly. Once they act rashly, just knock them out. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was very solemn, and there was an unprecedented sense of command and forbid dance in his voice. Li Chenglong's heart immediately froze. Okay. These two guys were impulsive. Once something happened, they might really explode on the spot. Then, it would be over. I have to keep an eye on them. Zhou Xiaoduo used his physiognomy to focus on the two people on the stage. Long Feixiang and Tai Xiaonyo. Long Feixiang's head was full of death qi, but Tai Xiaonyo's head, that what the fuck? Nothing? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and surprised. Then he used his aura observation technique to focus on General Dongfang, General Shimin, Minister Ding, and other high-level officials. All of them were full of righteousness. There was no sense of conspiracy or treachery. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was racing. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't have any evidence to support it. He could only watch in confusion. At this moment, the first duel of this duel had begun. The first duel was life and death. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, Long Feixiang, please. Team 2, Tai Xiaonyo, please. The two teenagers on the stage bowed to each other and then slowly stepped back. Then a white light suddenly flashed and Long Feixiang's long sword was unsheathed. As a student of Class 1 Grade 3 of the Hidden Dragon High School, he was undoubtedly a genius. He was confident that he could defeat any opponent at the same level as him. He could even kill his opponent off the stage. This was not arrogance but confidence in his own strength. Tai Xiaoyo, who was opposite him, untied a big black knife from his back and slowly pulled it out. The tip of the knife was pointed upward and hidden behind his elbow. Long Feixiang had leaped into the air. His slender body suddenly disappeared in a flash of lightning-like sword light as he leaped into the air. Many students of the Hidden Dragon High School were familiar with this sword technique. Nine Heavens Thunder Sword. It was a sword technique with a strong murderous aura. It seemed that Long Feixiang had planned to go all out from the beginning to end this duel as soon as possible. The sword light surged like dark clouds, piling up layer by layer. The biting cold sword wind fell from the sky and blew Tai Xiaoyo's clothes. However, Tai Xiaoyo was still standing in the same place, motionless. In midair, the rumbling of thunder was endless, and the momentum became more and more condensed. A flash of lightning seemed to connect the sky and the earth at this moment. It separated from the clouds and flashed. The light was still flashing in the sky, and the tip of the sword was already at Tai Xiaoyo's throat. Even the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School secretly cheered for this sword strike. Good. Tai Xiaoyo's body, which was originally still, suddenly moved. It was a very simple movement. His body leaned sideways and then the big knife in his hand chopped out. The momentum of this saber was ordinary and unadorned. However, such a simple sideways movement allowed the tip of Long Feixiang's sword to fly past his throat. Even though the distance between them was less than a millimeter, Tai Xiaoyo still managed to dodge it. Long Feixiang's brilliant sword attack missed completely. Tai Xiaoyo's following attack did not use any tricks, but just swept across. The momentum was fierce, like three armies fighting and blood on the battlefield. After the attack, the blood rushed to the sky. A head spun and flew up into the sky. The head that flew out drew a bright rainbow in the air along with the splattering blood. The Prince of Zhongyuan's face turned pale instantly. He could not help but stand up abruptly. Chapter 669. Below, a figure appeared on the arena, but he had already lost his head. However, his two legs were still moving quickly as he rushed out. This was Long Feixiang. Or rather, this was Long Feixiang's body. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. His head was flying in the air, but his body was still rushing forward in large strides. He still maintained his posture of holding the sword in his right hand as he ran at full speed. He rushed out of the arena and fell down. After landing, he rolled on the ground and stood up to continue rushing forward. That he rushed out for more than 20 meters before he fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was only at this moment that he truly died of exhaustion. He was completely dead. Dong. His head, which had flown high into the air, inevitably fell back onto the arena with a dull thud. This dull thud seemed to have smashed heavily into the hearts of all the students and teachers of Hidden Dragon High School. They all held their breaths and looked at the arena in disbelief. It was this move. It was this move. A genius of the third year of Hidden Dragon High School was defeated. He died on the spot. What kind of cruel situation was this? The king of Zhongyuan stood there in a daze, his whole body stiff. What's wrong? Marshal Shimin looked at the king of Zhongyuan indifferently. Why did you suddenly stand up? Nothing. I'm a little surprised that a murder happened so suddenly, the king of Zhongyuan muttered. Don't be impatient. Back then your father went in and out of thousands of soldiers and horses, roamed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but his expression didn't change. Tai Feng, you can't do it, Marshal Shimin said. The king of Zhongyuan. Yes. Well, sit down and watch slowly, Marshal Shimin said lightly. There's still a lot of time left today. The king of Zhongyuan slowly sat down. For a moment his mind was a little blank. There was still a lot of time left today? Watch slowly? What did this mean? The king of Zhongyuan stared at the head that was no longer bleeding. His eyes were still filled with confidence that he could kill his opponent with his sword. As well as those tightly pursed lips, that handsome and tender face, the gaze in his eyes suddenly became perplexed. His tall and straight figure swayed slightly. Yi Changqing's lips were trembling. The expressions of the teachers of Hidden Dragon High School instantly turned extremely ugly. Many students' faces were pale. On the stage, Tai Xiaoyo slowly straightened his body and carefully put his saber back into the scabbard. His face was still calm. He bowed slightly to the head on the stage and said, "Thank you for letting me win." After he finished speaking, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at Minister Ding. It was obvious that he was waiting for Minister Ding to announce his victory. Department head Ding's lips trembled as he announced, Tai Xiaoyo from Team 2 wins the first match. An advanced nascent soul transformation stage cultivator against an advanced nascent soul transformation stage cultivator. This result couldn't be said to not be glorious. However, this result was forged from the combination of blood, cruelty, and iron. Tai Xiaonuo bowed slightly, turned around, and strode off the stage. Zuo and the others noticed that Tai Xiaonuo's facial expression didn't change at all before and after he killed someone. Even when he chopped off someone's head in front of his own eyes, he didn't even have a single drop of blood on his body despite the blood splattering everywhere. This was a veteran. Regardless of whether it was fighting or killing, he was a veteran. Zuo commented on this person in his heart. When Xingqian stood in front of his own students, his face was unprecedentedly dignified. He no longer had the thought that his students would win. He looked at Tai Xiaonuo and murmured in a heavy voice, "This is the battle formation killing technique." His body was like a mountain, unmoved by wind and rain. His heart was like steel when facing a strong enemy. His saber passed through the throat, his expression did not change. He pulled out his saber and cut off the head with one strike. When Xingqian took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in his heart, he was extremely puzzled. This was a person from the military. But why was this so? The students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy's 3rd grade class 1 all stood up at once. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 2 of them pulled out their swords and were about to rush over to fight. "Stop." Yi Changqing's face was livid as he shouted, "No one is to act rashly. In the martial arts arena, there is no resentment between life and death. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest." An unusually strong divine sense instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. It was Marshal Shiman who made his move. In the battle formation killing technique, there is no resentment between life and death. Teachers and students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, please remain calm. Marshal Shiman's voice was filled with a sense of majesty. At the same time, 2 divine senses that even Marshal Shiman did not detect were divided into thousands of strands and locked onto everyone present at Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. Including the teachers. Including the students. Including the 2,000 people who were about to enter the battlefield to change the defense. These thousands of strands of divine senses were fine and subtle. They were faintly discernible. Although they truly existed, they were not detected by the people of the present age. However, they had already captured everyone's reactions, emotional changes, and the fluctuations in their eyes. Our Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy can afford to lose. Yi Changqing shouted, "Everyone has it." Quiet. The few marshals sighed in their hearts. They all saw Yi Changqing's grief, anger, and agitation at this moment. They could not bear it in their hearts. However, if they told him the plan now, Yi Changqing's acting skills would be immediately detected and the situation would go out of control that he had no choice but to let Yi Changqing suffer for the time being. Minister Ding stood up and sighed softly, "I am very disappointed that the first battle of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy was lost. However, I also understand. After all, you are children who have not experienced any bitter battles. Losing and being killed in an instant is a very normal thing. However, what I want to tell the children is, you can be immature, but the real battlefield will not give you time to mature. When you face your enemies, they won't give you time to mature. You are not mature now. When you enter the battlefield, you will only end up like that student. If you die like this on the battlefield, you will not even be considered a martyr. Because on the battlefield, only soldiers who have killed the enemy are martyrs after they die. If you die like this in vain, there is only one name for it. It is called meritorious service." Minister Ding said seriously, "The meritorious service of the enemy. To put it bluntly, if you die like this, you will be sending your head to the battlefield. Meritorious service. Not only the deceased just now but also all of you. All of you are undeniably weak." Minister Ding's voice was like a loud bell, exploding in the hearts of every student. The battle just now and the words just now had shattered the dreams of each and every one of the youths who had killed the enemy and rendered meritorious service, made their names known, and brought glory to their ancestors. All of you will be sending your head to the battlefield. Meritorious service. They could not even be considered as cannon fodder. They were not even comparable. These words were undoubtedly a huge blow to many of the students who had long dreamed of becoming a hero. Minister Ding's voice turned sorrowful as he said loudly, "This battle has disappointed me. Because I did not feel the atmosphere and momentum of the students who were determined to die." Just like that, he charged forward and was killed. Perhaps you will think that my words are very cold-blooded, heartless, and unreasonable. Which side do you think I'm on? Am I still the minister of the martial arts department? How can I speak like this? Aren't you taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? They are already dead. How can you hit them when they are down? Minister Ding said loudly, I know that there are definitely some among you who think this way. In fact, most of you think this way. However, this kind of thinking should not be taught to you by me. Correct you. You have your own teachers. And I am not responsible for this. I only want to say that there is a huge problem with the mentality of you youngsters. Your understanding of battle formations and killing is not just one-sided. It is simply child's play. And the only result of child's play is to play with your little lives. Minister Ding stood on the stage, his expression unusually heavy. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. I have to say that even though the border has been a continuous bloody battle for tens of millions of years, and there are soldiers who die every day in the Sun Moon Pass, in the eyes of the majority of youths, the battlefield is still a place filled with romance. There are many students who have already cultivated to the cloud transformation realm, but have never even seen human blood. Such people really exist. In their hearts, what is the battlefield? The battlefield is in movies and TV dramas. Bring a beautiful woman and circle around the enemy. It is exciting, erotic, romantic. Dance on steel wires, brush shoulders with the god of death. But in the end, the one who wins is still me. Returning from the battlefield, it is only right to be conferred the title of Marquis and General. High rank and generous salary. Beauties will throw themselves into your arms. From then on, you will be a man above men. You will be able to pass judgment on the world and be full of vigor. And because of the battlefield experience, you will obtain invincible strength. Yes, this is the battlefield in the hearts of many youngsters. The battlefield is the place to go and fish for merits. It is as if those monstrous merits are placed there like trash. Just wait for him to go, bend down, pick it up, and he will be a great general, a hero, a marshal, a man above men. Is it really like this? Minister Ding asked loudly, I want to tell you. No, absolutely not. Too many children simply do not know what the battlefield is. They enter the battlefield in a daze. Even if the heavens protect them, they will definitely not survive. Minister Ding announced loudly, now the second round begins. Today I will let you see what is called the battlefield. What is called killing. Rather than letting you die on the battlefield in the future, in my opinion, it is better to die here. Dying here can also serve as a warning to your fellow students. It can also make everyone value you. It can still be of some use. At the very least, your loved ones can still see your corpse and they can still think of you. But if you die on the battlefield, there is nothing. Not even your corpse can be seen. Your head has long been hung on the waist of the enemy to go back and ask for merits. To be able to leave a name engraved on the tombstone, let me tell you, you are still considered lucky. Chapter 670. Department Head Ding's face was ashen. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the faces of all the students. All of the Hidden Dragon High School teachers were standing ramrod straight beside their respective classes. They stood at attention and listened without moving an inch. Many of them were thinking. We talk about these things every day and emphasize them every day. It's not that we don't pay attention to the children's battlefield education. But we can't educate the students by having one person die every day. But, in front of Department Head Ding, these reasons don't exist. As long as your students have such childish thoughts, you are a failure as a teacher. There is no reason. The results of the second round's draw. Hidden Dragon High School's third-year Class 2, ranked 2nd. The opponent is Team 2, ranked 19th. Below the stage, Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong were surprised. They couldn't help but turn around and look at each other. They saw the deep confusion in each other's eyes. Wrong guess. Yes, how could a murder happen in Team 2? Could it be that Team 2 isn't from the Astral Souls continent? Impossible. But the King of the Central Plains is here. Could it be? If not, why wait so long? Keep watching. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words and then immediately turned back to look at the stage without blinking. Beside them, Xiang Bing's face was flushed red. Her gaze was fixed on the stage. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth, making a sound like she was eating beans. Almost nothing could be heard in the tsunami-like noise. There was only one thought in her mind. This adulterous couple is flirting with each other again. Scum. Scum. I'm so angry. Xiang Bing was only a little bit away from exploding. On the stage, Vice Principal Lu picked up the roster, found the name and read, Hidden Dragon High School, 3rd year Class 2, 2nd place is Chen Tang. High-level nascent soul. On the other side, the green-clothed youth held the roster and said lightly, Team 2, 19th place is Wang Xiaoma, high-level nascent soul. On the surface, it seemed that two people were evenly matched. Moreover, the names were strange and made people angry. The first one was called Tai Xiaonyo, and this one was called Wang Xiaoma. Just how random was this name? But this time no one laughed. This was because everyone realized that each and every one of these people were probably veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. They were murderous fools who had been fighting for years. He really didn't know where these people came from. And those names such as Tai Xiaonyo, Wang Xiaoma and so on were most likely fake names. On the stage, when he heard Qin Tang's name, the king of Zhongyuan's face, which was originally slightly pale, was stunned again. His entire body stiffened. Another coincidence? At the next moment, the king of Zhongyuan's gaze was filled with fury and panic. Although it disappeared in a flash, that emotion did indeed exist. Qin Tang's expression was solemn as he slowly walked out. When he heard his name, he couldn't help but wonder if he should admit defeat. However, once he admitted defeat, his life would be over. At most, he could only be a martial artist in the pugilistic world, without any future to speak of. If he was blacklisted in both the military and the political world, what could he achieve in the future? If a martial artist in the pugilistic world were to achieve something, it would be easy for them to be targeted. A single word of admitting defeat, yet his entire life had been ruined. I can't accept this. I still have my mission. Qin Tang pursed his lips and leaped into the arena. In front of him was a similarly tall and dark-skinned young man. Like Tai Xiaonyo, he was expressionless. On his back, like Tai Xiaonyo, was a thick-backed machete. And the same reticence. If not for their completely different faces, just by looking at their aura and temperament, one would almost think that they were twins. Please? Please. Both of them bowed. Then the battle began immediately. But not after just 2 moves. Wang Xiaoma retracted his machete and retreated. Thank you for letting me win. In front of him was Qin Tang's body that had already been cut into 2. Fresh blood was slowly spreading in the arena. On Qin Tang's face, which could no longer show any expression, there was only horror. 2 slashes. The first slash broke Qin Tang's weapon and sent him flying. The second slash cut his waist. The second team wins the second round. The hidden dragon martial artist has lost another round. Minister Ding's voice was mixed with an indescribable regret. On the other side, the king of Zhongyuan trembled and suddenly stood up. His face was a little pale as he said, Marshal Dongfang, Uncle Shiman? Uncle Beigong. Minister Ding, I'm not feeling well. Why don't I go back for now? Marshal Shiman's gaze turned toward him. His gaze was as sharp as a red-hot steel needle. He said indifferently, What's wrong? The king of Zhongyuan forced a smile. I haven't been on the battlefield for many years. Now that I've been hit by blood, I actually feel even more uncomfortable. It's really unbearable. Marshal Shiman narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, You can't be like this. Back then, your father wandered back and forth between mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Not to say that he was like a fish in water, but at least his expression didn't change. In your current state, if something unexpected happens, how are you going to deal with it? The king of Zhongyuan's face was pale. I've probably been in the rear all year round and have been pampered too much. I've shamed my ancestors and made a fool of myself. Marshal Dongfang turned his head and his face darkened. He said slowly, As a prince of the royal family, you're supported by the people. It's really unbearable for you to have such a reaction when you see blood. As the role model of the continent, the royal family has a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. How are you going to be a role model for the world like this? If there's a day when you go to war, how can I count on you to lead the troops? The king of Zhongyuan, Marshal Beigong Hao was even less polite. He said, Jun Taifeng, I'll give you a piece of advice. Just watch obediently and get used to it as soon as possible. The sooner you get used to it, the better. The king of Zhongyuan panted heavily. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he clenched his fists tightly. The 3 marshals all looked at him coldly and indifferently. They didn't care about his actions at all. The blood on the floor of the arena was dazzling, and the stench of blood assailed their nostrils. After a moment of awkward silence, the king of Zhongyuan finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He laughed and said, I've learned a lot from the wise words of the marshals. I'll read it carefully and seriously now. Our ancestors have bathed in blood for thousands of years, and only then did we manage to stabilize the rear. How can we be so useless? His complexion had actually recovered its rosy complexion from its original pale complexion, and it even had a hint of calmness and composure. Marshal Shimin said indifferently, "Today's just an inspection or a formality. Once it's over, there's nothing for you to do. I still remember that before your father fought a life-and-death battle, he seemed to have sensed something and specially came to drink with me. That night we talked a lot." The king of Zhongyuan's calm face turned a little angry again. He took a deep breath and said, "What did my father say?" Marshal Shimin said, "Your father was drunk at that time. He asked me, 'Marshal, do you know that as a prince of the imperial family, even if I don't leave the capital, I can still live a life of glory and wealth, free and unfettered? Then why do I still have to fight on the battlefield?'" The king of Zhongyuan pondered, "And then?" Marshal Shimin said, "And then I also asked, 'Why?'" Your father said. The late king only had 2 sons. Although the imperial power on the continent is far from the golden mouth and jade teeth of the previous dynasties, the imperial family status is still honorable and high above. Therefore, the throne is still a position that the imperial descendants scramble for. Your father said that if he stayed in the capital, it would only cause trouble. Even if he didn't want to take the throne, there would always be people who would think of ways to make him take the throne, forcing him to take the throne. Because only when he took the throne, there would be new meritorious officials who would be able to suppress the current meritorious families for a while. And those who want your father to take the throne would then have a chance to become the new top class of power. Your father said that if he stayed in the capital, he would inevitably die sooner or later. Even if he wasn't forced by others, he might still be tempted. Because there are too many people who want to take the throne. The human heart has always been strange and unpredictable. Those people have an inextricable connection with your father. Even if he doesn't relent, there might be a day when he will be forced to take the throne. And once he relents, the process will only be faster. Therefore, your father said, "I only hope that after me the imperial family will decline, but I can use my iron-blooded military achievements to leave a way out for my descendants." You said that your father's reputation, status, martial arts, cultivation, strategy, commanding, and wisdom were all enough to be a general of an army. But in order to avoid taboo, he was only a deputy general. But in those years, too many tough and fierce battles were fought by your father. The first prince of the imperial family, the invincible god of war on the continent, the immortal legend of the astral souls, these are your father's outstanding achievements. Do you think it's something that can be obtained so easily? Marshal Shimin said indifferently, "No matter what you do, no one will touch you now. It's not because of your high status as the king of the Central Plains, nor is it because of your noble status in the imperial family. It's just because of the all-powerful god of war back then. For the outstanding military achievements back then, for the immortal achievements. For the god of war of the generation who clearly had a chance to live, but as his military achievements increased, he gained more and more supporters and loyal soldiers and his prestige grew. He gradually showed signs of threatening the throne, so he was willing to lead all his trusted subordinates to fight to the death. He had the ability and wisdom of a general, but he was willing to be a general who charged and broke through enemy lines. He had the chance to surpass the general and become an existence like the left and right heavenly kings, but he was willing to die in battle because he couldn't stabilize the situation. A prince of the generation. That's the person that all the marshals admire the most. When he was in the Western Army back then, he was also my closest brother." The king of the Central Plains' face turned pale again. He muttered, "I didn't do anything." Marshal Shimin said coldly, "That's why I came here personally this time. I want to see you with my own eyes, to see you finish watching these few battles. You should just sit still." He rolled his eyes and a cold light shot out. His gaze was like 2 long swords that had been through hundreds of battles, and it was breathtaking. With such a gaze, he stared straight into the king of the Central Plains' eyes and said word by word, "Don't move." The king of the Central Plains sat down dejectedly. The expression on his face suddenly became unusually defeated. Chapter 671. When Department Head Ding saw that they had finished speaking, he gradually understood what was going on. Although the aura had sealed off the entire ring and not a single bit of sound could be heard outside, the people inside could still hear it clearly. Continue to draw lots. Third round, Hidden Dragon High School 4th year Class 1 ranked 8th. Opponent. Team 2 ranked 24th. Vice Principal Liu held the name list and found the 8th student of the 4th year Class 1 with great difficulty. Hidden Dragon High School 4th year Class 1 8th student Xiao Junyi. Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage Cultivation. The leader of Team 2, a youth in green lazily reported, Team 2 ranked 24th. Little Rabbit Lawn Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage. Surprisingly, they were two evenly matched opponents. Even the dullest person would have noticed that something was wrong with the current situation. How was this a coincidence? It was as if the opponents had been selected beforehand. Every pair was an opponent with a similar cultivation base. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others were even more affected. They felt even more sick than fucking a dog. Could this team 2 be given a proper name? Tai Xiaonyo Wang Xiaoma. Little Rabbit Lawn. Fortunately, there were so many animals on the continent for you to name. Otherwise there would be no way to name them. When the name Xiao Junyi came out, the eyes of many of the male students from the Hidden Dragon High School all lit up. This Xiao Junyi was known as the #1 school beauty of Hidden Dragon High School. This girl was gentle and generous. Her beauty could topple cities. She was also known for her gentle and pleasant temperament. Her bearing was graceful and natural. Many male students regarded her as their dream lover. Even in their dreams they wanted to get close to her. However, no one had ever succeeded. Moreover, it was said that this Xiao Junyi's background was not small. Not only was she a peerless genius, her name had already been reported. She was one of the candidates for the Crown Prince's concubines. If the Crown Prince really took a fancy to her, she would soar to the top and become a phoenix. She would become an existence that most people in the world would have to look up to. Who would have thought that she would be called out in this life and death battle? Many male students felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. Xiao Junyi was also dressed in snow-white clothes. She got up with some difficulty and slowly walked towards the arena. On the other side, Lan Xiaotu naturally stood up as well. She was also a beauty. She had a tall figure, a beautiful face, and nimble movements. In just a few steps, she stood on the arena. Her slender figure stood in the wind, making her seem even more candid and generous. As Xiao Junyi walked, her face was filled with a conflicted expression. The first two had already died, so how could he be so lucky that her beautiful eyes darted around as she glanced at the teachers, students, and principals. With a startled glance, he stole a glance at the King of Zhongyuan. The corners of the King of Zhongyuan's mouth twitched, and his body stiffened. Finally, he arrived at the front of the arena. As long as he leaped up, he would be able to get onto the stage and enter the fighting sequence. But she stopped and hesitated. The shadow of death ceaselessly assaulted her, causing her beautiful face to be covered in a panicked expression. She stood all alone before the combat ring while drifting in the wind, and she seemed to be especially delicate and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Marshal Shiman frowned and shouted in a low voice, "This student of the Hidden Dragon Academy, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you on the stage yet?" Xiao Junyi was like a frightened rabbit. She raised her head, tears rolling in her eyes. Her petal-like lips quivered as she muttered, "Get on the stage and fight." Marshal Shiman's face was like iron, and he was not moved at all. Marshals had seen too many beauties, they would not have any compassion at all. No matter how beautiful a beauty was, after she died and was exposed to the sun for a few days on the battlefield, she would still be smelly. There was a saying at the borders that a sow could compete with a cicada. Another explanation might be that Xiao Junyi stood there trembling, and her pleading gaze kept drifting around. After hearing Marshal Shiman's urging, there was no way out. She suddenly cried out, "Godfather, I don't want to die." As soon as this sentence came out, the entire place fell into silence. This sudden change made it so quiet that it was like an armpit. No one would have thought that Xiao Junyi would say such a thing at this moment. Godfather? If one were to look at it from the perspective of a godfather, then Xiao Junyi's so-called persona was really worth discussing. The King of Zhongyuan's face turned cold as he said coldly, "Here, I am just a spectator. Your identity is a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy and not my goddaughter." King of Zhongyuan. Everyone was shocked again, stunned by this shocking news. This Xiao Junyi was actually the goddaughter of the King of Zhongyuan. Yi Changqing was the one who was shocked the most. Previously, after a few consecutive battles, Yi Changqing's anger had been accumulating, and he was even filled with grief. What Department Head Ding and the other marshals said was true, but everything had a gradual process. Not everyone was born to be a qualified warrior. Experience on the battlefield also needed to be accumulated bit by bit. Right now, he was watching the genius students that his academy had painstakingly nurtured die one by one in the hands of others. Blood splattered everywhere, and their deaths were too horrible to look at. How could he not feel heartache? How could he not have any opinions? But when he suddenly heard Xiao Junyi call him godfather and saw the King of Zhongyuan's reaction, Yi Changqing suddenly understood something. His eyes flashed with bewilderment and also a meaningful glow. Could it be Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, Qinggying and the others had the same thought? And this call of Godfather shocked the class teacher of the 4th grade the most. He didn't know that the student he had always thought highly of had such a special identity. Xiao Junyi said sadly, "I don't want to go on stage to compete. I'm scared." On the stage, the king of Zhongyuan's expression changed. He suddenly turned and said, "Marshal, I have a request. The video of this goddaughter of mine has already been sent to the palace. His Highness the Crown Prince is choosing a consort, and she has already caught his eye. Can you?" Marshal Shiman didn't even bat an eyelid as he said indifferently, "No." These 2 words were exceptionally resolute and decisive. The king of Zhongyuan felt a rush of anger. His face was purple and swollen. He took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. He turned to Xiao Junyi and said, "Life and death are not allowed in the arena. But before you go on stage you still have the right to choose whether you want to fight or not. You can go on stage and fight, but you can also admit defeat." Xiao Junyi was a girl and it involved the royal family's consort selection. Even if she admitted defeat, it would just be another stain on her record. If the crown prince didn't care, there was still hope. Xiao Junyi's eyes lit up when she heard that. She opened her mouth and said, "I." In the 2nd team. The cyan-robed captain's eyes narrowed. Then a silent and undetectable force was transmitted from the ground. However, not only did Xiao Junyi not admit defeat, she even leaped into the air and gracefully stepped onto the arena. What was more, she even drew out her long sword. With a flash of cold light, she pointed it at the opponent and actually adopted an attacking posture. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets. What was the meaning of this? You called out your godfather in front of everyone and exposed our relationship. It was obvious that you didn't want to go on stage and die. I've already taken a huge risk and pointed out a path for you to admit defeat, but you jumped onto the stage without a word. Are you playing with me? Or are you trying to trick me? What a trick. The force that sent Xiao Junyi onto the stage was extremely powerful and well concealed. It didn't dissipate at all during the process. Even with the king of Zhongyuan's cultivation, he didn't notice anything strange. The tall beauty Lan Xiaotu saw that her opponent went on stage. She cupped her fists and bowed. "Please?" Xiao Junyi didn't say a word. She took a step forward and stabbed her long sword. Her movements were strict and proper. But what didn't match her actions at all was the horror and despair in her eyes at this moment. Amidst the cries of shock where the sword light passed, blood soared into the sky. A once beautiful head flew high into the sky. The king of Zhongyuan stood up abruptly. His whole body was stiff, his face was pale and his limbs were cold. In the arena, a body that was still graceful and curvaceous had already lost its head and fell limply to the ground. The future crown prince consort was killed on the spot. Under everyone's eyes on the stage in broad daylight, her head was beheaded with a sword. Opposite, Lan Xiaotu kept her sword and bowed. "Thank you for going easy on me." All the Hidden Dragon High School students were suddenly in an uproar. Among them, more than 10 male students who usually had a crush on Xiao Junyi howled sorrowfully. Their hearts instantly shattered into pieces and they actually drew their swords without a care. "Murderer! Give me your life. Revenge." Lan Xiaotu stood quietly on the stage, but her hand was already on the hilt of her sword. In her eyes there was pity, sympathy and understanding, but there was no sign of retreat. "I know that all of you like her. I pity all of you for being deceived. I pity all of you for losing your true feelings. I understand all of you for your grief and indignation of having your dreams shattered. But all of you don't know who she is. All of you don't know what kind of vicious conspiracy is hidden in her. All of you don't know what I'm doing today. But that's not important. As long as all of you dare to come up, I dare to kill all of you. I've killed hundreds of the Umno Alliance's stunning beauties. Their pursuers have come to me for revenge and the number of people who have died under my sword is more than 1,000. I don't care if there are a few more of you. I've never cared if anyone would say that I'm cold-blooded. Today I came here to kill this woman. That's my mission. That's all. I've already completed my mission, but I definitely can't be killed by a bunch of people who don't know the truth. If we really meet, I won't show any mercy." She exposed her identity in front of everyone just now and called the Prince of Zhongyuan her godfather. She confirmed her identity as the Crown Prince Consort candidate and you still want to come up? That's because all of you are stupid. A bunch of idiots who were blinded by their so-called first love. What's wrong with dying? Even if all of you don't know the truth, You should at least realize how big of a whirlpool the Prince of Zhongyuan's goddaughter and the Crown Prince consort candidate is, right? Begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions? Chapter 672. Of course, the students couldn't charge forward. Yi Changqing saw that the students had lost their composure and immediately flew out, shouting like a thunderbolt, "All of you stop!" The students were all agitated and started to protest. Team 1, 2 and 5 looked on coldly and indifferently as if they didn't see anything. There were people in all grades and classes who were deep in thought. There were many geniuses who entered the Hidden Dragon Academy with the title of geniuses. There weren't many truly foolish people. There were already too many people who were thinking about the strangeness of this matter. On the first grade stand, Gao Qiao sighed softly, "The love of young people." Zhou Xiaoduo turned to look at her strangely. "You speak as if you're all grown up." Li Chenglong said lightly, "The strangeness of this matter has been exposed in front of everyone. This senior sister Xiao Junyi is not only the goddaughter of the king of the Central Plains, she's also a candidate for the crown prince's wife. They still want to charge forward without any hesitation. That's stupid. I can only call such people idiots." Gao Qiao said humbly, "I'm willing to listen to Vice Class Monitor Li's wise opinion." Li Chenglong snorted. How could he not know that this girl was planning to fight with him? "If I can't give a proper explanation, I'm afraid that this girl will use me as a stepping stone." Stupid girl. She's so much more annoying than Little Ice Egg. On the other side, Xiang Bing glared at Gao Qiao. One of her hands reached out as if she was going to pick up the halberd at any time, that she pouted unhappily and her eyes were full of vigilance. Her whole body was tense like a tigress before she attacked to protect her food. Why was this Gao Qiao of the Gao family so close to Li Chenglong recently? What was she trying to do? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Li Chenglong? Her intentions were simply terrible. "How dare you touch this old lady's vegetables?" That it was a pity that Gao Qiao's intention to test him was doomed to fail. Li Chenglong already had a card up his sleeve. "Isn't this simple?" he said. "This is probably a chess piece that the king of the Central Plains has been planning for a long time, but it is also a rather important chess piece. I think that the Prince of the Central Plains should have great confidence in making his adopted daughter, Xiao Junyi, the person whom the Crown Prince favors. Or perhaps, even if the Crown Prince doesn't choose, there will be someone else who will choose for the Crown Prince, locking the position of the Crown Prince's consort on this woman." "Xiao Junyi, what does this name mean? I believe both you and I can see that. As for today's event, it is a game. We will take drastic measures and kill the person directly involved in this matter. All of our plans will come to a premature end and sink into the sand. Originally, I had a feeling that the inspection this time and the competition were shrouded in mystery, but now, the situation is very clear. The three marshals are here to suppress the king of Zhongyuan. Perhaps there are other things, but we don't know about them, nor do we know about them. As for Xiao Junyi," Zhou Xiaoduo interrupted, "Xiao Junyi, this name itself carries with it the aura of a motherly model of the world. Her fate is indeed extraordinary. It's just that luck is no match for fate. She doesn't have that fate. Once she suffers the backlash, she will die and everything will come to an end." Zhou Xiaoduo could be said to have the deepest understanding of this. Moreover, through today's incident, Zhou Xiaoduo actually had a new understanding of the art of aura observation and physiognomy. Or rather, it was a kind of enlightenment. When Xiao Junyi stood up when her name was called, Zhou Xiaoduo clearly saw that the aura above Xiao Junyi's head had already condensed into the shape of half a crown and was rapidly dissipating. And this half of the crown was enough to explain too many problems. She really did have this kind of luck. If he didn't die today, he was afraid that in the future, this plan could really succeed. It was a pity that today someone had changed her fate for her. A broad path that could lead to the heavens was cut off in the most resolute and extreme way with a thunderous strike. Today, the fate of all the important people present, except for the king of the Central Plains, had gathered together and forcefully cut off this path to the heavens. Not only did he cut off Xiao Junyi's fate, but he also scattered all of her fate energy. No matter how extraordinary Xiao Junyi's own fate energy was, it was still in the embryonic stage. How could it resist the combined power of so many important people's fate energy? She died prematurely and her soul left the underworld. Zhou Xiaoduo's gaze was unprecedentedly serious. So, fate energy can be used in this way. On the other side, after the futile struggle, a few youths looked at the lifeless body on the arena and cried bitterly. "Little Bunny Lawn, don't give me a chance. If we meet in the future, I will definitely kill you." little bunny lawn. This hatred and enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Someone refused to give up and shouted harshly. Sobbing, accompanied by tears, roared. Little Bunny Lan, who was slowly walking down the arena, didn't even stop. She walked right past them and didn't even bother to look at them. She had heard such words too many times. If she had to remember every single one of them, she really didn't know how many she would have to remember. Revenge on me? Come on. She sat down slowly. A light breeze blew past, and under her head of black hair, a strand of silvery white hair flashed and fluttered. It's fate and fate. Those who rushed out and were immediately persuaded to go back still have some chances. At most, the road ahead will be a little bumpy. But those who were still clamoring for revenge after being dissuaded will have no future in this lifetime. Stupidity isn't scary at the moment. Knowing that it's a dead end ahead and still going forward, not turning back even after hitting a wall, that's just courting death. It has nothing to do with anyone. Gao Qiao sighed softly. Many of them were famous star students from the Hidden Dragon High School. It was a pity that their experience and knowledge were too shallow and couldn't be of much use. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong also had the same thoughts. Since they could guess that the main target of today's plan was the king of Zhongyuan, then everything that happened today as well as the king of Zhongyuan's many actions could be explained. Especially those few students who were still clamoring for revenge impulsively after being forced to call him Godfather in a life-and-death situation. In the hearts of the higher-ups, it was tantamount to sentencing their futures to death. They were so muddle-headed and brainless, how could they be of any use? Perhaps they could still be heroes when killing enemies on the front lines, but their future achievements were destined to be difficult to achieve in the long run. Yi Changqing obviously also realized this point. He turned and said to Marshal Dongfang in a somewhat pleading tone, "Marshal, we're all young people. We were also hot-blooded and impulsive in the past. Those who don't know are not to be blamed." Marshal Dongfang smiled and said, "Changqing, those who don't know are not to be blamed. This is only applicable in times of peace, and even only applies to those commoners who don't have any destructive power. For example, these hotheads in front of us in times of war. How can you be sure that they won't commit heinous crimes under the instigation of others?" Yi Changqing said in a low voice, "They're just some kids. Marshal, your words are too arbitrary. You can leave them some leeway, they're all students of the Martial Arts Institute." Marshal Dongfang said telepathically, "Yi Changqing, you're muddle-headed. You're being soft-hearted. Is this the time to plead for mercy? Have you ever thought that these so-called geniuses are the best of the best? If this woman becomes the crown princess, these former classmates of the crown princess, who were her hardcore pursuers and childhood sweethearts, won't become her most original capital? As long as the king of Zhongyuan uses some tricks, it's enough to let these geniuses take charge of their respective families and unite around the crown princess. What kind of power group will they form, and what kind of destructive power will they form? This is the power of the hidden dragon geniuses. Don't tell me you don't know how powerful this power is? Those who don't know are not to be blamed? As the headmaster of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Institute, your dereliction of duty by saying this." Yi Changqing heaved a long sigh and also replied telepathically, "Marshal, you said it yourself, that's just an if. But the fact is that that woman is already dead. This is an established fact. The future you spoke of has already become a bubble, so why implicate others?" Marshal Dongfang snorted, "We'll consider it carefully." Yi Changqing heaved a long sigh of relief, "Many thanks for your magnanimity, Marshal." Marshal Dongfang said indifferently, "We're at the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Institute now. You're standing up for your students, so I'll give you face for the time being. But you have to know that in the future, once these people have power in their hands, whatever they do will be the sins that you, the headmaster, have committed today. Those who don't know are not guilty? You don't know whether they'll be guilty at that time, but things will change. I hope this sentence isn't the source of your regret." Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said, "As a teacher, I'll naturally do my best. I'll teach them well and not let them make mistakes. Marshal, you've also said that if I were in the army now, I definitely wouldn't say anything. Because that's what I should do. But I'm their headmaster now. That's why I'm here to plead. I hope you can give them another chance." Marshal Dongfang nodded and said, "Go ahead." When Yi Changqing turned around, Marshal Dongfang thought for a while and suddenly telepathically said, "We also don't want to make things so troublesome, but this is what His Majesty personally requested." Yi Changqing's heart skipped a beat. His Majesty personally requested. Requested. The sentence, this word, meant too much. The weight was too heavy. In the arena, the king of Zhongyuan, who was watching the ceremony, was already dumbstruck. His body felt cold and hot. His mind also seemed to be a little muddled and sluggish. Then Minister Ding called out 7 names consecutively. Each name was like a knife that stabbed viciously into the king of Zhongyuan's heart. After 10 consecutive battles, 10 hidden dragon geniuses fell on the arena. All of them died and went to hell hand in hand. After the 10 battles, the whole Hidden Dragon High School was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The eyes of many students were filled with raging anger. They couldn't understand why this was. A small portion of the hidden dragon geniuses already understood. This was a purge. But in the king of Zhongyuan's heart, it was more like a mountain of knives and a sea of flames, a death by 1,000 cuts. Because he knew the reason. He knew that these 10 names were not only from the Hidden Dragon High School's genius students and star students, but also 9 of the boys were the illegitimate children of the king of Zhongyuan, his own flesh and blood. Chapter 673. Only that Xiao Junyi was truly the goddaughter of the king of the Zhongyuan. This was a huge move. Under the king of the Zhongyuan's painstaking nurturing, those 9 genius illegitimate children stood out from his large number of illegitimate children and entered the Hidden Dragon High School with different identities. All of them were geniuses and were about to mature. As long as they graduated from the Hidden Dragon Academy, they would be able to serve in the army. With the old prince's countless old subordinates in the army, they could easily create an officer or a general with a bright future. There was no risk in doing so. And these genius illegitimate children who returned from the battlefield were all heroes of the nation. They naturally entered various important positions and rose through the ranks with the help of a dense network of connections. No one could find fault with such a resume. By that time, as the crown princess, Xiao Junyi would also be in a high position. Coupled with the foundation of power that she had laid down early on, how difficult would it be to nurture a few super clans? With the help of various parties and the king of the Zhongyuan's many years of painstaking effort, it would be enough to shake the court and influence the movements of the continent. The king of the Zhongyuan was patient, persistent and determined. He was conceited enough to wait and pay the price. In order to achieve this goal of his, he could continuously throw out external forces year after year to attract attention. Through this, he could create space and leeway for these people to continue growing. He had been doing this for many, many years. In fact, the spies he had planted were far more than these 10 people. In these many years, there were already many illegitimate children and godsons who entered the military. Many of them had even returned from the military and were already in some important positions. This was where his true confidence lay. However, today's inspection had ruthlessly shattered all of this. The king of the Zhongyuan could still keep his composure when it was the first 2. But when all 10 of them, including the 3 illegitimate children he thought were the most secretive, were caught and cruelly killed in front of his eyes through a martial arts competition, the king of the Zhongyuan knew clearly. Was over. Because there were only a total of 10 people he had arranged to enter the Hidden Dragon High School. And these 10 people, not one less, were all dead on the spot. Right in front of him. These were all the king of the Zhongyuan's favorite children. Right in front of him he killed them one by one. Every time he killed one of them, it was a heart-wrenching pain. He was forced to watch helplessly as his own sons were killed one after another. This method was simply cruel to the extreme. However, he couldn't move. There was another meaning behind the fact that the commanders of the 3 armies had come together and participated in this farce personally. It was about time that those people that had been planted in the early years had all been grasped. His so-called big picture had been destroyed, completely destroyed. The end of the 10 matches also represented the end of the first stage of the competition. However, at this moment, the anger of the entire Hidden Dragon High School almost reached the heavens. Yi Changqing had a splitting headache. I knew the truth of the matter and I also knew why it was done. But if you don't explain, what do you want me to do? Yi Changqing obviously knew why they didn't explain. The royal family scandal couldn't be announced to the world. Once this veil was pulled off, it would cause a huge uproar. Furthermore, although the king of the Zhongyuan had planned this scheme, he was still the son of the god of war. For the sake of their old friendship, the military had left him a way out. This also led to this matter, whether it was for public or private reasons, it couldn't be brought to the surface. But, in the face of these rowdy students, how should the Hidden Dragon High martial artist manage them? How should he guide them? Don't tell me you want me to say to the students, we've been crushed like this and we're going to let it go just like this? Can't you think for me? However, Yi Changqing thought too much of the students. At this moment, although there were many students who were angry and couldn't wait to kill their opponents to vent their anger, many small groups were discussing today's matter, especially the many strange things. Why did the commander of the three armies, the head of the martial education department, come to inspect? Was it just to kill a few people in the Hidden Dragon High School to enrage the students? That's impossible. That's giving the students of the Hidden Dragon High School too much face. When they thought about how Xiao Junyi had called him Godfather, some clever students had already woken up from their anger. They were deep in thought. What was the reason for all of this? Why did everything that happened today seem so fishy? Why did everything seem so wrong today? On the stage, Commander Shimin waved his hand and set up a barrier. He said indifferently, Tai Feng, today's matter has come to an end. What are your thoughts? The king of the Zhongyuan looked defeated and his eyes were filled with worry. A strange fluctuation appeared on his face. Sometimes all the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. Sometimes all the blood in his head retreated. After hearing this question, he was actually at a loss for a while. Then he said dejectedly, No. No? How can there be no? General Shimin smiled faintly and said, Before I came here, I had counted the names of the recent casualties. In the previous battle in the Western Army, there were 37 low-level officers who died on the spot. This is the name list. A piece of paper flew out from Commander Shimin's hand and landed in front of the king of the Zhongyuan. The king of the Zhongyuan didn't want to look. He knew whose name was on it and even guessed the name on the list. However, he couldn't not look at it. He just took a look and closed his eyes immediately. Yes, 37 of them. Over the years they had been assigned to the Western Army. Now there were only 37 of them still serving in the Western Army. Now all of them were listed on this name list. 37 martyrs. Commander Shimin sighed. Finally, your reputation is not bad. Haha. The king of the Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. They were all dead. So what if their reputation was not bad? What was the use? Just like the dead Xiao Junyi. She was just a dead person. Even if she had a great future, it was all in vain. However, he soon knew that this good reputation was already due to Commander Shimin giving him face, a great deal of face. So the Western Army also has losses, and they are losses from the war. This is really not bad. Our Eastern Army is a big joke. 17 officers died in a fight in the camp. This is really a disgrace. Another name list floated out. The king of the Zhongyuan's face turned red. All the blood in his body seemed to have rushed to his head. The corners of his eyes were about to tear. 14 people from the Southern Army died. They violated military discipline and drank themselves to death. Fuck, have they not drunk in their lives? The deputy commander of the Southern Army cursed. 5 people from the Northern Army. 5 people who loved to look pretty. They knew that the weather was cold, but they didn't wear winter clothes for the sake of face. In the end, they all froze to death. Fuck, what is going on? Commander Beigong sighed and took out a name list as well. He said painfully, This kind of death is sensational. How can they report their military exploits? They are really useless. Commander Ding put down the phone that he just hung up and said solemnly, I just received news that 3 students from Yunduan High School fell into the water and died. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. For students from Ancestral Dragon High School also died at the same time. For some reason, 7 students gathered together for a party and drowned. This is really strange. Here, this is the name list. The king of the Zhongyuan can take a look and see if you know any of them. Commander Ding shook his head. They are all star students with good cultivation. How could they drown? Could it be that there are really ghosts in this world? Maybe there really are. Commander Dongfang shook his head and sighed. Today, more than 300 officials in the country all drowned. There are strange things every year, but not as many as today. Could it be that today is the day of Mercury's retrograde flood that occurs once in 100 years? Commander Beigong laughed. I'm not sure if it's a flood today, but it's definitely a disaster today. I've just received news that 7 clans' residences have all collapsed. I don't know how many feet the ground has caved in. None of the clans are lucky enough to survive. What's more unbelievable is that these families all had a routine family gathering when the accident happened. Among them is the Qi family. Qi family, there is even a Qi family. TSK. Pfft. The king of the Zhongyuan opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It sprayed out a full 5 meters and all of it sprayed onto the arena. Panting heavily, he said with difficulty, Enough, don't say any more. Please, don't say any more. His eyes were dazzled and the sky turned dark. It's over, it's all over. This time it's really all over. All the seeds and names of all the extended forces that he had cultivated after so many years of planning, painstaking effort were all listed on the list of accidents. Not a single one of them survived. Not a single one of them was lucky. All these years, the few families that had secretly cooperated with him all appeared on the list and were all wiped out. Commander Ding's eyes were as cold as ice. He said slowly, "I also just received news that a big case has happened in the palace. 7 people in the palace died mysteriously, and 11 people in the Crown Prince's residence died on the spot. This is the list of the deceased. The accident is being investigated further. Today is really a day of many disasters. So many changes have happened and so many people have died." "Are you done yet?" The king of the Zhongyuan stood up and shouted sternly, "What else do you want? Tell me, what else do you want?" "Impudent!" Marshal Dongfang scolded sternly, "How can you make a fuss in front of your elders? You've really disgraced the royal family." "I've disgraced the royal family? I've disgraced the royal family?" The king of the Zhongyuan was already a little deranged. He shouted in grief and indignation, "My men are all dead. They're all dead." "Those are your men? What are these people planning to do?" Marshal Shimen said coldly. The king of the Zhongyuan was suddenly at a loss for words. He suddenly threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Now you're the ones who killed the future crown prince consort. That's the crown prince consort. The 3 marshals, you've committed a great taboo." Commander Ding looked at the king of the Zhongyuan and said softly, "You don't dare to kill the future crown prince consort. You haven't killed her before?" Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "This is just an eye for an eye." Chapter 674. The king of Zhongyuan was stunned. Beside him, Vice Principal Qing Gaiying's eyes were filled with hatred. His eyes were fixed on the king of Zhongyuan as if he wanted to swallow him whole and chew him up. A barrier had been set up so no one outside could hear what was said inside. However, it was precisely because of this that what was being said inside was truly shocking. There was no need to hold back anymore. Every sentence was enough to set off stormy waves and endless waves. "Are you unhappy? Are you angry?" Marshal Dongfang tilted his head and looked at the king of Zhongyuan. His face was cold and expressionless and his eyes were indifferent. "Do you know why we are doing this today? Do you think that you alone are worthy of the 3 of us coming here to suppress you? To go through so much trouble?" Marshal Dongfang sneered. "You are not worthy. In the end you are just a hereditary prince. What achievements and assets do you have that are worthy of us coming here? The first reason why we are here is that His Majesty personally requested to spare your life. Keep the Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion. Because the glory of the invincible god of war of the continent is the banner of the astral souls of the continent. It cannot be left behind. His Majesty also does not want to stir up a tsunami of emotions among the old subordinates of Jun Nanshan. More so, he cannot bear the reputation of killing the descendants of loyal officials and cutting off the descendants of heroes. We are here because of your father, the first prince of the royal family, the invincible god of war of the continent. For this old friend. Today is the last time we are protecting you." Marshal Dongfang said calmly, "You did not hear wrongly. What we are doing today is to protect you. With what you have done, we should lead the troops to flatten your mansion. It is only a matter of time. It is what we should do. Do you know that before we came, the Nanjing Qian had secretly mobilized 200,000 troops to prepare for a military exercise in the Central Plains? If not for His Majesty's persuasion, your Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion would have been crushed. But back then your father made great contributions for the continent and the country. It is enough for him to be crowned a new king. Countless brothers of the Western Army have been saved by him." Marshal Shimen's voice was heavy as he said, "Before I came here, more than 40 of my old brothers knelt in front of me. They begged me to spare their old brother some face. That's why I suggested that we call you here so that you can witness everything with your own eyes. You know what mistake you've made, what crime you've committed. From now on, your father's mountainous achievements, all the glory, all the favors and all the gratitude." Marshal Shimen said softly. "Nothing is left. For this reason we won't even explain to the students present why we did this. It's because we don't want to exterminate the descendants of our old brother." The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. "Even if you don't want to explain, is there not a single smart person in this matter? That call of Godfather has already pushed me into a desperate situation. This matter has already been exposed to the world. What's the point of explaining it?" But at least we've protected your father's prince mansion of the Central Plains. At least you won't act rashly and can still live a peaceful life as a wealthy idler for the rest of your life. Marshal Shimen said solemnly, now your matter is done. Jun Taifeng, you can go back and leave this place immediately. I don't want to see you again. From now on you're on your own. Clang. A broken saber covered with sawtooth fell in front of the king of Zhongyuan. The body of the saber was dark red, and it was covered with scars. The edge of the saber was densely packed with jagged teeth. Those were the wounds that were caused by millions of desperate slashes. This is your father's 100-battle saber. This saber is made of indestructible iron. Indestructible iron has always been known for being difficult to damage. Your father used this saber to fight for his whole life. The indestructible iron that is said to be difficult to damage has been used by him to this extent. This saber has always been the pride of the Western Army. Marshal Shimen stroked the saber gently. His hands were actually trembling slightly. His voice was trembling and there were tears in his eyes. Now let it return to your prince mansion of the Central Plains. Our Western Army. In the future, we won't be able to bear the mountainous sins that your father's son has repaid us. 20 million soldiers, because of your treason, have lost all their military merits. Together, for your father, we will help you bear the crime of treason. From now on, we will not know each other and have nothing to do with each other. Marshal Shimen's tears fell on the 100-battle saber. He said softly and with a trembling voice, Nanshan brother, I'm sorry. He took a deep breath and pushed the 100-battle saber out resolutely. Take it away. The 100-battle saber let out a mournful cry. The saber flashed with red light as if it couldn't bear to leave. This treasured saber that had killed countless enemies seemed to be sentient. It was unwilling to leave the atmosphere it was most familiar with. The king of Zhongyuan stared at the saber. He wanted to reach out and grab the hilt several times. But he couldn't reach out his hand. He could feel that as long as his hand grasped the hilt of the saber, he would thoroughly tarnish his father's monstrous battle achievements. I am me. My father is my father. The king of Zhongyuan stood up and said with a cold expression, my actions have nothing to do with him. This saber is his saber. He can leave it wherever he wants. Just a saber. What does it have to do with me? I'll bear the consequences of my own actions. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Now, have you all humiliated me enough? The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, if it's enough, I'll leave. Marshal Shimen narrowed his eyes and said, enough. You can leave now. Leave immediately. The king of Zhongyuan laughed maniacally and strode out. However, after taking 2 steps, he hesitated for a moment. He turned around and bowed deeply to the 100-battle saber on the ground. Then he turned and left. He rose into the air and left with the wind. The king of Zhongyuan, who was in the air, suddenly laughed loudly. He strode away and left without looking back. Marshal Shimen heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he immediately held the 100-battle saber in his hand. The 100-battle saber made a buzzing sound, as if a child who had been wronged was crying to his parents. He gently stroked the saber hilt and muttered, he's back. He won't leave. Don't worry, he still has some sense of shame. Marshal Dongfang sneered and said, if he dares to take this saber away today, I'll send my troops to destroy him tomorrow. At least he knows his place. Does he deserve to take this 100-battle saber? At the side, Vice Principal Cheng's eyes were red as he asked, Marshals, may I ask if the Prince of Zhongyuan's crime is really written off just like that? Are we really not going to seek revenge for that monstrous sin and the debt of blood? Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, yes, we can't pursue it anymore. Qingyang's eyes were red. His chest heaved and the corners of his eyes looked like they were about to tear. Marshal Shimen said to Marshal Dongfang calmly, at least we didn't let our old brother down. This time we helped him bear the crime of treason. We should have done it and we shouldn't have. Marshal Dongfang nodded gently and sighed. In the future, if anyone uses the law to pursue this matter, we will have to stand up and demand an explanation. Vice Principal Cheng was so angry that his chest was about to explode. He took a big step forward and was about to speak, but Yi Changqing quickly pulled him back. Idiot! Yi Changqing said anxiously, are you stupid? Marshal Dongfang has already said that we can't pursue this matter according to the law, but he didn't say how to deal with the grudges of the martial world. Do you have to say everything? In the end, you're going to block the last path of revenge. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can deny the last bit of glory of the invincible war god of the Central Plains for your family? Qing Guiying felt as if cold water had been poured over his head. He immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shut his mouth. Marshal Dongfang looked meaningfully at Yi Changqing with a smile in his eyes. With their status, if they said they would protect him, they would protect him to the end. Therefore, they personally took action and wiped out all of the King of Zhongyuan's subordinates. They uprooted all of the King of Zhongyuan's efforts. This made their attitude clear. We will make sure he doesn't have that kind of ability. You can rest assured. If Vice Principal Qing went forward and asked, "Then, are you going to protect the grudges of the martial world and personal grudges as well?" As long as this sentence was asked, the answer would be obvious. We are going to protect him. And it would be a prophecy, they would protect him to the end. But as long as this sentence was not asked, there would still be an opening, because you didn't say it. The law of the country sanctioned him and His Majesty spoke. For our old brother we will protect him. But we don't care about the grudges of the martial world. Of course you have to take risks to take revenge. If you are killed no one will care. Even if you kill someone they will put you on the wanted list. These were all things that had to be considered carefully. Next was still the challenge. The King of Zhongyuan had already left. What was there to challenge? Of course there was. Next is the challenge of Team 5. Minister Ding said. Below the stage the captains of Team 5 were dumbfounded. We are just here to have fun. We didn't say we were going to challenge. What was going on? Below the stage Team 2's captain, the young man in green, transmitted his voice to Team 5's captain, the red-haired man. Next you have 8 spots. You can accept the challenge and kill these 8 people, but you can also make these 8 people drop out of the school on the spot. Since you are here I will give you face. But when you go back you and your people have to keep your mouths shut. The red-haired man was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? He hurriedly started to investigate. Then he smacked his head with a furious expression. They had placed a total of 8 students in Hidden Dragon High School as spies in the future. In the end, all of their information was in the hands of others. How could they play? Holding the name list handed over by the other side and comparing it with the names drawn by Hidden Dragon High School this time, he looked dejected. Drop out. No more challenges. The red-haired man made a prompt decision. They had already been exposed. Could it be that they still had to send people up to fight and be watched as a monkey show? Chapter 675. Yu Xiaoyu said, after dropping out, these 8 people will be wanted by the entire continent. Protect them well. The red-haired man had an unlucky expression. Who the fuck was the one who planted the spies? I came out to play in high spirits but I ended up with my face covered in dirt. Isn't it an insult for a big shot like me to clean up these small buttocks? If you want to be wanted then go ahead. Anyway I'm going to take them away first. After I take them away their life and death will be decided by fate. It's a deal. The 5 teams gave up on the challenge. The 8 students who were named also dropped out on the spot. Many people couldn't understand what was going on. However, Yi Changqing's eyes were already shining with a cold light. He did not need anyone to explain this to him. Spies. From today onwards, these 8 people would become the candidates for the Hidden Dragon High School graduates. Department Head Ding let out a long sigh. The first stage of the competition was finally over. He wondered what the second stage would be like. Why was there no notification? My head hurts, big shots. General Dongfang and the others were all very interested. It was the second stage. Would that military advisor make a move? They were looking forward to it. The second stage begins. Department Head Ding took out another piece of paper that suddenly appeared in his hand. He forcefully suppressed the depression in his heart and announced loudly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts instantly rose high. In the first stage, the Hidden Dragon High School students lost 10 rounds in a row and lost 10 people. Now that the second stage began, what kind of strange rules would there be? Could it be a battle of life and death? Continuing the Hidden Dragon High School students' losing streak, a nightmare of death? The second stage. Department Head Ding glanced at the paper and saw the rules of the second stage clearly. He immediately let out a long sigh. He had finally returned to the normal inspection track. The second stage is a friendly competition. There will be 12 rounds. 3 people from the Origin Core realm, 3 from the Soul Transformation realm, and 3 from the Cloud Transformation realm. Everyone's eyes were focused. Was Department Head Ding stupid today? There were only 9 rounds, right? Where did the total of 12 rounds come from? After the first 9 rounds of friendly competition, there will be 3 rounds of challenge competition. The 3 teams will send out people to challenge any student they want. Department head Ding said. This rule was more or less a little strange. However, in the end there was no life and death battle, no shadow of death. Yi Changqing asked cautiously, "May I ask if the designated students are designated by our school or by the other party?" Minister Ding said, "Of course it's designated by the other party." The worry on Yi Changqing's face deepened, and it didn't improve at all because of the friendly match. Being randomly selected by the other party, the danger was still great. Who knew which student the other party would choose? It would still be a tough battle and it would be very difficult to fight. Below them, the group of people from Team 1 was still languid and listless as before. The young disciples inside looked eager to give it a try. Just like what Department Head Ding had said, one was at the peak of the Dan Essence realm, one was at the peak of the Nascent Soul Transformation realm, and one was at the peak of the Cloud Transformation realm. Among the 3 teams, the one that was the most confused and didn't know what to do was Team 1. They really didn't know anything. Their original intention was to spar with the younger generation, to test and teach them. Moreover, they didn't have any big shots accompanying them. The higher-ups only sent a few leaders. Other than that, they didn't know anything about the so-called secret. To be honest, the previous 10 battles weren't just a nightmare for the people from Hidden Dragon High School. The people from Team 1 were also in a state of shock and panic. So the competition in the Astral Souls continent was actually this cruel? People would die as long as there was a competition? Wow, delicious chicken. It was only after the king of Zhongyuan left that the leader of Team 1 realized in hindsight, oh, there seems to be something else going on here. But what was it? Wuxia, don't slaughter sheep. The people from Team 2 were natives of the Astral Souls continent. There was no need to mention that they had other goals. When they heard that the second round was about to begin, they immediately became 100 times more spirited. They were at least more serious than the previous 10 battles. The 3 leaders were fighting for a spot. When it's that kid's turn, let me go. You must let me go. Get lost, I'll go. You 2 don't have to go. I'm his senior sister-in-law. It's reasonable for me to go. No. Why should you go? Why should you? The 3 leaders, 2 men and 1 woman, were eyeing each other covetously. They almost wanted to fight their own people first. His eyes were filled with great interest. This kind of tiger pretending to be a pig to eat a puppy was really interesting. As for Team 5, their goal was even simpler. They chose 2 disciples to prepare for the Nascent Soul and Cloud Transformation competitions. As for the rest, it was a competition between the 3 team leaders. I'll go. You can't. You'll ruin everything. Let me do it. Brothers, I've been holding back for so many years. Let me do it once. Let me feel good. Everyone was very interested in the drama of a tiger pretending to be a pig and eating a puppy, and their interest was exceptionally high. Zuo Duo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shiver as he muttered, "Swollen I feel. Why do I feel like something is wrong today? Didn't King of Zhongyuan leave? It's time to return to normal mode. Why are there still such abnormalities?" It was an inexplicable feeling of guilt and cowardice that came from an unknown source. To Zuo Duo, this was his first time experiencing something like this ever since he had stepped into the Tao. He felt like a pink puppy with only baby teeth that was suddenly surrounded by a group of adult tigers that, although the tigers wouldn't really eat him, everyone wanted to toy with him and trample on him. It was true. Naturally, this feeling was extremely terrible. Something is indeed wrong. Li Chenglong's mind was spinning quickly. He said, the truth of the previous 10 battles was clear. They were all targeted at the king of Zhongyuan. Just now, the atmosphere on the stage was unprecedentedly tense. But then the king of Zhongyuan suddenly left. This proves that this matter has come to an end. Zuo Duo nodded. You mean the ultimate goal of the 3 great commanders is actually the king of Zhongyuan? Then, once the king of Zhongyuan left, the 3 great commanders' established goal has actually been achieved? Li Chenglong nodded affirmatively and said, that's right. From what I can see, the 3 commanders' attitudes have suddenly become much more relaxed. They even seem a bit bored. I think the 3 commanders should have nothing else to do. That's why they are like this. In other words, the segment that belongs to them has ended. I don't think so. Gao Qiao are interrupted. Although the 3 great commanders' expressions are relaxed, there is a look of anticipation between their brows. There should be something else that is enough to attract their attention. It's just that this matter itself isn't very important. It's not essential to the 3 great commanders. But if there is something, the 3 great commanders would be happy to see it happen. But what exactly is it? This is very troublesome to think about. Li Chenglong touched his chin. The great commanders are most excited about military affairs. But for now I really don't have a clue. I can't think of what it could be. The people who fought in the battle just now all belong to the second team. The implication is clearly, solving the internal problems of the Astral Souls continent has nothing to do with the other two continents. Of course, the other two teams won't be arranged to fight. Gao Qiao said, but there is another puzzle. If our guess is right, this is after all a family scandal. Why do the Umno Alliance and the Dao League have to stand aside and become a laughing stock? She looked at Li Chenglong. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel annoyed. This little girl has shown her sincerity the last time. She's trying to test me again and again. Her intention can be said to be sinister. She's obviously hoping that I can't answer her question, so that she can answer it and show that she has a better foresight than me. She was so disgusting. So annoying. Li Chenglong said unhappily, "Are you stupid? Letting them see this is to let them understand that the king of Zhongyuan's schemes have been exposed. He has been targeted. His power is gone. So if you want to cause trouble, don't look for him. It's useless. If you force him, it'll only be in vain." This is a double solution. On the one hand, it will eliminate the possibility of these two parties colluding with the king of Zhongyuan. On the other hand, it will completely cut off the possibility of the king of Zhongyuan rising again. Think about it. If these two parties find the king of Zhongyuan and plot something together, there might be a big mess. Now that they know their target, it's just an internal problem. It'll be fine to deal with it quietly. If it really gets out of hand, it'll definitely be a scandal of the royal family. The consequences will be really unimaginable. You still have to ask such a simple question. Can't you figure it out? Gao Qiao curled her lips. Vice Squad Leader Li, you're really smart. I admire you. Li Chenglong snorted and did not say anything. Suddenly, Swollen Man felt a fragrance surround him. A voice that sounded like a smile moved closer to him, but there was a bone-chilling chill in it. You guys are having a good time chatting. Count me in too. Let's discuss it together. It was Xiang Bing who finally could not hold back and squeezed her way over. If she did not come over, this adulterous couple would not stop exchanging glances with each other. She was tall and definitely stood out among the women. She squeezed herself between Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao, without holding back. She sat down, stuck her butt out and forcefully pushed Li Chenglong out. Li Chenglong only felt a great force pushing against him. Caught off guard, he was almost sent flying. He used all his strength to stand still and he almost fell onto Zhuo Duo. He could not help but be dumbfounded. There are no more seats here and you still want to squeeze over here. Don't you have eyes? Also, you're practically using force, okay? Is there a need for that? But Xiang Bing's face was covered in frost, and Li Chenglong could not figure it out for a period of time. Who made her angry? What's going on? Begging for votes, recommendation, subscription. Also, while you're reading, please give your brothers and sisters comments a like. Let us have a few experts as well, huh? Chapter 676. Li Chenglong stood up angrily and sat on the other side, where Xiang Bing originally sat. He let out a long sigh of relief. He finally got rid of Gao Qiao, this annoying woman. He didn't know why this woman had so many questions. She was like a movie with 100,000 whys by his side. Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes looked at Li Chenglong, who left in a sorry state with a dumbfounded expression. She looked at Xiang Bing, who was smiling warmly at her but had a deep sense of wariness in her eyes. She could not help but laugh out loud. So that's how it is. So interesting. As expected, his real name was wrong and his nickname was correct. He was indeed the leader of the Iron Cult. He was iron enough and straight enough. That guy who prided himself on being extremely smart actually didn't even notice such an obvious thing. This was really too interesting. Zhuo Duo, who was at the side, rolled his eyes and said slowly, "Miss Qiao and Li Chenglong really talk about everything. You two are very congenial. I really envy how you two feel like old friends at first sight. Unlike others, you can live together for a lifetime and still feel like new." Xiang Bing's face became gloomier. Gao Qiao blinked and said knowingly, "Vice Squad Leader Li is really a rare good man. Qiao is also very happy to have Vice Squad Leader Li as a confidant. When you have time, I'll invite Vice Squad Leader Li to my house. My mother heard me mention it a few times and has always been curious to meet him. This is a new student who is knowledgeable and is second only to Squad Leader Xiao Duo." "What? Meet your mother? You want to meet her parents?" Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Bing said with a sour face, With Li Chenglong's IQ, this iron cult leader can only find a wife through an arranged marriage. Otherwise he will probably be alone for the rest of his life. Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes moved and said, I don't think so. With Vice Squad leader Li's insight and wisdom, how can an ordinary woman enter his eyes? It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. It's best to not even consider an arranged marriage. With Vice Squad leader Li's character, wisdom and cultivation, he will definitely not be alone for the rest of his life. So what if he's an Iron Man? I admire this type of man the most. This type is great. At the very least he won't be a playboy for the rest of his life. He's reliable. Xiang Bing said angrily, that's because your eyesight is bad. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and said, I think class monitor Zhuo is better than Li Chenglong in every aspect. Whether it's his intelligence or his straight personality, he's more suitable for Senior Gao than Li Chenglong. Senior Gao, why don't you consider it? Seeing that she couldn't win against Gao Qiao, this girl actually wanted to divert the trouble away. Gao Qiao, smiled sweetly. Class monitor Zhuo is naturally not a hero of the world, but he is really a high mountain that people look up to and difficult to get close to. People like Li Chenglong are the most approachable and congenial. Xiang Bing was furious and bared his teeth. This guy is lazy, greedy, ugly, short, wretched and afraid of death. He's also an idiot who doesn't understand romance. His brain is like a block of wood. I can't believe someone likes him. A meaningful smile appeared on Gao Qiao's lips. How do you know it's not because someone else has bad eyesight and can't see the gold hidden in the sand? But this is also good, we don't have to worry about people snatching it. Xiang Bing's lungs were about to explode from Gao Qiao's words, but she couldn't do anything. She could only say angrily, what's wrong with these leaders? If they want to compete, then let's compete. Why are they dragging it out? How did they become such high-ranking officials? She had nowhere to vent her frustration, so she actually vented her anger on the marshals. Gao Qiao tactfully shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that the fire was already burning and wisely didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. What's the meaning of all of you not saying anything? Is it because I'm here? If you think I'm annoying, then I'll leave. Li Chenglong stretched his head over and said, please lower your voice. The leaders are still discussing. Why are you in such a hurry? It's such a big scene. Can't you calm down and be more reserved? Xiang Bing finally found a target to vent her anger. She said angrily, who's talking to you? Scumbag. Li Chenglong was immediately dumbfounded. Scumbag? Was she talking about him? He never thought that he would be associated with this word one day. But even if he wanted to be scumbag, there was no one to be scumbag. Who was he scumbag? However, he couldn't refute this question. He shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. She said angrily, why aren't you saying anything? Scumbag. Her anger was completely burning. She had been holding it in for almost an entire day. At this moment it was out of control. It was like a huge oil barrel that was already on fire. The fire was very big. It was about to explode. Li Chenglong saw that Xiang Bing wanted a yard after taking an inch and finally couldn't help but retort. I can see that you're going to fight whoever you can get your hands on. Don't be crazy with me. Who's the scumbag? Don't talk nonsense. Xiang Bing was burning with anger. Scumbag. 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 I'll say that you're a scumbag. Li Chenglong was even angrier. He retorted, that's enough. Who am I, scumbag? Scumbag you. This sentence instantly ignited the barrel of gunpowder. It exploded. You actually want to scumbag me? Xiang Bing screamed and pounced over. She grabbed Li Chenglong and gave him a beating. Suddenly the chairs fell. The scene was chaotic. Many students jumped up and ran to the side. Li Chenglong never thought that Xiang Bing would suddenly go crazy at this time. She actually dared to hit him in such a serious situation. She was so unscrupulous and didn't care about anything. Without any preparation he was thrown to the ground by Xiang Bing. What followed was a barrage of punches that came like a storm. Li Chenglong was still worried about the consequences and didn't dare to fight back. In an instant he was punched and kicked countless times. His shoulder was even bitten by Xiang Bing. He was in so much pain that he hissed and cried, let go. Let go. Yes. Let go. Xiang Bing finally took advantage of him. How could she let go? She bit him hard and didn't let go. Her tears fell down drop by drop. She had been holding it in for the entire match. Since the start of the competition, Gao Qiao had come over. Throughout the whole process Xiang Bing did not even look at the 10 matches. She had been listening attentively, listening to the movements on this side. The corners of her eyes were like soldering iron. She saw the two of them talking in full swing. Occasionally they even used telepathy. Obviously they didn't want others to hear them. Then she looked at the ambiguous smile on their faces. You guys must be discussing something shameful. It wasn't easy for Xiang Bing to hold it in for so long. She suppressed her anger again and again. Now that they had started fighting, she might as well vent her anger. She beat Li Chenglong until his head was full of bumps. She didn't want to stop. Li Chenglong had been thinking about the big picture. He had been holding it in. However, Xiang Bing didn't want to stop. Finally he couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, "You are so unreasonable. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Immediately he exerted his strength and flipped over. Then he pressed Xiang Bing down with ease. With a dong sound, her head hit the hard floor. His large fist was about to smash down. "You're looking for a beating." Just as he was about to punch her, he saw that Xiang Bing's eyes were full of tears. He was stunned. He stopped and asked, "You hit me. Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying." "Scumbag." Xiang Bing straightened her back like a mad tiger. She bit Li Chenglong's left cheek again. Her mouth was moaning. She didn't let go. Li Chenglong shouted, "Pull her away. This woman is crazy." At this moment, when Xingtian was so angry that his face turned purple. In such a serious occasion his class, which was full of elites, actually had such a thing happen. Even the few marshals on the stage looked over in surprise. Team 1, Team 2 and Team 5 all turned their heads to watch with great interest, their eyes full of excitement. Clearly, in the eyes of these people, they were already imagining dozens of episodes of a school love story in an instant. "Zuoxiao Duo." When Xingtian said angrily, "What are you waiting for?" Zuoxiao Duo was laughing at his misfortune. He was confused when he heard that. "What did I do? If you didn't instigate, would they have fought?" When Xingtian saw everything, seeing that this guy was still pretending to be confused, he wanted to slap him. "As the class monitor, you didn't stop it immediately. Instead, you added fuel to the fire. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pull them away. Do you think I don't teach you enough?" "Ahem." Zuoxiao Duo defended himself. "I didn't instigate anything. I just wanted to accuse them." At the same time he and Xiang Chong moved to separate the two. Li Chenglong, who was beaten up, was covered in dirt and looked confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly beaten up. Xiang Bing, who was beating him up, cried silently as if she had been wronged. When Xingtian looked at Li Chenglong with disappointment and said angrily, "Hurry up and pacify her." Li Chenglong cried out in grievance, "Teacher, when you can't judge a person. I'm the one who was beaten up. What happened to equality between men and women?" When Xingtian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Fuck, you're the leader of the Iron God sect. I didn't call you wrong at all." Since such a long time ago, who in class 1 didn't know that Xiang Bing was interested in Li Chenglong? Even when Xingtian saw it and understood everything. However, Li Chenglong was the only one who didn't feel anything, even though his body was as tough as steel. He greeted Xiang Bing's face with his fists every day. During this period of time, when Xingtian had been watching Zuoxiao Duo, this bad egg constantly instigate things. Today he said that Yu Yin seemed to like Li Chenglong. Now that both of them were not around, they probably went on a date. Then Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong. Tomorrow he instigated that Zhen Piapiao looked at Li Chenglong strangely and showed signs of falling in love. Then Xiang Bing rushed to fight with Li Chenglong. Then Zuoxiao Duo secretly hid at the side and watched the show, jumping with joy. When Xingtian already had a headache over this bad behavior. A cheap bitch, a silly bitch, and a silly girl who loved to say things in her heart. Why did I teach such a group of students? Not only Zuoxiao Duo, but even Meng Zhangjun and the others were well aware of this matter. However, each of them held back and didn't tell Li Chenglong about it. Every time Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong with a heart full of depression, everyone would just follow behind and watch the fun. Once, the two of them fought in class. As a result, everyone in the class, both men and women, quietly crowded at the window and peeked at what kind of a group was this. Chapter 677. The students of Class 1 had been infected with Zuoxiaoduo's despicable temperament. Every one of them took pleasure in other people's misfortune and enjoyed watching a good show. Especially after every time Li Chenglong was beaten up, he would have a depressed and confused look on his face. It was simply the source of joy for the entire class during this period of time. Although when Xingtian wanted to laugh every time he saw Li Chenglong's confused face, he had also secretly joined in the fun many times. taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. But what time was it now? The top officials of the continent were all watching. Go and comfort her. When Xingqian glared at Li Chenglong, Li Chenglong's mind was filled with wisdom. He walked in front of Xiang Bing feeling wronged. Don't cry. Xiang Bing turned around and ignored him, continuing to cry. I'll beat you to death if you cry again. Li Chenglong coaxed. Everyone almost fainted. They had never heard of coaxing someone like this before. Xiang Bing stopped crying immediately. She raised her head fiercely and bared her teeth. Don't you dare. Li Chenglong turned his head. I've coaxed her. Zhou Xiaoduo fell on his chair and started twitching. When Xingqian's expression was also strange. He finally sighed and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit down. I'll give it to you. Everyone has their own fate. Let's leave it to the heavens and go with the flow. Over there. What's going on? Marshal Dongfang asked with interest, his eyes solemn. Just now he had thought that it was a fight between students and did not pay much attention to it. He had only casually glanced over, but with this glance he instantly felt that something was different. It was unusually different. Because the luck over there was skyrocketing. It was so terrifying that it could even create a hole in the clear sky. Marshal Dongfang was one of the few qi-gazing experts in the world. He was almost the #1 person in the astral souls. With this glance he was so shocked that he almost cried out. He had never seen such dense luck before. Who are these people? Compared to this enormous destiny, Xiao Junyi, who had lost her life, and the aura of the crown princess, who had almost achieved great things, were practically nothing. How could General Dongfang not be moved by such a shocking discovery? That was why he asked this question. It sounded very casual, but General Dongfang already had a plan in mind. On the stage, Yi Changqing and the others were drawing up a list of participants. Meanwhile, teams 1, 2 and 5 were also drawing up a list of participants. Hearing this, Yi Changqing did not understand Commander Dongfang's real intention at all. He coughed awkwardly and said, "This is just a quarrel between children. It has nothing to do with the general." Regarding this matter, Yi Changqing was naturally well aware. Xiang Quangren was the vice principal. He had already sighed in the office more than once, saying that his granddaughter had taken a fancy to a blockhead who would not understand even if he was beaten to death. It was really unfortunate for the family, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, every time he said this, Yi Changqing and the others clearly saw that the old man's face was full of pride. This old man was simply showing off that his granddaughter was already taken, and that she had a good match. Therefore, as time passed, Yi Changqing and the others were known by everyone. Moreover, the reason was basically because of Zhou Xiaoduo's instigation. Everyone was well aware of this. They all felt powerless to complain in their hearts. With Zhou Xiaoduo, this little bitch, causing trouble in the school every day, there would be chaos every day. However, to be honest, the Hidden Dragon High School had not been as lively as this year for a very, very long time. The frequency of people fighting over tables every day was at least 100 times more than in previous years. There were people breaking arms and legs basically every day. However, one thing was undeniable. Although the atmosphere was foul, when it came to the individual strength of the entire school students, it was as if they were being whipped by a whip, and their progress was very fast. It had far exceeded the progress of the same period in previous years, and it was even several times more. Such a change spurred the senior students to train as if their lives were at stake. If Zhou Xiaoduo defeated the 4th grade class 1, and even defeated the entire Hidden Dragon High School, wouldn't everyone be embarrassed to the extreme? Now that Commander Dongfang asked, Yi Changqing could only play dumb and hope that he could fool him. Commander Dongfang was obviously not satisfied with Yi Changqing's answer. He asked, "What's the name of that student?" Yi Changqing coughed and said, "That girl is Vice Principal Xiang's great-granddaughter, Xiang Bing." Now, Commander Dongfang, Commander Shimin and Commander Beigong were all interested. Of course they were not interested in Xiang Bing. The three of them were smart people and they all understood what Yi Changqing was implying. It seemed like he did not want to say the boy's name. Why was he not saying it? The three commanders were not only smart people, but also experienced in the martial arts world. How could they be fooled by Yi Changqing? Commander Shimin and Commander Beigong were even more cunning. They remembered that Dongfang Xingyang was an expert in aura observation, and now he was specifically asking about that matter. This old man must have found something unusual. Now, with Yi Changqing's hesitation, the two of them were even more certain. Hence, Commander Shimin continued to ask, "What about that boy? What's his name?" Cough cough, "That boy, his name is Li Chenglong." Yi Changqing braced himself. He did not forget that because of this generation's military advisor, the commanders in front of him had all called him before that he wanted to fool them, but in the end he was still interrogated. Hearing this name, Commander Dongfang's heart was filled with hatred. Why did I ask just now? Why couldn't I ask him alone later? Now, look at Ximenlai and Bei Gonghao. These two old men's eyes are as bright as light bulbs. Bei Gonghao's eyes widened. That's the freshman who was praised by the generation's military advisor? Ximenlai nodded as well. No wonder there are beauties fighting for him. He is indeed a dragon among men. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At the same time they looked at Commander Dongfang, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This old man, he wanted to take everything for himself. Haha. Are you crazy, old man? At this moment, Department Head Li, who was standing on the stage, spoke again. The new battle list for the Hidden Dragon High School has been drawn up. Now it will be a battle between students of the Inner Core Realm. And the rules of the competition are. Head Ding cleared his throat. In the arena, don't go too far. Victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. Cough, cough, cough. On and off the stage, the sound of coughing could be heard, rising and falling in an endless stream, lasting for a long time. Head Ding stood on the stage and couldn't help but blush. Luckily, after so many years of being an official, his skin had become as thick as a city wall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Just now, he said, fighting in the arena is the same as fighting on the battlefield. Weapons have no eyes, life and death is your own responsibility. Now it had become, victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. This turn was a little too big. The Hidden Dragon High School students on the field also widened their eyes. They had truly witnessed the shamelessness of these old foxes. So, it was really like this. Words were just two layers of skin. How one said it depended on how thick one's skin was. If one's skin was thick enough, then they could say whatever they wanted without changing their expression. Hidden Dragon High School Origin Core State, 3 students participating. Zuo Duo, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong. Below the stage. Team 2, Team 5, me. I'm at the Origin Core State. I'm also at the Origin Core State. I'm at the Origin Core State. My battle strength is the weakest. Me too. Don't fight. I'm a true Origin Core State cultivator. On the stage, the 3 commanders and a department head who knew the identities of these fellows were speechless. What was wrong with these fellows? Why were they so enthusiastic? Was a mere Origin Core State cultivator's battle worthy of their interest? Any one of them could defeat a Hidden Dragon High School student with just a breath of air. They were actually interested in a battle of this level. Is he crazy? The results of the draw: Team 1 Bu Yunxiao, Team 2 Yu Xiaoyu, Team 5 Bing Xiaobing. Department Head Ding's voice suddenly became strange. He almost lost control of himself. He knew the identities of these people. When he read out their names, he had an inexplicable urge to bang his head against the wall. What kind of disgusting taste was this? That Bu Yunxiao of the first team was a true peak Origin Core State cultivator. Team 2's Yu Xiaoyu and Team 5's Bing Xiaobing. The two of you were too much of a bully. To disguise yourselves and fight with an Origin Core State cultivator. If you're so capable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Department Head Ding felt that he really couldn't watch anymore. However, there was still a draw for the opponents, and Department Head Ding had to preside over it. 3 names against 3 names. Department Head Ding was in charge of drawing the lots. Just as he stretched out his hand, he saw the 6 lots move for some reason. Then, with a slight explosion, the 6 lots turned into powder. Department Head Ding stood there in a daze. His face was slightly pale. With his cultivation, he naturally knew what was going on, so his first reaction was to turn around and leave. What exactly did you guys want? Just a little more and I would have been torn apart. Below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu and Bing Xiaobing looked at each other with killing intent. Both of them wanted to draw a certain person. Just now, they had already secretly exchanged blows. Even though they had tried their best to control themselves, both of them had used all their strength. The lots that bore the brunt of their attacks were instantly destroyed, and Department Head Ding was almost torn apart. No one is allowed to attack. Yu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice. You cheated first. Bing Xiaobing said. How did you guys know? Yu Xiaoyu said. Why do you care? Bing Xiaobing said. If you draw a lot, you have to have some points. Yu Xiaoyu said. I know better than you. Bing Xiaobing said. Yu Xiaoyu snorted. She was still a little worried. How did the Umno Alliance find out? On our side, only the couple in front of us, Nanjing Qian, Wu Taijiang, myself and my father know about it. In total, there are only 6 people who know about it. Even Dong Fang and the others don't know the truth. But this Bing Xiaobing. Bing Xiaobing and the other 2 seem to know too? Then who was the one who leaked the news? Yu Xiaoyu's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 678. On the other side. A telepathic message came. What's going on? They seem to know too? How did they know? Yudong Tian, can't you be more reliable? How can you tell such a secret to everyone? The king of Zwolu was anxious. If his identity was exposed, who would be able to bear the consequences if something happened? Yu Xiaoyu said, how would I know? Anyway, it wasn't me who said it. Maybe it was Nanjing Qian. Yes, it should be Nanjing Qian. When will you change your bad habit of pushing the blame? The king of Zwolu was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. This was too serious. If the 3 grand shamans of the Umno Alliance knew, wouldn't that mean that all the higher-ups knew? All the higher-ups knew, but most of the higher-ups on his side didn't. How could he guarantee little brother's safety? What if something really happened that the king of Zwolu didn't dare to think about it anymore? He sent a telepathic message to Yu Xiaoyu. Investigate thoroughly. Yu Xiaoyu said, anyway, it was either Nanjing Qian or Wu Taijiang who spread the news. These 2 are the only suspects. Of course it could also be you. Maybe you coveted uncle's was assets. Fuck you. The king of Zwolu exploded. There were only a few people who knew about it. Other than you, everyone else was a suspect? You were the only one who was innocent? Also, not only did you try to push the blame, you even tried to slander others. A dog's bite was really deep. 6 new lots were made. Department head Ding was trembling with fear when he drew the lots. He was sweating profusely. As the saying went, the more you knew, the more inferior you felt. Minister Ding knew what happened when he drew the lots. He didn't know what had happened to those 2 people. They suddenly exploded with power right in front of him. Others might not know how powerful this technique was, but Minister Ding was well aware of it. At that moment, even space had been shattered in front of him. Fuck you. Just a tiny bit more and I would have been smashed into smithereens. Now you want me to draw the lots again. You're not the ones who are going to be crushed, are you? Department head Ding tried his best to stop his legs from trembling. He mustered his courage and stretched out his hand to pull that. There's no movement. The fact that there was no movement was a blessing. It was a blessing from heaven. Department head Ding quietly wiped his sweat and said, the drawing of lots for the first battle has been completed. First battle, Li Chenglong against Bu Yunxiao. Li Chenglong stood up. Zhuo Duo patted him on the shoulder. Remember. Li Chenglong swept away his previous gloomy look and became confident. I remember. He rubbed his face and walked out. Behind him, Xiang Bing said nervously, Li Chenglong, you have to be careful. Li Chenglong turned around and there was a clear bite mark on the left side of his face. He grinned. I won't lose. Then he walked out. His martial arts suit was whiter than snow, and his long sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He was like an immortal. As he walked out, Li Chenglong's temperament became more and more restrained with every step he took. When he reached the arena, he had completely changed into a refined and gentle gentleman. Swollen had gone through a lot of tempering and cultivation. His image was no longer as swollen as before. At most, he would only have the appearance of swollen after sparring with Zhuo Duo. The rest of his life was mediocre and there was no way for him to be swollen. The current Li Chenglong had a fair complexion and bright eyes. Although he couldn't be considered very handsome, his entire body exuded a calm aura. The first impression that people had of him was that he was gentle, elegant, graceful, and had a card up his sleeve. There was a phrase that could describe the current Li Chenglong, modest gentleman, gentle as jade. Of course, if there was no bite mark on his face. Cough, that would be even better. On the opposite side, Li Chenglong's opponent, Bu Yunxiao, was already standing on the arena. As a true junior, although Bu Yunxiao was usually very arrogant and looked down on others, he did not dare to be impudent right now. Li Chenglong's body floated up. His entire person was like a gust of wind as he floated onto the arena. First he bowed to the 3 commanders, then he bowed to Minister Ding. His movements were very smooth and there was an indescribable calmness. There was also an indescribable gentleness and gentleness. I am Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong bowed to his opponent and smiled. Brother Bu, it is an honor to meet you today. Bu Yunxiao was taken aback. Hello. It was the first time that Bu Yunxiao had met someone who was full of classical Chinese. For Bu Yunxiao, he was not used to it. But the other person's smile was very friendly. There was a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Brother Bu has come from afar. The journey is dusty, the mountains are thousands of miles, and there are many dangers. Li Chenglong slowly said, "Now that you have come to Hidden Dragon, I have not yet done my duty as a host, and there will be a battle. Brother Bu, how about you rest for a while?" His voice was slow, like a lullaby. Although he had deepened his cultured and refined, scholarly general temperament, it still made everyone frown when they heard him. Was this little brat crazy? Why was he speaking so eloquently on the arena? Bu Yunxiao gave a dry laugh and said, "No need. Since you and I are destined to fight, why don't we end it early?" He had been influenced by Li Chenglong and had unknowingly become more refined. Moreover, he was very careful with his words. Li Chenglong gave a gentle smile. The teeth mark on the left side of his face trembled. He said elegantly, "Since it is like this, Brother Bu, please show me your heroic bearing. Let little brother admire Brother Bu's great skills." Bu Yunxiao looked at the teeth mark on the other's face. He could not help but tremble his left face. He said, "Please?" Li Chenglong said elegantly, "Brother Bu, what weapon do you use?" Bu Yunxiao was taken aback. "I use a sword." Li Chenglong said, "What a coincidence. Little brother also uses a sword." Finished speaking. Li Chenglong turned his wrist. With a clang, the sealed dragon sword came out of its sheath. A cold light flashed. This was Li Chenglong's first battle after obtaining the sealed dragon sword. Li Chenglong looked at the sword as if he was looking at his dream lover. He gently stroked it and gently said, "Brother Bu, this sword of mine is 3 feet and 3 inches long. It is made from the cold iron of the bottom of the sea, the soul of a meteorite and the soul of a star's steel. This sword is called the sealed dragon sword. It weighs 17 pounds and can cut through iron like mud. It can be said to be one of the best weapons in the world." Bu Yunxiao's heart became more and more confused. Could it be that when coming to the Hidden Dragon High Martial competition, one had to follow these rules? But right now he was in someone else's territory. Even if he boasted that he was a dragon that crossed the river, he still had to give way to the local snake. While thinking, he drew his sword out of its scabbard and held it horizontally. He imitated Li Chenglong and said, "Brother Li, the sword in my hand is 1 meter long. It's made from. The name of the sword is Starlight. It weighs 13.5 pounds. It can cut gold and jade. It's also one of the sharpest weapons in the world. It's rare." Li Chenglong's face was filled with sincere appreciation. "Good sword." Bu Yunxiao could only follow and said with a serious face, "It is a good sword." Below the stage, countless students were confused. Even the leaders of the first, second, and fifth teams did not know what was going on. What the hell was this brat singing on stage? How could it be so awkward? Goosebumps were rising all over his body. The difference in reaction was that the leader of the first team sighed. The commander of the 3 armies on stage showed a look of appreciation. "This Li Chenglong is really sinister." As soon as he came up, he spoke softly and brought Bu Yunxiao into his own rhythm. Moreover, he came prepared. He accumulated his own aura to gain the upper hand. Bu Yunxiao obviously did not have this kind of preparation. Subconsciously he was led by Li Chenglong. His heart is impetuous and his expression is overflowing. He is indeed sinister and scheming. No wonder he is the military advisor of a generation. Not bad, not bad. This brat is really sinister. Little sinister bastard. Li Chenglong definitely would not have thought that the method he used to create his own appearance was to carry out the established plan. He wanted to create a gentle and elegant image. The result was that the military advisor of a generation had already been memorized by the 3 commanders. They judged this natural performance as a premeditated sinister move. It was really a pity. "Please, please?" Li Chenglong took the lead and retreated. He held his sword and saluted. Bu Yunxiao followed suit and saluted with his sword. Immediately, 2 cold lights soared into the sky. The 2 had already begun to fight. As soon as they made their move, it was an extreme confrontation. They used all their strength. In just a moment, no one could see the figures on the stage. Only 2 cold lights could be seen rolling on the stage, intertwining with each other. Seeing the confrontation continue, Xiang Bing held her breath. She nervously looked at the stage. But in her heart, she was regretting that she had quarreled with Li Chenglong. This time, her image that was originally not so good was ruined by herself. And Li Chenglong's image that was originally not so good was also ruined by herself. She did not know whether or not what had just happened would affect his state of mind. Would it affect his performance? Judgment? For a moment, her heart was in a mess. Zhou Xiaoduo on the side did not add insult to injury. He comforted her. Don't worry, Li Chenglong will definitely win. Xiang Bing opened her eyes wide, saying, Really? Yes, it's true. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. When Swollen wins, there will definitely be more girls who like him. Last night, Li Chenglong was still discussing with me who was more good-looking. He even said that he was the Iron Order's leader. Who doesn't know how fickle his heart is? Xiang Bing bit her plump lips and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with hatred. We should really discipline him. Li Chenglong is really too much. He probably knows more girls than I have ever seen. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and sighed. When Xingqian flew over and forcefully twisted Zhou Xiaoduo's ear. He lifted his body up by 2 centimeters and then put him down. Then he stared at him. Zhou Xiaoduo was angry but did not dare to say anything. He quickly changed his tone, but Swollen is just a flirtatious mouth. His heart is very loyal. Last time I dreamed that he was called Ice Egg. Xiang Bing's eyes lit up and her face turned red. Really? I heard it with my own ears. Zhou Xiaoduo pretended to be serious. We live together but we don't sleep on the same bed. Why would I lie to you? Xiang Bing blushed. I don't believe you. If you don't sleep together, how would you know what he said in his sleep? Chapter 679. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. Sister, you are focusing on the wrong thing. Are you saying that we should sleep together? Zhou Xiaoduo said, If you don't believe me, you can sleep with him tonight. You can go and see for yourself. Xiang Bingfei blushed and turned her head away, ignoring him. When Xingqian sighed as he listened. Bastard. I want to hit him. On the stage, the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. Li Chenglong had clashed with Bu Yunxiao's sword for more than 10 times. How could he not understand that Bu Yunxiao's foundation was really deep? It was actually on par with his. Judging from his swollen body, Bu Yunxiao was at the inner core level. He was at least a top genius who had suppressed his power 8 or even 9 times. What's more, he was an extreme genius who had suppressed his power 8 times before. Other than having a deep foundation and a high level of cultivation, he also had a lot of experience in fighting. His ability to predict changes in a battle was outstanding. He could be called the best of the best. Li Chenglong knew that he had met a strong opponent, so he could not help but concentrate on fighting. In this battle, both sides were evenly matched in the truest sense. Bu Yunxiao's sword style was grand and majestic, just like a teacher. There was no treachery, only a righteous aura. Li Chenglong was also fighting steadily. The current rhythm was probably in line with the plan he had originally set up. In terms of the battle situation, Li Chenglong had 40% of his offensive power and 60% of his defensive power. His defense was impenetrable. Bu Yunxiao, on the other hand, had used 60% of his offensive power. His attacks were like the Yangtze River or the pouring rain, continuous and unending, each wave higher than the last. The teachers of Hidden Dragon High School, including the principal and the vice principal, were all sweating. Fortunately, Li Chenglong had gone up and not Xiang Chong. If Xiang Chong had gone up, he would have been defeated. When Xingqian, Yi Changqing, and the others knew how deep Li Chenglong's foundation was. To put it bluntly, although Li Chenglong was only at the peak of the inner core level, his real combat power was not inferior to the middle level of the nascent soul level, or even the high level of the nascent soul level. After a long time, when he got used to the opponent's level suppression, there was a possibility of him winning. But the opponent, a random teenager from the first team, was actually able to fight so fiercely with Li Chenglong. He even maintained a relatively strong offensive power, which was rare. There are so many geniuses in the world. Could it be that a great era is coming and talents will appear in large numbers? Yi Changqing sighed in his heart. He didn't know that although Hidden Dragon High School was extremely surprised, the first team, which was the Dao League, was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. This Hidden Dragon High School student was actually so awesome? Bu Yunxiao, the teenager representing the Dao League this time, was not casually sent out. This kid was very talented and his luck was very strong. He had a lot of fortuitous encounters. For example, he was accidentally looking for herbs and fell into the cave of a Demon King-level star beast. The star beast just happened to be out looking for food and he actually came back safely. He even brought back the treasure that the star beast hid in the cave. Just this one incident alone was enough to show how extraordinary he was. How strong was his luck? What kind of fortuitous encounter? And indeed, this was not the only fortuitous encounter he had. Bu Yunxiao's elders once commented on this kid, saying, "This kid, if placed in a novel, this kind of encounter would definitely be the main character's template, the main character's treatment." This was simply the heaven and earth's favor and nature's favor. You say, a person with such an outstanding appearance, with so many fortuitous encounters, could always turn misfortune into fortune. If he wasn't the main character, then what was he? Think about his name, Bu Yunxiao. It was full of artistic conception, temperament, depth, and height, and it was also full of style. This was the name of a main character. It was not inferior to Long Out Yen Zhao Ridi and so on. It was even more imposing and more humane. Although Bu Yunxiao looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, he was actually 22 years old. His combat power was based on the physique of a near-perfect astral souls, and he had many fortuitous encounters. He had also been cleansed by the elders of his sect, and he had been trained in many ways. At least in the sect he came from, he could be said to be invincible in the same level. There were also many nascent soul cultivators who had been defeated by him. He had even tied with several transformation cloud cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, he was the peerless genius of the Tao League's younger generation. This time, for the competition of the inner core realm, the leader of the Tao League did not even think about it and directly sent him out. Naturally, he wanted to win this round cleanly so as not to ruin the prestige of the Tao League. In the heart of the leader of the Tao League, this round would be won in about 10 moves. Before the battle, he had even sent a message. In order to save the opponent's face, he could let the opponent withstand a few more moves. But who would have thought that a student representative casually sent out by the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School could actually fight with Bu Yunxiao until now, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. What made the leader of the Tao League even more shocked was that there seemed to be a funny bite mark on the kid's face. Did this mean something? Someone was fiercer than him? He actually bit him. Up until now, almost 100 moves had passed, but the opponent was still as vigorous as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger, calm and even a little graceful. This was simply like seeing a ghost. What the leader of the Tao League was worried about now was whether Bu Yunxiao had the possibility of being defeated. As long as he thought of the opponent, Li Chenglong, before the start of the battle, all kinds of etiquettes, and the way he led Bu Yunxiao by the nose, the leader of the Tao League faintly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that everything was within the kid's calculations and plans? Could it be that this kid was actually a rare talent in military strategy? How could there be such an all-rounder in the world? At the end of the battle, the sword chi began to fly out with a whoosh. This battle was really not short. Up until now, both of them had used up a lot of their physical strength and energy, and they were gradually unable to control their sword chi from leaking out. At this moment, everyone present was silent. Including Commander Dongfang, Commander Shimin, and even the leaders of the 2nd and 5th teams, those powerful people in disguise, all looked serious, and were especially concerned about this battle. Originally, how could a battle of the primordial core level enter their eyes? But now, the two people in the battle had already surpassed the level of the primordial core level, and they had surpassed it by too much. The most important thing was that these two people were really young, which showed that they were peerless geniuses. And the current situation where the sword chi tore the space, where the sword chi went, the space faintly split, showed that the power of each sword was about to reach the level of the sword chi of the cloud transformation level. Peerless geniuses. Two peerless geniuses. Such peerless geniuses, no matter which one of them was lost, their forces would be heartbroken for a long time. Quite a good seedling. The red-haired man's eyes flickered. Indeed, not bad. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes focused. As for Commander Dongfang and the others, they were even more unable to take their eyes off him. They never thought that Li Chenglong, who was praised as a military strategist, actually had the potential to be a peerless expert. This was really a big surprise. Really good. This Li Chenglong is ours for sure. Commander Shimin murmured. As expected of the future military strategist of the Northern Army. Commander Bei Gonghao's eyes shone. Commander Dongfang smiled faintly and glanced at the two commanders from the corner of his eyes. Two dummies. With your intellect, you want to compete with me. On the arena, the two sword lights collided and shook. They became more and more crisscrossed and became fiercer and fiercer. They were like two bolts of lightning that suddenly went to the east and then to the west at the same time. They suddenly rushed up to the sky at the same time and then suddenly fell down. The sword lights were bright and dazzling like the lights of the Lantern Festival, extremely bright. However, sword chi flew out one after another with a long tail. Clearly, these two people's control had reached the limit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The frequency of the two swords clashing also gradually increased. Zhuo Duo held the sunflower seeds in his hand and calmly ate them one by one. He was one of the few people present who was not worried about this battle. He knew Li Chenglong too well, to the point that even Li Chenglong did not know him as well as he did. Li Chenglong had been controlling the rhythm from the beginning to the end, whether it was the words, the battle, or the confrontation. Until now, this fellow had not used his full strength, while his opponent was already using all his strength. Li Chenglong's most difficult phase was actually at the beginning. He who had not fought against the Dao League sword techniques, suddenly encountered the Dao League's most exquisite sword techniques, and it was difficult for him to deal with them. However, even though Li Chenglong was in a difficult situation, he still managed to stabilize himself, maintaining the strategy of using defense to attack, and using defense to wait for an opportunity. At this point he had completely adapted to it. Although his opponent's attack seemed to be as strong as before, it would not last long. The first spurt of energy would weaken the second, and the third spurt of energy would be exhausted. His opponent's attack had already passed the spurt of energy stage, and was currently in a state of exhaustion. Once it reached the third spurt of energy, it would be Li Chenglong's time to counterattack. When Xingqian stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. How could this be? Li Chenglong had been under extreme pressure during this period of time. Whether he was fighting against himself or against Zhuo Duo, he had always been suppressed, and it was a bitter battle. Li Chenglong could at least hold on for more than 10 minutes in such a bitter battle, and his opponent would definitely not be able to continue attacking for such a long time. Now that this guy was just waiting for the right time to ambush them. As expected, as the battle continued, Bu Yunxiao gradually became impatient. Suddenly, with a loud shout, he and his sword turned into a whirlwind. Rolling up from the ground, he soared into the sky. A magnificent sword mountain, sword light flew, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Spinning, he rushed towards Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong smiled gently. Good sword technique. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and subscriptions. Let's comment and like each other, ha. Chapter 680. Li Chenglong's body movement became even more agile, as if he was floating around like a willow catkin. The sword in his hand was straight as if there was no force at all. The opponent's sword attack was unprecedented, but Li Chenglong's sword was affected by the momentum and stuck to the opponent's sword, floating back and forth with the opponent's movement. Even the weight of his whole body was stuck to the opponent's sword, floating along with it. He calmly waited, waiting for Bu Yunxiao to exhaust himself, waiting for him to show a flaw. Even when Bu Yunxiao began to show a flaw, Li Chenglong ignored it, as if he did not see it. The opponent's breath was still stable, and the sword attack was not showing any signs of weakening. The so-called flaw was not a flaw but a trap. Li Chenglong was tricked by Zhuo Duo every day, so he was very familiar with this kind of obvious trap. He did not even look. As time went by, Bu Yunxiao finally could not help but become impatient. Since he was a child, he had always been successful. Even if he encountered any danger, he would turn it into a blessing. At least, he had never met an opponent of the same level that he could not defeat. Even if he faced a nascent soul, he could still win. Even if he faced Hua Yunxiao, he could still fight. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. After a bitter battle of over 1,000 moves, they were actually evenly matched. Moreover, the other party's calm attitude made Bu Yunxiao feel more and more unpleasant to the eye. "You're so calm? I will not let you be calm." The long sword danced faster and faster, and his body movement became faster and faster. The starlight sword suddenly began to emit a little starlight. Li Chenglong's swordsmanship also changed, and his body movement also changed. He became more cautious and careful. The original 40% attack and 60% defense suddenly became 90% defense and 1% attack. The original counterattack suddenly shrank, and the opponent's sword chi took advantage of the situation, like a storm, mixed with a little starlight that covered the sky, and drowned the space around Li Chenglong in one fell swoop. Looking from afar, Bu Yunxiao's sword light was like a huge bright ball of light, complete and round, emitting a dazzling brilliance as if it had condensed into a substance. Xiang Bing exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with worry, and she seemed ready to make a move. It was obvious that the deaths of 10 people had left a shadow in Xiang Bing's heart. Her eyesight was limited and she was worried and confused. It was impossible to distinguish the true strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Seeing that Li Chenglong was suddenly in danger, she actually wanted to help him. Even if Minister Ding had said before that only the winner and the loser would be determined, not the life and death, the current scene was too exciting, far more exciting than the previous 10 matches. How could Xiang Bing not have this thought? Zhou Xiaoduo threw a pistachio into her mouth and said lazily, "Stop it and eat your pistachio. Swollen is getting more and more sinister." Xiang Bing subconsciously closed her mouth and crushed the pistachio with a crunch. Swollen was clearly waiting for an exhausted enemy, and wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Sure enough, under the barrage of attacks, Li Chenglong did not move at all. He was like an ancient reef. No matter how the wind blew and the rain hit him, he was still as steady as a mountain. Bu Yunxiao let out a loud shout, and finally released the last breath of true yuan that he had never spat out under any circumstances. This kind of yuan qi was called life-saving true yuan. It was reserved for the last moment to escape. It was also called life yuan qi. But now Bu Yunxiao had completely activated this last bit of yuan qi. Just for this victory. In a flash, Li Chenglong suddenly felt the pressure increase, almost to the point where he could not breathe. But in his heart he was finally relieved. The opponent's trump card had been revealed. Bu Yunxiao used up the last bit of his yuan qi and in one breath, he crazily attacked 300 times. The sound of the two swords clashing rang out and sparks flew everywhere. With a long roar, Bu Yunxiao brazenly rushed into the sky, revealing his body. Then, with a loud bang, his long sword turned into a thunderbolt that fell from the sky. It crazily struck Li Chenglong's sword light that was protecting him. With a loud bang, waves of qi rolled out in all directions. This was the most intense and extreme collision. It was also Bu Yunxiao's decisive move, and he did not hold back at all. But in this attack, Li Chenglong also withstood it. After this collision, Bu Yunxiao's body used the momentum to bounce back and roll out. After such a long period of non-stop attacks, even if his yuan qi was as vast as the sea, it was extremely dense. But at this moment, it was almost depleted and he needed to recover his qi. In Bu Yunxiao's view, after this round of fierce attacks, even if it was not enough to completely defeat the opponent, it was enough to make the opponent unable to stabilize his body. And at this time, it was the best time for him to recover his qi. But what Bu Yunxiao did not know was that Li Chenglong had to withstand this kind of pressure 300 to 500 times a day. For him, he had already gotten used to it. At least, he did not think it was strange. Bu Yunxiao's level of attack for Li Chenglong was not enough to be called pressure. With this collision, Bu Yunxiao rolled out and his body quickly retreated, flying away. But on the other side, with a long roar, the sword light that came from Li Chenglong suddenly increased, and in the moment that Bu Yunxiao retreated, it turned into a shocking flying swan. The sword light condensed into a point and suddenly exploded in the air. Then the sword was like a dragon, and its momentum was unstoppable, unprecedentedly violent. Li Chenglong's sword fiercely chopped down on Bu Yunxiao's starlight sword. Bu Yunxiao was retreating and he had no place to borrow strength. His dantian was empty, and he was in a state of near exhaustion. He was immediately pushed back 7 meters, and there was almost no gap between them. Li Chenglong once again arrived in front of him and another sword. Dang dang dang. 7 consecutive wild chops, 7 consecutive chases. The unprecedented sound of explosions did not stop. The last sword fiercely chopped down. Li Chenglong withdrew his sword and retreated. On the other side, Bu Yunxiao had already rolled out 70 to 80 meters and fell far below the arena. Li Chenglong's last few attacks were increasingly powerful, and had truly turned Bu Yunxiao into an empty shell. The remaining yuan in his dantian had also been destroyed. Of course, he did not have any strength left, and could only helplessly fall to the ground. He could not reverse his qi and return to the arena before he fell to the ground. His defeat was set and there was nothing he could do. Li Chenglong confirmed this point, and then withdrew his sword. The moment his feet touched the ground, he had lost this battle, and he was standing outside the arena. But the people with discerning eyes understood that this was only a spar, and not a battle of life and death. If it was a battle of life and death, then the 7 consecutive attacks would have been enough for Li Chenglong to poke thousands of holes in his body. If it was a battle of life and death, then the first sword of the 7 consecutive attacks would not have purposely targeted Bu Yunxiao's starlight sword. No matter if it was the throat, the heart, or the forehead, any of the vital points would have been fatal. The leader of the Dao League, Koff, the captain of the first team, was still in disbelief when Bu Yunxiao's feet touched the ground. He had lost just like that? Why wasn't there a great counterattack? Bu Yunxiao was the son of fate. Shouldn't there be an ultimate counterattack at the end of the road? Why was he so easily defeated? The first battle, Hidden Dragon High Marshal, Li Chenglong wins. Minister Ding solemnly announced. Although it was a fierce battle, Li Chenglong was still cultured and elegant. He held his sword and saluted, "Thank you for letting me win. I am Li Chenglong, a student of Hidden Dragon High Martial, from Phoenix City's second high school." Yi Changqing was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly remembered the information he had read. The old principal of Phoenix City's second high school, He Yuanyue, had said before she died, "Children, in the future, if you have any achievements, don't forget Phoenix City's second high school." Li Chenglong was reporting to his old principal. Bu Yunxiao stood there in a daze. The moment his feet touched the ground, he realized that he was already standing outside the arena. He had lost. On the other hand, Qinshi was still standing towering on the combat arena, and he was still composed and composed. He was practically no different from when they just fought. He could not help but feel angry. He subconsciously said loudly, "Li Chenglong, are you the top student of Hidden Dragon High Martial?" If this Li Chenglong was the #1 genius of the Hidden Dragon clan, then even if he lost, he would still be able to accept it in his heart. After all, during the entire process of the competition, he had the upper hand more often. Li Chenglong smiled, "Brother Bu, you flatter me. With my insignificant skills, how can I be the top student?" Bu Yunxiao shouted, "I don't believe you." Li Chenglong said with a serious face, "It's true." Bu Yunxiao's expression was palpitating with fear. He looked at Li Chenglong's serious face. Could it be that he was not lying? The leader of the first team said, "Yunxiao, come back. You did not lose this battle unjustly. The opponent's cultivation is deep and his foundation is solid. He is also a rare genius." He sighed in his heart. If Bu Yunxiao had not been tricked and led by the nose, and fell into the opponent's rhythm, this battle might have been . But then he smiled bitterly in his heart. The best result would have been to hold on for a few more minutes. Just by looking at the power of Li Chenglong's final counterattack, he knew that the opponent's foundation was not the least bit inferior to Bu Yunxiao's. It might even be better. And in terms of temperament, the opponent was much better than Bu Yunxiao's. No matter how you looked at it, the possibility of Bu Yunxiao winning this battle was not big. Bu Yunxiao was disappointed. He felt that the pride he had for a long time had completely disappeared at this moment. Li Chenglong's victory, the Hidden Dragon High School cheered like thunder. In the previous 10 battles they had all lost miserably and they were all killed on the spot. Even though most of the students had already realized that there must be some inside story that they did not know, but losing was still losing. It was an undeniable fact. Now Li Chenglong had suppressed his opponent, and won in one fell swoop. They could finally let go of the stuffiness in their hearts. The cheers at this moment were particularly enthusiastic. There was a subtle feeling of being oppressed for a long time and finally being the master. Li Chenglong laughed. His body floated up, his white robe fluttering. He flew in the air and headed towards the seats of the first class. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others who were opposite him could clearly see the clear teeth mark on the face of this pretentious guy. It was shining and eye-catching. Xiang Bing could not help but laugh. Then her face began to turn red. In the future, when fighting, she could not bite his face. Chapter 681. Then it was time to draw lots for the second battle. Hidden Dragon Expert Xiang Chong. Battle Team 2 Yu Xiaoyu. Xiang Chong, who was tall and sturdy, excitedly carried the halberd on his shoulder and walked out of the crowd like an iron tower. He looked majestic and powerful, seeming to be even more powerful than Li Chenglong. Opposite. Yu Xiaoyu's interest was waning. Damn it. How did I end up with this guy? What the fuck, that I don't want to go up. The 3 captains of Team 5 shouted at the same time, "Yu Xiaoyu, you go up." Damn it. Yu Xiaoyu stretched her long legs and said telepathically, "You're Yu Xiaoyu, you go up." Behind her, someone said in shock, "Boss, I'm Tai Xiaoyu. I just signed up as Tai Xiaoyu." Amidst the laughter of several people, Yu Xiaoyu stood up with a grimace and walked onto the stage with a miserable expression. "I've lost a lot of face today." Today he had lost so much face that it had reached a whole new level. "I've lost a lot of face." On the other side, how could Xiang Chong know the true identity of the other party? With a schwa sound, the halberd in his hand danced, creating a beautiful flower. His voice was as loud as a bell. "Hidden Dragon Marshal Xiang Chong. Please enlighten me." "Come on." Yu Xiaoyu rushed up. This was really enlightening. Come on." Xiang Chong was awe-inspiring. Brandishing his overlord halberd, he looked like a lofty mountain. However, before he could use his overlord halberd, Yu Xiaoyu had already closed in on him in a daze. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt his body suddenly become light, and his burly body flew away like he was riding on clouds. His posture didn't change until he was standing a few dozen meters below the arena. He was still as imposing as before. However, the expression on his face had changed. He was completely dumbfounded. How did I get down? I'm not injured. Xiang Chong scratched his head and looked up at the arena. His heart was full of doubts and disbelief. Did I remember wrongly? I didn't go up? But the arena had already announced the result. Second battle, Team 2 Yu Xiaoyu wins. All the students were dumbfounded as they looked on in disbelief. How did they fight this battle? They didn't understand. Why did Xiang Chong suddenly come down? The fight just now was very exciting. Although the details of the fight could not be seen clearly, the general situation could still be seen clearly. However, how could this fight end just like that? In everyone's impression, they only saw Xiang Chong going up to the stage aggressively and issuing a challenge with a soaring fighting spirit. He stood on the stage with a majestic aura, and then stood below the stage with a majestic aura. What the fuck? Yu Xiaoyu went back with a dark face. She received a hero's welcome from the captains of the 2nd and 5th captains. They all stood up and clapped their hands excitedly, cheering loudly. Ah! We won. Wow, awesome. Yu Xiaoyu's face turned even darker. She felt that her stomach was going to explode in the next moment. She said angrily, "Let's start the next battle. It's your turn." On the other side, Xiang Chong went back with his face covered in dust. This time, he had lost so inexplicably that even when Xingtian did not know what to make of it. The cultivation level that his opponent had displayed was only at the origin core realm. There was no doubt about this, but how could he have lost so inexplicably? Something is wrong. When Xingtian only had this thought, he was very confident in his student. Even if Xiang Chong had to fight against Zuoxiao Duo, it would be hard for him to avoid defeat, but he would not lose so quickly and in such an unbelievable manner. Also, when Xingtian didn't believe that in this world, there would be a cultivator at the same level as Zuoxiao Duo. On the other hand, Zuoxiao Duo's face was filled with caution. He couldn't understand the actions of Xiang Chong's opponent at all. He couldn't see his aura and couldn't see his fate. What the hell was this? So far, the only possibility that he couldn't see his fate was that his opponent's cultivation was too high. But how could a mere origin core realm cultivator do that? As for the fact that he couldn't detect any trace of it with his aura gaze, that was freaking unbelievable. There was actually someone who could hide his fate? Of course, there was always someone better. There were too many experts in this world. There were too many experts that surpassed Zuoxiao Duo's knowledge. The heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star realm cultivators were like that. But would an existence at that level be so shameless as to pretend to be a junior and play around with Xiang Chong? This kind of thing was completely incomprehensible. It was beyond his knowledge. Zuoxiao Duo naturally didn't know that the other party's real purpose of hiding his identity was to beat him up. Not getting the chance to beat up Zuoxiao Duo made Yu Xiaoyu extremely depressed. How could she be in the mood to mess around with Xiang Chong? Naturally, she would end this battle as soon as possible. Third battle. Hidden Dragon High, Zuoxiao Duo. Team 5 Bing Xiaobing. Department head Ding rolled his eyes. Today they were messing with this Xiao generation. Every one of them was a junior. The names of the contestants from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School were all high-end and impressive. Unfortunately, they had all lost their lives in the hands of the younger generation. Wait, do you think that the more outstanding the name, the less likely it is to win today? Take that Bu Yunxiao for example. He should have had a main character name. Didn't he also lose? And in this battle, the contestant from the Hidden Dragon High was Zuoxiao Duo. Two juniors actually bumped into each other. Who knew if it would be worth watching? Department head Ding sighed and looked towards the opposite side. This Bing Xiaobing. Don't you have a conscience for giving him such a name? Over there. Ha 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 ha. With a long laugh, Bing Lil Bing stood up impatiently and walked towards the stage in a hurry. In a flash, he was standing on the stage. Obviously, he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Marshal Dongfang and the other two did the same action. They used their fingers to rub their eyebrows. Damn it. I'm convinced. These old things are all shameless now. They really don't have a bottom line anymore. When Xingtian looked at Zuoxiao Duo who had already stood up but was still standing at the same spot, his expression was extremely strange. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Go, why are you dawdling?" Zuoxiao Duo cried miserably, "Teacher Wen, can I admit defeat? This I most likely can't win. I know in my heart. I'll be beaten up if I go up. Admit defeat? Hearing this reply when Xingtian was furious. I was counting on you to give me face. Admit defeat? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Go quickly. Zhuo stood up and walked out with a miserable face. I'm dead this time. Damn it, why is there another thing like this? I can't see his aura, I can't see his face. I have experience. I can't beat this kind of existence no matter what. He remembered the strategy he discussed with Li Chenglong. Keep a low profile. Don't be reckless. Stay calm. Damn it. How can I be reckless? What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Knowing that you can't win and will be beaten up, you still insist on going up. That's not bravery, it's not courageousness, it's stupidity, it's idiocy. Why can't you understand such a simple principle, Teacher Wen? No, I must make a note of this in my notebook. If I'm beaten up and have mental problems, I must ask for compensation from Teacher Wen. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out slowly. On the stage, Bing Xiaobing laughed. Zhuo Xiaoduo, after so many rounds, only our names have a Xiao in them. We are quite fated. Bing Xiaobing was so excited. I've got him. Ah. Godson, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your godson. Waha. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. I didn't want to be fated with an old monster like you who likes to pretend to be young. Whoever wants this fate can have it. I don't care about it. But now, whether he stuck his head out or retracted his head, he would still be stabbed. He might as well end it quickly. Zhuo Xiaoduo made up his mind. In a flash, he was already on the stage. After all, it's just a friendly match. Yi Changqing, Lu Yichuan, Qing Gaiying, and the others looked at him with confidence and smiles on their faces. With this brat taking action, he would definitely be able to win this round cleanly. Below, in the second team, the young couple in white and the young man in green, the three of them secretly raised their cultivation. If this bastard dared to attack on the stage, the three of them would immediately attack. However, with the opponent's strength, killing Zhuo Xiaoduo was just a matter of thought. Would they be able to make it in time? On the stage, General Dongfang and the others had also received the message. They looked at each other and raised their cultivation, ready to fight. Fuck, the situation is on the verge of going out of control. With the three of us holding the line, the situation can still go out of control. What the fuck is this? Bing Xiaobing, is this your real name? Zhuo Xiaoduo was not in the mood to pretend to be gentle. He didn't know how miserable it would be later. He'd better lower his position and get off the stage later. But this guy in front of him. Why does he feel that his cultivation is similar to mine? He even looks a little weak. There's no evidence that he's a super expert. But the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him, he felt from the bottom of his heart that this guy in front of him was like a huge mountain, an unshakable mountain. It was the kind of mountain that reached the ground and reached the sky. It was a magnificent mountain. Yes, I'm Bing Xiaobing and you're Zhuo Xiaoduo. Bing Xiaobing shrugged and said happily, I've heard that there's a Zhuo Xiaoduo in the Hidden Dragon High School. He's handsome, good-tempered, kind, smart, polite, and has amazing talent. His cultivation is also good. I've always wanted to get to know you. Today I finally get to meet you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was delighted by the praise. You're flattering me. You really live up to your reputation. Bing Xiaobing said kindly, you're really talented. I like you very much. I'm very happy. Ha 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 ha. A string of laughter. He was really happy. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned the favor and praised, Xiaobing, you're also very good. You're handsome but your body is a little thin. Remember to eat more meat in the future. You're too thin just like a girl. It'll be difficult to find a wife in the future. People will think that your kidneys are weak. Bing Xiaobing was speechless. I've been praising you for so long, and this is all you give me? Chapter 682. Below, Yu Xiaoyu from the second team almost spat out the breath he was holding. On the other side, the couple with the surname Lai and the other person laughed out loud. Bing Xiaobing's smile did not diminish. Student Zhuo, I really want to be friends with you. How about this? Let's exchange contact information. After the battle, I'll treat you to a meal. How about that? Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more surprised. He carefully sensed that this kid did not seem to have any hostility or malice. Instead, he felt a sense of sincerity that came from the bottom of his heart. As he thought about it, he said in a low voice, Okay. My number is. Bing Xiaobing transmitted a number. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his 99 Astral Souls phone and stood on the stage. He recorded the number and dialed it. This is my number. Why did you turn off your phone? Bing Xiaobing coughed and said, Before the battle, especially when facing a strong opponent, of course I have to turn off my phone. It's okay, when the battle is over, I'll turn it on and contact you. Okay. Zuo Duo said seriously, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zuo Duo. I am a first-year student of the Hidden Dragon Martial School. I am at the Inner Core Realm. Thanks to the love of my fellow students, they have given me a nickname, Iron Fist Prince. I'm really ashamed. Zuo Duo said, I only have a little bit of my own understanding of the fist technique. Bing Xiaobing's mouth twitched. I'm Bing Xiaobing, an ordinary disciple from a nameless sect. I was lucky enough to reach the Inner Core Realm. Thanks to my classmates' love, they gave me a nickname, Iron Fist Floating on Water. He explained seriously, it's just that I have some understanding of fist techniques and footwork. Both of them had an I believe you expression on their faces. They bowed at the same time. Please enlighten me. Please enlighten me. Please? Please. On and off the stage, countless people held their foreheads and did not want to speak. Many people even felt that it was worth it to experience such a day in my life. These two guys, one was better at acting than the other. Iron Fist Prince, Iron Fist Floating on Water. What kind of lousy names are these? Who would believe your nonsense? They wouldn't even know how they died. The white-robed young man sighed. Holding back his laughter, he sent a voice transmission to his wife. I think I saw Master. The girl beside him nodded slightly and replied telepathically, such a serious way of talking nonsense is really a result of genetics. It's natural and not something that can be achieved through practice. On the stage, Zuo Duo saluted and slowly retreated 10 meters. With one foot in front and one foot behind, he stretched out his hands and slowly clenched them into fists. Starting from the tip of his fingers were curled up to the second knuckle. His fingertips could no longer be seen. He said seriously, when we practice martial arts here, there is an old saying, rolling fist is like rolling a pancake. It is like rolling layer by layer to form a solid core. If his fist was hollow, he would hurt himself instead. If his fist was solid, it would be as heavy as a mountain. Invincible. Opposite. Bing Xiaobing saluted and also retreated 10 meters. He squatted down slightly and put his palms together. His white palms and fingers were put together without any gaps. He said seriously, when we practice palm techniques, the key is to put your palms together like a knife. Although it is a palm technique, a straight stab is a sword, a diagonal slash is a knife. A frontal attack can be a hammer or an axe. When practiced to the extreme, it can be unstoppable. There is nothing it can't break. Good palm technique. Good fist technique. Please. Please? Zuo Duo yelled, watch my fierce tiger descending the mountain fist. With this yell, his body disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on top of Bing Xiaobing's head and gave him a kick. On the other side, Bing Xiaobing also jumped out. Watch my fierce tiger descending the mountain fist. Similarly, he used one of his legs to meet it. With a loud boom, the two legs collided with each other without any fanciful tricks. Then both of them screamed and retreated. You cheated. You lied. All of the onlookers were speechless. The two of them had been bragging about their fists and palms for a long time. When the battle started, they were still shouting about their fists and palms. In the end, they were both using their legs? This level of shamelessness was really the same. Each had their own merits. However, the layman was just there for the show while the experts were there for the skill. This collision shocked Marshal Dongfeng, the captains of Team 2 and Team 5, as well as everyone in the audience. The two legs collided and a huge force was released. Both of their bodies were shaken at the same time. Zuo Duo's body was like a whirlwind that sent him flying 5 steps. On the other hand, Bing Xiaobing was sent flying a full 8 steps. Damn. The young man in white and Yu Xiaoyu blurted out. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Fuck. On the other side, Captain Lai and his wife of the 5th team and the other young man were shocked. Their eyeballs almost flew out. Oh. How was this possible? In this collision, Bing Xiaobing was at a disadvantage? What the fuck? Did the sun rise from the west? Even if they were merciful, even if they suppressed their cultivation to the limit, this shouldn't happen, right? On the stage, Bing Xiaobing's face was red. Fuck, am I going to embarrass myself today? How could this kid's foundation be so solid? How was this possible? Zuo Duo waved his fists and rushed up again. He shouted, Bing Xiaobing. Watch my earth-shattering fist. Bing Xiaobing was not to be outdone. He shouted, watch my universe palm. Like a whirlwind, a group of figures fell from the sky, and there was another loud bang. It was the legs again. Both of their legs collided fiercely for the second time. On and off the stage, countless people lowered their heads. They really couldn't watch anymore. It was too confusing. One shouted for a fist, the other shouted for a palm, but it was still the legs that collided. If these two guys didn't shout, this battle would be completely normal. It would even be very intense and amazing. However, when they combined it with their mouths, it was extremely uncomfortable to watch. It was more exciting than watching a farce. At this moment, below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu's gaze was completely frozen. If Bing Xiaobing retreated 3 steps in the first collision because he was not prepared and lost face, then this collision would definitely bring him back. Even if he didn't get back his face, he would at least feel a little comforted. This was something that everyone could guess. If they were in his shoes, they would have done the same. However, the result of this collision was still Bing Xiaobing retreating a lot. Compared to the previous collision, he retreated 2 more steps. In this collision, Zhou Xiaoduo retreated 4 steps, 1 step less than the previous collision. However, Bing Xiaobing retreated 9 steps. His face was already a little red. Bing Xiaobing felt that he was fucked. This was not according to the script. The scriptwriter was done, the director, the props, and the lighting were all in place, but the actor on the other side changed the script. Below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu's heart was filled with disbelief. She even thought that there was something wrong with her eyes. She muttered, "This little bastard's foundation is actually more solid than the deep ice witch. How did he do it? Oh, how is this possible?" The Heavenly King of the Left and Heavenly King of the Left were also shocked to the point of speechlessness as they knew what was going on. Bing Xiaobing, who was fighting on the stage now, was the Deep Ice Witch, one of the 12 great witches of the Umno Alliance. For super mighty people like them, suppressing one's realm to compete in martial arts was not a matter of fairness. It was an extremely unfair matter. The most direct example was a cloud transformation realm practitioner fighting with an embryonic breathing realm practitioner. He kept saying that he would suppress his own cultivation to the embryonic breathing realm to fight with him in a fair fight. This sentence seemed to have nothing wrong with it, but it was actually full of nonsense. What did he mean by not bullying? Every realm had its own comprehension of that realm. Every year had its own experience. This was a completely different concept. Especially for a super mighty person like the Deep Ice Witch, suppressing his own cultivation to the Origin Elixir realm, how could an ordinary Origin Elixir realm practitioner compare to him? The combat power that he could unleash without mentioning anything else, would at least surpass the power of the Deep Ice Witch when he was in the Origin Elixir realm. It was even stronger by more than a level, more than twice. Such a super mighty person suppressing his cultivation to fight could be said to be invincible among those of the same realm, but it could also be said to be able to slay the nascent soul transformation realm and destroy the cloud transformation realm. He was definitely an extraordinary existence. Originally, everyone was worried that the Deep Ice Witch would destroy Zhou Xiaoduo on a whim. Everyone was very nervous. But now that it seemed like a miracle had happened, the one who was being suppressed was the Ice Deep Witch. The left and right Heavenly King's heart was almost flying. It was even more so for Yu Xiaoyu. After a moment of shock, she rejoiced. That was close. If the Deep Ice Witch had not been luckier than her, she would have been the one fighting Zhou Xiaoduo now. She would have been the one making a fool of herself. Deep Ice Witch, you are a good person. No, you should be a good witch. I really have to thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Marshal Dongfang and the rest on the stage also stared with their eyes wide open. Yi Changqing and the rest of the people from Hidden Dragon High School did not know who was fighting with Zhou Xiaoduo, but how could Marshal Dongfang and the rest not know? Everyone had come together from the Starlight Mountain Range. That was the Deep Ice Witch. The Deep Ice Witch, one of the 12 great witches who had dominated the astral souls for countless years. She suppressed her cultivation to fight on the stage and tried to bully others, but she was bullied by a child instead. TSK. This was the biggest news in thousands of years. Super big news. Who is this child? Why is he so powerful? The 3 marshals immediately asked Lu Yichuan to check the information. Zhou Xiaoduo, 18 years old. The 3 marshals looked at the information in their hands and looked up at the fight on the stage. Everyone was surprised. This is going to be a good show. Everyone's hearts were filled with schadenfreude. Oh, I see hell, witch, waha, we would love to see you get beaten up. Bang bang bang. On the stage, the 2 people circled around like whirlwinds, constantly raising their legs and kicking. Of course, the iron fists and iron palms were also colliding with each other. The Deep Ice Witch was about to collapse. I can't lose face like this. Since I retreated a few steps in a head-on clash, I must get it back in a head-on clash. Otherwise, how am I supposed to continue living? I am a great witch. I have a high status that I can't be beaten up. I came up here to beat people up. Therefore, Bing Xiaobing continued to attack head-on, and risking his life. Zhou Xiaoduo was exactly what he wanted. Fighting head-on. I'm most afraid of old monsters like you playing tricks with me. Now that you want to compete with me in strength, aren't you falling into my trap? Bing Xiaobing, I like you. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. On one hand he did his best to retort, and on the other hand he shouted in high spirits. Chapter 683. Aha, this is what I like. Zhou Xiaoduo fought to his heart's content, colliding with each other excitedly. Their bodies collided again and again, making Zhou Xiaoduo feel like he was about to climax. Cool. Too cool. Little guy, you want to play hard with me? You want to collide with my left leg? I'm harder than you. You want to collide with my right leg? I'm harder than you. You want to collide with my middle? Cough cough, I didn't collide with this one. On the stage 2 figures flew about. The two were like 2 oxen, colliding with each other with a bang, then retreating. Then they both charged forward at the same time. With a bang they collided again, retreating again, charging again, and colliding again. The two's legs were like 2 iron poles, flying up, colliding, flying, colliding, flying. They collided more than 100 times. Fuck. Bing Xiaobing had an impulse to curse. After a series of collisions, Bing Xiaobing was extremely depressed. She realized that she might not be able to win. At least in terms of strength she was not able to win. This little bastard is simply a freak. He wants to go to the heavens. I can't win. Bing Xiaobing was sure that if it was an Origin Core Realm cultivator who collided with this little bastard, their legs would have been broken. Luckily, she had suppressed her cultivation and her body was sturdy. The only consolation was that he had a solid foundation and rich experience. Every time he was pushed back, his body would sway slightly, and he would be able to neutralize a lot of the impact. But the other party was limited by his age and experience. It was obvious that he had not comprehended such a battle technique. For example, he could make use of the friction between himself and the air while retreating to minimize the damage to himself. And this was something that Zhou Xiaoduo could not comprehend at his current level of cultivation. As for stopping while retreating, turning the friction between her body and the air to create a thrust. There was no need to mention it. Even if she knew such a technique existed, it was not something that an Origin Core Realm cultivator could use. But even so, the little bastard's shocking attacks continued to come crashing down with greater force each time. The dark ice which was starting to doubt her life. Is there something wrong with the direction of my cultivation? Is there something wrong with my perception? What I've shown now is already the highest level of power that a primal core realm cultivator can display. I've even secretly added something. It could be said that if a martial artist could cultivate to the level that I'm displaying right now in the inner core realm, then he could completely jump realms and fight a transcendent cloud expert head-on. They could even easily defeat ordinary cloud transformation realm cultivators. But now, this kid on the opposite side was simply out of his league, way out of his league. After hundreds of collisions in a row, the deep ice which had to admit in dismay that this guy's foundation was so deep that it was incomprehensible and unimaginable. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had met an opponent who could fight him head-on for the first time, was getting more and more excited. He threw punches and kicks at Zhou Xiaoduo, fighting to his heart's content and making his blood boil. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, there has never been anyone at the same level who could fight me head-on like this. I have to cherish and grasp this opportunity. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I'll be able to encounter it again. I'll smash you to death. The more he fought, the happier Zhou Xiaoduo became. Towards the end of the battle, his aura was rising, and the flaming sun manual was unleashed in an unprecedentedly vigorous manner. Boom. After another collision, Bing Xiaobing was sent flying another 7 meters. And this time, Zhou Xiaoduo's feet did not move at all. The sudden eruption of the flaming sun manual almost caused Bing Xiaobing to fly out of the arena. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Bing Xiaobing's body strangely floated up into the air. He shouted, "Fist techniques are indeed not bad. Come come come, let's compete with weapons." As he said that, he took out a transparent weapon. It was a very strange-looking curved blade. Below, Yu Xiaoyu whistled shrilly as she flew up into the sky, echoing through the clouds. Bing Xiaobing's face turned red. How could he not know the meaning of this whistle? You can't beat me with your fists and kicks, so you have to use weapons. You the deep ice which are really too promising. Bing Xiaobing was ashamed, but at the same time he was furious. He really wanted to shout, "What are you whistling for? If you can do it, then do it. Who doesn't know who you are? I don't want to be so shameful either, but what can I do when I meet a pervert? He ignored the laughter below. Bing Xiaobing pretended not to hear it and held the blade in his hand tightly. That strange weapon, which seemed to be transparent, was the ice blade. The famous weapon of the deep ice, the ice blade. But now it was not in its original shape. This blade was made from the soul of a million-year-old mysterious ice. When this blade appeared, it was followed by a bone-chilling cold wind. This blade had already merged with the deep ice and could change according to the deep ice witch's thoughts. When the blade appeared, heaven and earth were shocked. The sun and moon lost their light, and the universe lost its color. Visible to the naked eye, the arena was covered with a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, the frost turned into ice, and the ground was as smooth as a mirror. Cold air blew against his face, chilling him to the bone and penetrating his heart. At this moment, even Yi Changqing and the others frowned. This kind of strength, this kind of power. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like an inner core cultivator. What kind of old monster was this in disguise? To be able to fight with our geniuses like this and not be at a disadvantage, this old monster is pretty awesome. Yi Changqing looked at Marshal Dongfang and the others worriedly. When he saw that the three of them did not show any signs of worry, he slowly relaxed. With the appearance of the ice blade, the entire field instantly entered the coldest atmosphere. The coldness quietly attacked everyone. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was opposite Bing Xiaobing, suddenly stopped. Seeing such a shocking change, he was not shocked but happy. He laughed loudly. Bing Xiaobing, this blade is not bad. What is it called? This blade is called Cold Blade. The deep ice which naturally could not say the two words, Ice Blade. Ice Blade was equivalent to deep ice. If he said it, wouldn't it be exposing his identity? Cold Blade, not a bad name. What material is it made of? Zhou Xiaoduo was obviously very interested. His fiery aura soared into the sky, and the cold air around him turned into a steaming mist, rolling and rising into the air. Bing Xiaobing laughed. This blade is made from thousands of years of ice spirit essence. Why? Student Zhua is interested. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, actually what I want to say is, there is no point in us fighting like this. Why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on the outcome of this battle. What do you think? Bing Xiaobing almost laughed out loud. You little brat, you think you can win just because you are stronger than me? What a joke. When I use my ice blade, other than boss's 1000 spirit hammer, no one can break it. Since you want to bet, there should be something at stake, right? Bing Xiaobing said with interest. Seeing the ice blade, Zhou Xiaoduo first thought of Zhou Xiaoyan. If I win, you will give me this ice spirit essence. How about it? This ice spirit essence was too suitable for Nian Nian Cat. With such a temptation in front of him, Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but be tempted. No matter what, he had to get a piece. If not, humph humph. No problem. Bing Xiaobing squinted his eyes and said lightly, but if you lose, what price do you have to pay? What do you have to bet that is comparable to my ice spirit essence? My ice spirit essence is not something ordinary. Below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu let out another whistle that carried a different meaning, soaring into the sky. The meaning was even more obvious. Think about your status as a senior ice witch. If you win against a junior, it would be a joke. Now that you can't win with your fists, you have even taken out the weapon that you have carried with you for countless years. You have already lost face. How can you have the face to ask a junior for a bet? Bing Xiaobing turned a deaf ear. So what if I don't want face? Anyway, I am not the one who suggested this bet. But Zhou Xiaoduo did not know the reason. He scratched his head and began to count the things he had. After a while he said, if I lose, I will give you a Demon King's inner core. How about that? Demon King's inner core? Bing Xiaobing almost laughed out loud. What kind of bullshit is that? Bing Xiaobing smiled and explained, my ice soul is said to be the ice soul essence of thousands of years, but that's just a description. In reality, it's the first batch of ice soul essence that has been turned into ice since the beginning of time. This ice soul essence, whether it's used to make weapons or to merge with weapons, can continuously improve the quality of the weapons. Furthermore, this ice soul essence has its own spirituality. It can communicate with its owner and change its shape at will. What's more, if the weapon wielder also cultivates the ice attribute cultivation method, with the help of the ice spirit, the cultivation speed will be several times faster than normal cultivation state. The ice spirit essence also has a special attribute. I have mentioned before that this ice spirit essence has its own consciousness. It can swallow all the ice attribute essence that it can see to grow and become more powerful. On the other hand, as it continues to swallow the ice attribute essence, it will also provide cultivation conditions for its master. At any time, as long as there is still heaven and earth in this world, the ice spirit essence will not die. Once it recognizes a master, it will be loyal to its master. Even if its master dies, the ice spirit essence will not recognize anyone else as its master. Instead, when its heart is broken, it will turn into ice and sleep forever. He. He smiled faintly and meaningfully. Zhuoxiaoduo's face turned red. Although the other party did not say it clearly, but he could tell that this demon king's inner core was nothing compared to the ice spirit essence. But this is the most valuable thing I have now. Bing Xiaobing rolled his eyes and said, "How about this? Today's battle between the two of us can be considered as a match for each other, and it was especially satisfying. So, I sincerely want to be friends with you. What do you think?" Bing Xiaobing smiled mischievously. "If you lose, just write a few words for me and sign your name. Please vote." Chapter 684. Just a few words? Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. Could it be that my calligraphy skills have reached such a level that even ghosts and gods would cry? Someone is willing to take out such a rare treasure just to bet on a few words that I casually wrote? He said proudly, "No problem." Bing Xiaobing said sinisterly, "However, you have to write whatever I want you to write. If you go back on your words, you will be abandoned by both heaven and earth." Zhuoxiaoduo thought about it carefully. He felt that the other party's conditions were too lenient. It was as if the other party had other motives and was even willing to use the ice spirit as a bet. The main purpose was to write a few words. However, it was just a few words. What could it be? This was a bet that was raised in front of everyone. What else can you ask me to do that would betray my conscience? Moreover, writing is just writing. It doesn't mean that I have to use what I write to do. What am I afraid of? What am I thinking? Why should I think about what will happen if I lose? I clearly had the upper hand in the fight just now. How can I lose? I will definitely win. Even if this guy takes my words and spreads it around, I am not afraid. Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind. If I lose and his demands are too much, I will change my name immediately after I finish writing. From then on, I will not be called Zhuoxiaoduo. I will be called Zhuoxiaoyu. Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind. He had to win today. He had to do his best to win. This thing was too important to Nian Mao. It had spirituality and could recognize its master. It could be used to forge weapons or merge with weapons. It could also change according to its master's wishes. This was a strange treasure that he had never heard of before. Moreover, once the ice spirit recognized its master, it would be loyal to him for life. It could even grow on its own. This was one of the best things in the world. If I can't win, I will not be called Zhuoxiaoduo. I will be called Zhuoxiaoyu. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the corner of his mouth. But can you make the decision for such a good thing? Zhuoxiaoduo thought about it carefully. He considered the possibility of failure before thinking about victory, and went straight to the core of the problem. If the ice spirit was really as good as the other party said, it should be a divine object. Even if the other party had the item, the teacher behind the other party wouldn't be unaware of the value of this item. If they were to interfere at that time, everything would be in an uncertain state. Naturally, I can make the decision. Bing Xiaobing said proudly, "This ice soul does not belong to my sect. I obtained it by chance and it completely belongs to me. When I first discovered it, the two ice souls were in the midst of a fierce battle, each trying to steal the other's spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. I separated the two ice souls that were on the brink of death and collected one of them. However, the other one refused to acknowledge me as its master. Because the ice spirits are also irreconcilable, and it is difficult for them to coexist. As long as one ice soul recognizes a person as its master, that person will never be able to gain the favor of the second ice soul." Bing Xiaobing said, "Therefore this item is not very useful to me." Zhuoxiao's heart was itching to hear this. "Good item, this is really good. This Bing Xiaobing is simply the child of fortune who came to give me a treasure." "Alright then." Zhuoxiaoduo gritted his teeth. "I'll bet on it. For the sake of this ice soul, I have to win no matter what." This was a good item that directly affected Nian Cat's lifelong achievement. If he lost, if this guy wanted him to write something unsightly, he could take the initiative to write something like, "Zhuoxiaoduo is a puppy." That would be enough to humiliate him, right? He would gladly sign it and he wouldn't even have to change his name. It's a deal. It's a deal. Zhou Xiaoduo solemnly promised. Below the stage, the Lai Hua couple and Dan Kong had already gathered together with the left and right heavenly kings. The six of them whispered to each other. Who will win? If it weren't for the battle just now, everyone would think that the Ice Nether Witch would win without any suspense or difficulty. But now, even the Lai Hua Witch, who knew the Ice Nether Witch's abilities well, had no confidence. Yu Xiaoyu. Actually Yu Dongtian also had an ambiguous look on his face at this moment. He had made up his mind and discussed it with the king of Zhuolu. If this little bastard lost because of greed, the Ice Nether Witch would definitely ask him to write something unfavorable to Uncle Zhua. At that time the two of them would risk their lives to get it back. Sneak attack, assassination and sneak attack. Anyway, they would use all kinds of methods no matter what. This note definitely couldn't be taken out. But now, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. Just now, Zhou Xiaoduo had already gained the upper hand in the fight. This was something that everyone could see with their own eyes. But when it came to weapons, the result was very hard to say. The six peerless masters of the world gathered together, but no one dared to say anything about the result that should have been obvious at a glance. And no one dared to make a judgment. Yu Dongtian rolled his eyes and said, Lai Hua, the situation has come to this point and can't change much. Why don't we also have a bet? The Lai Hua Witch blocked his wife with vigilance. First of all, I don't bet on my wife. Pfft. Yu Dongtian almost laughed out loud. What do you want to bet? The Lai Hua Witch's wife was very excited. Last time she lost to the Lai Hua, she had been looking for a chance to win back. Now this opportunity was really rare. I bet on Zhou Xiaoduo to win. Yu Dongtian said, how about we bet on the profits from the Starlight Mountain Range? The Lai Hua Witch coughed and said, how much do you want to bet? Just 5% of the final profit? Yu Dongtian was not sure, so he could only take out 5% of the final profit that he could make the decision to bet. This time, the Dao Alliance and the three families will divide the space ruins equally. Each family will get 3/3. Astral Souls will get 3/4 as the landlord. The 1% won't be counted for the time being. It will still be March 3rd. Yu Dongtian said, if Zhou Xiaoduo wins in the end after the distribution is completed, your Umno Alliance can only take away February 8th, and our Astral Souls can take away March 9th. On the contrary, if Bing Ming wins, you take away 3/8 and we only keep 2/9 of the final profit. The Lai Hua Witch rolled his eyes, looking at his wife and then at Dan Kong Witch. The three of them exchanged glances with each other and reached a consensus in an instant. The Lai Hua Witch said flatly, no. No. Yu Dongtian was stunned. You don't dare to bet on this? Have you lost confidence in Bing Ming Hua Witch? This bet is too little. It's boring. The Lai Hua Witch looked arrogant. What's the point of betting 5%? If you want to bet, then bet 10%. If they bet 10% of the final profit at once, the result would be completely different. If one family took 3/3, then 10% would become 2/3, and the family that took more would jump to 4/3. The difference was quite big, almost several times. This time Yu Dongtian couldn't make the decision. He could make the decision for 5%. If he lost, then so be it. At most, he would leave empty-handed this time. But if he lost 10% of the profit, he was afraid that he would be beaten into a salted fish by Emperor Zhai Xing and be hung at the door. So Yu Dongtian transmitted his voice to the king of Zhuolu. Zhuolu, do you want to bet or not? You have the final say. The king of Zhuolu was speechless. You might as well change your name. You will be called the Heavenly King of Shuaigua. Damn it, that if I say I don't want to bet, you will turn around and complain to Master's wife that I don't trust her son. Moreover, if Zhou Xiaoduo won in the end and I said I don't want to bet today, Yu Dongtian, this bastard, would blame me for the rest of my life. But the result of the bet might not be good. If I win, everyone will be happy. But Yu Dongtian was the initiator of this bet, so all the extra benefits would be his. The benefits I get are very limited. If I lose, not only will my 5% of the profit go down the drain, but I will also be blamed. Yu Dongtian will even shift the blame, saying that I strongly advocated the bet and so on. This is the result I can imagine. This is difficult. Seeing that the king of Zhuolu didn't answer for a long time, Yu Dongtian asked again. Hurry up and make a decision. This matter is waiting for you to stake everything. The king of Zhuolu wanted to curse. Damn it, the longer this bastard lived, the more proficient he became at shifting the blame. He was simply shifting the blame all the time, anytime, anywhere. He started the matter himself, and then pushed the blame to others. Then, it was as if he had nothing to do with it. On the other side, the Inferno Witch began to feel proud. Hehe, you don't dare to bet, right? I knew you wouldn't dare to bet. Hehe. Bet. The King of Zwolu quickly gritted his teeth and said, Fine, fine. You can't go back on your word. The Inferno Witch was full of conceit. We, the Umno Alliance, have never done things like going back on our word. But you guys, going back on your word is almost a common occurrence. I am a little worried about betting with you guys, so I have to make a heavenly oath. Let's do it. Yudong Tian immediately became energized. He agreed first and then took the lead to make the oath. The King of Zwolu's wife fiercely pinched the King of Zwolu. Why do you always do this kind of thing? Didn't you just swear that you will never do anything with Yudong Tian in the future? How many days has it been? Your internal injury hasn't healed, and you have already forgotten? The King of Zwolu expressed in an unusually sad manner. I'm also very helpless. If Zhuoxiaoduo lost, this guy would definitely shift the blame to me. I can even imagine what he would say. At that time I said that the bet was just for fun, but the Inferno Witch insisted on betting 10%. I didn't dare to make the decision, so I discussed with Zwolu, and Zwolu agreed to bet 10%. Then I bet. Who would have thought that I would lose? Listen, is there anything wrong with this? It's completely the truth, okay? But according to his tone, it wasn't like that at all. Yudong Tian didn't have any responsibility at all. Zwolu was the scapegoat. But if Zhuoxiaoduo won, he won an extra 10% of the resources back. Yudong Tian would definitely say, at that time I said that I would bet 5%, but the Inferno Witch insisted on betting 10%. But out of caution I still discussed with Zwolu first and then agreed. In the end I really won. Haha, great. This was also the truth, a fact that couldn't be refuted at all, right? It was still the kind of words that the King of Zwolu couldn't find any reason to refute even if he wanted to. But this kind of result, at least 80% of the credit was Yudong Tian. This was Yudong Tian's art of language. Chapter 685. The Heavenly King of the Left Road, who had been thinking about this matter over and over again, felt a wave of depression in his stomach. I am really unlucky in this life. I know this bastard, but I can't get rid of him. What the fuck? Which incense stick had his ancestors offered to him in the wrong way? I have been tricked since I was young. When I was young, he was the one who caused trouble and I got beaten up. When I grew up, he was the one who caused trouble and I took the blame. Sometimes, I don't even know why I am the one who is the scapegoat. Every time after Master beat me up, he would beat me up again when he heard that I was the one who took the blame. The previous beating was a mistake. You don't remember this beating. But who did I offend? I have been the scapegoat for so many times in my life. The King of Zwolu sighed when he thought about his life. Junior brother, you have to grow up quickly. When you grow up, you can deal with Yudong Tian. You can partner with Yudong Tian. You can be the King of Zwolu. I am physically and mentally exhausted. I can't continue anymore. I don't want to deal with him in this life. Below the stage, the bet was quickly settled. All the odes to the heavenly Tao were completed. Lai Hua and the others sat back down and immediately sent a message to the Ice Hell Witch. Brother, don't lose. We just made a big deal. The Ice Hell Witch on the stage was dumbfounded. I made a bet on the stage and you guys actually made a bet below the stage. Do you have to join in the fun like this? Damn it, why do I feel like I'm a monkey that's being toyed with? I am jumping on the stage and you guys are making a bet below. Damn it, I fought so hard to get this chance to fight, but the result is like this. On and off the stage the bet was set. Zhuoxiaoduo slowly stepped back. The battle intent in his eyes rose like never before. How can I not know that this guy is actually a hidden big shot? Do you really think I am stupid? However, you suppressed your cultivation to the level of the inner core realm. Even if you are a big shot, you can forget about winning against me. If it doesn't work, I'll use my trump card. Originally, Zhuoxiaoduo did not want to use his trump card. If he could not win, he could just admit defeat. It was not shameful. Besides, I, Zhuoxiaoduo, am not afraid of being embarrassed. However, Zhuoxiaoduo instantly made a decision after learning about the Ice Soul. This Ice Soul essence, I must win it. He had to win. He had to win. He couldn't lose. He absolutely could not lose. On the opposite side, the great ice which you had transformed into Bing Xiaobing also slowly calmed down. Her eyes and heart were full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit. He couldn't lose. This time he really couldn't lose. If it was just a battle between the two of them, then it wouldn't matter. Anyway, there was no point in keeping the Ice Soul, and the other members of the Alliance didn't have a suitable physique to bear it. After so many years, the ice spirit was on the verge of death. Even if it was given to Zuoxiao Duo, it wouldn't matter. In any case, this kid only had the scorching sun physique, so he wouldn't be able to use it. Anyway, he already had an ice soul that had grown to its peak. The rest would be difficult to catch his eye. If he gave it to him, then so be it. But now, the situation had changed. The stakes had also changed. It had become 10% of the final profit of a new space relic. This made the great ice witch's heart tremble. Raging flame, you really dared to play. Last time you lost your wife, did you forget? You still don't change and still want to gamble? And you still want to gamble with me. Do you know how big this space relic is? I'm not very sure now, but if this space relic is big, very big, then the 10% of the resources inside might be enough to change the situation of the continent. Putting so many things on my shoulders, only you, Raging Flame, can think of this. If I lose it, and lose it to a junior in a head-on fight, then I, the Great Ice Witch, will truly be immortal in the Alliance from now on. Raging Flame will definitely push the blame to me. This guy might even complain about me, saying that I went easy on him in the battle. That bastard. I can't lose. I can't lose. I'd better think about it first. If I lose, how to push the blame. This kid looks like he's going crazy. The ice soul turned into a scimitar, hissing and trembling in the air. In the space in front of it, ice flowers slowly bloomed one after another. The ice soul had a spirit. Although it was suppressed by the Great Ice Witch, it instinctively felt that this battle was very important. Also, the scorching aura coming from the person opposite him was really annoying. This kind of hot thing was annoying to death. Fight. Fight. The ice soul howled spontaneously, and countless ice flowers formed bit by bit, spiraling and dancing. The layer of ice under their feet became thicker and thicker, harder and harder. The chill also became heavier and heavier as time passed. Even Great Marshal Dongfang and the others began to circulate their energy to resist. On the opposite side, Zuoxiaoduo's body was fiery red, and was not affected by the surrounding cold environment at all. Countless amounts of water vapor evaporated and boiled. For safety's sake, he was still using the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Great Sun Flaming Sun. He left the second layer as a backup. With a flip of his hand, Zuoxiaoduo pulled out his sword. It was a light and thin sword, but it was like a pool of autumn water in his hand. This sword is called Spiritual Cat. Zuoxiaoduo looked pretentious. It weighs 8 ounces and is as thin as paper. It can cut iron like mud. It's the sharpest weapon in the world. Bing Ming's mouth twitched. I've already introduced my scimitar and you still have this trick up your sleeve. Besides, it's just an inanimate object. It doesn't even have a spirit. What are you showing off for? But at this moment he could only say against his will, "Good sword." Zuoxiaoduo stroked the sword in his hand and sighed. Brother Bing, this sword is my favorite in my life. It's also the essence of my life's cultivation. Bing Ming snorted. Aren't you Iron Fist Prince? How dare this guy call me Brother Bing? Is your seniority enough? Zuoxiaoduo was displeased. He said, Brother Bing, you're wrong. A Jianghu name is a Jianghu name. You call yourself Iron Palm, but you fought me with your legs for half a day. Now you take out your scimitar. What do you say? Zuoxiaoduo was displeased. He said angrily, You're all sneaky. You specialize in shady business. Tell me, if I believed you just now, wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? That's not fair and square. Under the stage, the king of Zulu sent a message to Yu Dongtian. This guy's character is as good as yours. It's rare. Yu Dongtian felt insulted. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He sent a message to the king of Zulu. That's the shamelessness of your sect's disciples. What does it have to do with me? Haha. The king of Zulu turned his head to talk to his wife and ignored the king of Zulu. The king of Zulu was indignant. He cursed, This is slander. How can I be so shameless? Suddenly his voice stopped abruptly. The king of Zulu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Zulu was stupid. If it were him, he would definitely blackmail him. You said that my master's disciples are shameless. I'm going to tell him. Just you wait. Then he would ask for whatever he wanted. It would be absolutely successful. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the king of Zulu. He despised him in his heart. This silly guy. He didn't even react when such a good thing came to him. Despise him. The ice nether witch on the stage was obviously shocked by Zuoxiaoduo's shameless words. With his identity, Even if he had disguised himself, he wouldn't argue with Zhuo Duo. It was so childish that he would argue with him. After a while he said in a low voice, "Let's do it." Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes and said discontentedly, "You've just been exposed and now you're going to fight. Such a person. Tsk tsk tisk." The ice nether which was so angry that he laughed. Holding his saber he thought, "I'm not afraid of you stalling for time. My ice spirit has been setting up an ice field. The longer you delay the more you'll suffer." Finally Zhuo Duo felt that it was about time. His flaming Sun Sutra had reached the point of overflowing. He held his sword in one hand and waved it casually. The long sword slashed open a crack in the space and he shouted, "Come!" Under everyone's gazes, a strange scene suddenly appeared on the arena. It was breathtaking and soul-stirring. On the stage, all that could be seen was a silvery white, freezing the world and freezing the space. Only the place where Zhuo Duo was standing was steaming hot. As Zhuo Duo exhaled, his whole body suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Flaming Sun, was unleashed to its limits. It was as if a gigantic sun emitting boundless heat had suddenly appeared in a world of ice and snow, majestically emerging. An indescribable unparalleled heat burst out with a loud bang. Extreme cold and extreme heat, two extremely opposite attributes, brazenly collided together. For a moment, a mushroom-like cloud of fog appeared. Like a huge explosion, it surged upwards and rushed to the top of the arena. Then lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the sound of thunder rumbled incessantly. The battle between the two had actually created an artificial weather phenomenon. After a moment, a magnificent rainbow fell on the stage and did not dissipate for a long time. Under the sunlight, it was extremely dazzling and moving. It was like a dream, mesmerizing the eyes of the people. Countless students exclaimed in surprise, "So beautiful! Too beautiful!" Under the cover of this rainbow, the two people on the stage, one holding a sword and the other holding a saber, collided together like two whirlwinds. One was like an iceberg tide, the other was like a blazing sun in the sky. As the two continued to fight, the rolling fog continued to grow and rise more and more violently. Gradually, a thick layer of clouds formed above the stage. It was so thick that it could not dissipate in time. As the thick chi shrouded the stage for a long time, it gradually became a spectacle. It was a spectacle that made people gasp in amazement. It was just that tens of meters above the stage, under the clouds, was a curved rainbow. Under the rainbow, the two people went back and forth, each with their own style. Both of them used extremely fast movement techniques. Saber light flashed and sword chi crisscrossed. It was an extreme battle that did not hold back. With the use of weapons, Zhuo Duo's previous advantages were suddenly not enough. Chapter 686. The Icy Hell, which was fully focused on the battle. It had been a long time since he was this serious. But now he really could not afford to lose. Whether it was reputation or resources, the Icy Hell which could not afford to lose. He could not afford to be the scapegoat. He still strictly controlled his cultivation to the peak of the inner core realm. He did not dare to go beyond that. At this time he had to be careful. He could not afford to be caught. Because there was an extremely shameless person below. As long as he used power that exceeded the inner core realm, that person would immediately go up and judge him as the loser. At that time, that person would be able to take away 10% of the Umno Alliance's resources. If that happened, the Icy Hell which felt that he might as well buy a piece of tofu and knock his head on it. If he was really defeated, it did not matter. What could he do if he was not strong enough? But if he lost, the Icy Hell which felt that he could be kicked around like a shuttlecock by the others for a year. Therefore this kind of mistake must be avoided. But even at the inner core realm, he and the saber in his hand were still one. There was no barrier between them. I am the saber and the saber is me. He did not even need to move. Just by controlling it with his spiritual will, the ice saber could move at will and perform the best changes. It could unleash extreme power that others could not unleash. Ice and snow floated in the air. The sky was cold and the ground was frozen. The ice spirit roared back and forth, crazily attacking. Zhuo Duo on the opposite side, the starlight under his feet was extremely bright. But after a while he changed his footwork and became invisible. There was no other reason. He had only taken 2 or 3 steps with the starry sky steps before it was broken by this icy hell witch. Moreover, the saber light was chasing after his lower body like maggots. He almost suffered a great loss and was defeated on the spot. Damn, I was scared to death. The Kunlun Taoist sect's cultivation method was not good. At this thought, Zhuxiaoduo, who was originally itching to move, did not dare to move. If he went out, he would be chopped off. That would be terrible. Zhuxiaoduo saw that the situation was not good. He immediately changed to a set of footwork that his father had taught him. According to his father, this kind of footwork was called heterodox sect. The biggest feature of this set of footwork was that every step was out of the ordinary person's expectations. When linked together, it was seamless and there were no flaws to be exploited. This set of footwork could be said to be the most difficult set of secret lightness skills that Father Zhou had given to the siblings. However, after mastering this set of footwork, its great effect was so strong that it made Zhuxiaoduo speechless. For example, if Zhuxiaoduo were to defeat an opponent, he would need more than 10 moves if he were to go all out. However, if he used the set of footwork together with his weapon, he could kill his opponent in one move. Yes, this set of footwork is characterized by the element of surprise and surprise. In a battle, the priority is to kill the enemy. If you force yourself to hold back, it will instead create flaws. Therefore, it should not be used lightly unless it is an important battle. Once he made his move, it would be a fatal blow. Another shortcoming of this set of footwork is that it requires an extremely large amount of spiritual energy to support it. After all, every step of this set of footwork is walking in the void and will never touch the ground. It is reasonable that it requires a large amount of spiritual energy. The saber light flashed and Zhuxiaoduo was already enveloped in it. However, Zhuxiaoduo's body flashed in and out of the saber light with strange and unpredictable footwork. He moved left and right, up and down. His footwork was so strange that it made the ice nether witch frown. This set of footwork, why does it look so much like that person's footwork? But this kid's cultivation shouldn't be able to master this set of footwork. Bing Xiaobing snorted in his heart. When he fought with that person, he was kicked in the groin and sent flying back after 200 moves. The footwork at that time seemed to be a bit similar to the set that Zhuxiaoduo was using now. However, once that person's footwork was used, even the space around him would follow his movements. It was beyond time and space. But now Zhuxiaoduo was using it. Although the power was a bit weaker in terms of movement, it seemed to be more perfect. Even a person with a low cultivation like Zhuxiaoduo could use such an extraordinary footwork. That old bastard still surprises me. I don't know if he spared no effort to change his footwork to a low-level one for his son, or if he improved his footwork to a higher level and further improved his footwork. No matter what the result is, he is a fucking egg. Bing Xiaobing cursed in his heart. Dang dang dang. The ice spirit in his hand made a sharp whistling sound, and waves of cold air covered the sky. Annoying guy, I'll freeze you to death. I'll freeze you to death. I'll freeze you to death. But the opponent was like the sun in the sky, standing still. The sword in his hand was rolling like a river. The body heat was endless. Facing the cold attack of the ice spirit, he was indifferent. It was a pity that Zhuxiaoduo's swordsmanship was gradually restrained by the ice spirit's perfect combination of man and saber. Bit by bit, he was at a disadvantage and it was getting harder and harder for him to use it. No matter how miraculous, unpredictable the unorthodox footwork was, it still needed to be combined with abundant spiritual power and vital energy to be used. Even though Zhuxiaoduo's foundation was deep and far superior to that of an ordinary inner core cultivator, there was still a limit. When his vital energy was depleted to a certain extent, it would be difficult for him to maintain his footwork. At that time he would be defeated. And now, Zhuxiaoduo's swordsmanship was only ordinary. How could it compare to the ice spirit's ever-changing moves? Below the stage, the left and right heavenly kings, and the marshals on the stage all had ugly expressions. With their eyesight, how could they not see the mystery in it? Was he going to lose? With a long whistle, Zhuxiaoduo shouted, "Watch my misty spring rain sword." Suddenly the sword light changed and a leisurely artistic conception rushed out, instantly changing the aura of the arena. Everyone felt that a misty rain had suddenly appeared on the arena. It was like the drizzle of spring, lingering and faintly discernible, but it was everywhere and everywhere. Unknowingly, it had already refreshed people's hearts. Countless students looked at the misty rain, and their hearts seemed to soften. They thought that this kind of rain was the most suitable for bringing a girlfriend to the quiet river, to the small path of the weeping willows, to walk quietly for a while. The sword light was like raindrops, falling down densely everywhere. Accompanied by Zhuxiaoduo's long voice, "The rippling light of the water is good, the emptiness of the mountains and the rain is also wonderful." If a spiritual cat is compared to a fairy, it's always appropriate to wear heavy makeup. The voice was ethereal and it was really pretentious. The people who heard it couldn't help but sigh. This kind of rain, such artistic conception, such a good poem. Really complemented each other. They didn't expect Zhuo Duo to be a literary master, a talent, a poet, that this kid was actually an all-rounder. This was really too unexpected. Why did the heavens love this kid so much? However, those who were more literate also noticed that the third sentence was slightly weird, and was not on the same level as the other three sentences. It would be better if it could be changed to another sentence. And the ice spirit on the opposite side was almost cursing. Plagiarism. Blatant plagiarism. This was clearly the boss's rain sword. It's fine that you changed the name to Misty Spring Rain Sword, but you even added a poem to it. It seems like you're a master of both poetry and sword, complementing each other. This is blatant plagiarism. Too shameless. And this rain sword, Misty Spring Rain Sword, was used and immediately turned the situation around. However, when Zhuo Duo used this sword technique for the second time, one of the moves was broken by Bing Ming. It forcefully broke through the defense and slashed down with unparalleled momentum. Zhuo Duo moved again, and with a swishing sound, one of his trousers was cut open by the sword. Fortunately, it didn't hurt his skin. However, the trousers had turned into bell-bottoms, which added a bit of romantic charm. The rain and fog rose again, and the raindrops in the middle were shining, falling in all directions. Once they touched the raindrops, they would disappear, but the shining raindrops were endless. Look at my precious spring rain. Zhuo Duo recited, the light rain on the heavenly street is moist, and the color of the grass can be seen from afar, but not near. It is the best spring of the year, and definitely surpasses the willows in the imperial city. What a damn good poem. Bing Xiaobing praised. This was clearly the boss's rain sword. This kid had changed his name and plagiarized it again. Moreover, it was paired with a poem, and it just so happened that it matched so well. It was simply a perfect match, and it couldn't be any more perfect. With this poem and sword technique, even if the boss himself stood out and said that he was the creator of this sword technique, no one would believe him. A poem and a set of swordsmanship were a perfect match for each other. You, the great witch, are too shameless? You actually said that this sword technique was created by you? Write a poem for me to see. Damn it, this kid really worked hard and painstakingly to distance himself from the boss of the flood. It's rare for you to have such literary talent. Fuck your father. Well, this fuck your father made me feel twice as good. The ice spirit witch's heart was filled with hatred, and the speed of her attacks increased again. On the stage, the marshals all had satisfied looks on their faces. Good poem, it's really a good poem. I didn't expect to be able to enjoy watching a martial arts competition. Principal Yi, this Wuxiao's literary talent is really good. Your school pays attention to both civil and martial arts and teaches students well. Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. When did Hidden Dragon High School pay attention to both civil and martial arts? Why didn't I know? And how could Zhuo Duo, this bitch, have such literary accomplishments? This didn't match his character, and there was no reason to hide it. The sword technique was naturally a good sword technique. But the biggest disadvantage Zhuo Duo didn't expect was that the other party was also very familiar with these techniques. On the stage, Zhuo Duo constantly changed his sword technique, and racked his brains to deal with the other party. However, the moment he used his sword technique, it was restrained. His godfather's sword technique was restrained, and the sword technique that he learned from Hidden Dragon High School was restrained. The sword technique of Kunlun Taoism was restrained, and even the sword techniques of his father and mother were easily broken by the other party. The current Bing Xiaobing was like an unshakable mountain, and made people feel that he was unbeatable. He really didn't want to use his trump card. But Chapter 687. Everyone could see that Zhuo situation was getting worse and worse. He continuously switched between more than 10 sword styles, from drizzling rain to drizzling rain, all the way to a magnificent sword style that was like a torrential downpour. However, he was still firmly restrained by Bing Xiaobing's ice blade, unable to turn the situation around. Yes, ever since he fell into a disadvantageous position, he hadn't been able to turn the situation around. Instead, his momentum was getting worse and worse. The deep ice, which was extremely rich in combat experience. Few people in the 3 continents could compare to her. At this moment, she was the decisive factor. If it weren't for the fact that Zhuxiao's accumulated strength had already surpassed the Deep Ice Witch's understanding of the highest combat power in the inner core realm, he would have been defeated long ago. But now they could only rely on their profound foundation to forcefully endure and endure. Below the stage, Li Chenglong, Gao Qiaoer, and the others were frowning. The situation was not good. All the students of the Hidden Dragon High School held their breaths and watched intently. Everyone felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The combat power and power that Zhuxiaoduo was displaying had far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul transformation realm. Above his head, strange scenes of battle were constantly forming. At this moment, it could be said that among the students of the Hidden Dragon High School, except for the top 10 students of the 4th grade, no one dared to say that they would dare to fight with Zhuxiaoduo. Many of those people were already at the intermediate level of the cloud transformation realm. Some of them were even at the advanced level. But facing the current Zhuxiaoduo, they had no confidence at all. And Zhuxiaoduo's powerful strength was actually suppressed by a kid who looked like he was the same age as him. How was this possible? Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian, who boasted that they knew Zhuxiaoduo's cultivation progress, felt that something was wrong. How was this possible? They were very clear about Zhuxiaoduo's accumulation of strength. If there was a genius in this world who was at the same level as Zhuxiaoduo but could suppress Zhuxiaoduo, the two of them wouldn't believe it even if they saw it with their own eyes. This was beyond their imagination. How could he be suppressed by someone at the same level as him? This was completely inconceivable. For a moment, Wen Xingtian had a thought. Could it be that Bing Xiaobing's real age is not as young as he looks? His real cultivation is definitely not at the inner core realm? Since he had this thought, he couldn't help but think, could he suppress Zhuxiaoduo with his inner core realm? Could he suppress Zhuxiaoduo with his inner core realm cultivation? The answer, Wen Xingtian's answer, was no. Then who was this Bing Xiaobing? Yi Changqing had the same thought as Wen Xingtian. He sent a telepathic message to Department Head Ding. Department Head, this Bing Xiaobing. Who is he? Department Head Ding's face twitched. He replied with a straight face, I don't know. Yi Changqing said angrily, his real cultivation is definitely not at the inner core realm. It must be the result of the old monster suppressing his cultivation. He can't win with his fists and legs, but he still wants to bet with weapons. How shameless. Department Head Ding didn't reply. Of course, I know who this Bing Xiaobing is. But even if you dare to say that, I don't dare to. I don't want to die. Do you know how amazing your student, Zhuxiaoduo, is to be able to fight like this? He is a super big shot who has shocked the world for God knows how many years. Even if he suppresses his cultivation, he is still able to kill any Yun realm expert. Zhuxiaoduo can actually fight with the Deep Ice Witch for an hour. Moreover, he is still struggling and not losing. This is an achievement that no one has achieved since ancient times. Don't you see the gratified expression on the faces of the other generals? His eyes were already shining and he was just short of drooling, all right? Do you see? Dang dang dang. The sword and saber continued to collide. Zhuxiaoduo's body swayed and staggered back. The opponent's saber did not relax at all. It was like a maggot in the bone, chasing after him. In the face of such an opponent, Zhuxiaoduo's half-baked sword art of lightness and heaviness did not dare to move at all. If he moved, he would be knocked out of the arena by this old fox. Zhuxiaoduo roared. The moment he swung the spirit cat sword with all his might, he suddenly roared, Scarlet Sun, Golden Sun. In the steam of the battle, an even more brilliant golden sun suddenly rose and shone in all directions. In an instant, a monstrous heat wave erupted like lava and swept through the surroundings. With a loud bang, the rolling heat wave instantly broke through the cold wave area. The rumbling steam was still rising and rolling. In an instant, it covered the entire field. In an instant, the arena was so dark that it was impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. It completely blocked the view of the outside world. Such a change caused lightning to flash and thunder to roll in the clouds. Then it started to rain heavily. And in the blink of an eye, it became a rainstorm. The rainstorm was pouring. Although the continuous ice domain created by the Great Ice Witch was unintentional, it caused the surrounding atmosphere to accumulate too much freezing air. When the sun suddenly arrived, the continuous ice domain instantly evaporated and naturally gathered a huge amount of water. It would be abnormal if there were no signs of a rainstorm. Wah wah wah. On the ground outside the arena, countless turbid rivers surged and surged. The water flowed in all directions with a mighty momentum. Red Sun, Golden Sun. The Fire Witch and the others all exclaimed. Even the heavenly king of the right was shocked. The second level of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Red Sun Golden Sun. No one had been able to cultivate it for thousands of years. This kid at this age had actually cultivated it. At this time it was completely impossible to see anything on the arena. Everyone below the arena could only see the rolling thick fog, as if it was the end of the world. They could not see anything. The heat wave swept through. Even people as strong as Marshal Dongfang felt as if they were standing next to a red-hot iron stove. They were suffering. The unusual heat was suffocating. Hiss. Ice Spirit was caught off guard and was forced to retreat by the sudden explosion of the heat wave. She could not help but be furious. As Bing Ming suppressed his realm, Ice Spirit's realm was also suppressed to the primary level. Now she suddenly encountered the Red Sun Golden Sun, which was like a natural enemy to her. Ice Spirit was inadvertently at a disadvantage. Ice Spirit, who had overlooked the world for so many years, could not accept this. With a sharp cry, copious cold air gushed out like the rising tide of the sea. Bing Ming hurriedly stopped her, but it was too late to withdraw the cold air released by the furious Ice Spirit. He could not help but show a guilty look on his face. She was out of her league. Below the arena. Yu Dongtian frowned suddenly. Although ordinary people could not see what was happening with their naked eyes, Yu Dongtian, with his cultivation, could see the changes inside clearly. Not only could he see clearly, but he also locked on with his divine thought to see everything clearly. Bing Ming's strength was still at the origin core realm, but Ice Spirit had unsealed herself to the nascent soul realm. This was a violation of the rules. A divine weapon that possessed a considerable degree of self-awareness and the might of its weapon grandmaster was an unconventional 2 versus 1. However, the weapon grandmaster was lucky enough to obtain such a superb divine weapon. Even if he was envious and jealous, there was nothing he could do. However, the divine weapon, because of the circumstances and other factors, self-detonated. Whether it was the weapon grandmaster's will or not, it was still against the rules. Damn it. Yu Dongtian moved his body and was about to make a move. But he was stopped by Zhuolu. Wait. Wait for what? Yu Dongtian was confused. He turned his head and was shocked. In the thick steam, Zhuo stood out like the sun in the sky. Zhuo did not realize that his opponent was out of his league. He only felt that the pressure from his opponent had suddenly increased. Damn it, I'm going to lose? Zhuo was anxious and went all out. In the thick steam, Zhuo suddenly appeared. The agile cat sword in his hand was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was replaced by a pair of terrifyingly huge hammers. At this moment, Zhuo was like the reincarnation of the sorcerer ancestor and the arrival of the demon god. At this moment, Yu Dongtian felt like he was looking at the flood witch. Yu Dongtian was not the only one who had this feeling. On the other side, the Great Witch of Raging Fire, his wife and Great Witch of Dan Kong all opened their eyes wide. Their eyeballs could be seen hanging out of their eye sockets as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it. These hammers. With a loud roar, Zhuo waved the 2 hammers and rushed up to the sky. Then he held the hammers and smashed them down fiercely. Then a fierce whirlwind suddenly rolled up. At the same time he let out a long roar. Look at my wind and rain sword. On the stage the icy hell which was disheartened. You fucking spread your hammers but you didn't say anything. You let your godson trick me? Moreover, this guy was afraid that I would react and increase my strength, so he directly used the most powerful Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo directly used the maximum power that he could use now. All the spiritual energy in his body was activated to the limit. He used the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to his heart's content and smashed it out regardless of the consequences. Wealth moved people's hearts, not to mention Duo's heart. I can't lose. I must have that ice soul. I must get it. You fucking suppressed me for so long. See if I don't smash you flat with my hammers. The icy hell which didn't care about suppressing his cultivation anymore. If he did, his current body would really be smashed by this guy. Since he was doomed to lose, he might as well unseal it. Between his thoughts, a fierce wind blew between heaven and earth. The cold air soared and covered the sky and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. It took a few hits. The ice soul was full of unreconciled sorrowful cries. Bing Xiaobing shot out from the thick rolling fog. With a whoosh, he had already landed outside the stage and among the members of the 5th team. His breathing was steady and his body was spotless. However, he looked at the stage with a strange light in his eyes and said hoarsely, I lost. Chapter 688. I lost. It was a very ordinary word, but to everyone present, the meaning behind it was very unusual. It was completely different. The ice abyss which thought that she would never say these 3 words in her life. Even when he was defeated by that person, he still didn't say it. The ice deep which was the kind of person who would rather be beaten to death than admit defeat verbally. He didn't expect to say it today. When the ice spirit was unsealed, he knew he had lost. Unsealed meant he had lost. If he could unseal the ice spirit, he would have used his peak power to fight. Why would he seal it? The deep ice which rarely lost in his life, so it was good that he lost. Besides, as far as this battle was concerned, he was convinced that he had lost. Based on his understanding of the Origin Core realm, the highest battle prowess of an Origin Core realm cultivator could not be compared to Zhuoxiaoduo's current Origin Core realm battle prowess. Even with the help of the ice spirit, they still lost despite fighting 2 against 1. Behind him, Lai Hua and Dan Kong looked terrible, as if they had lost their parents. What the fuck? We lost 10% of our profits. How can we explain this when we go back? Deep ice, why did you lose? Not only did you lose, but it was a double loss. Deep ice even lost an ice spirit. In the eyes of the Lai Hua couple and the great shaman Dan Kong, the value of the ice soul was not less than the 10% profit from the materials. It was truly an ancient treasure. Perhaps it could allow the Star Spirit continent to give birth to an ice elemental almighty who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ice nether. Alas, it will be hard to explain when we go back. Lai Hua was at a loss. They came out this time without telling the Flood Witch. Their original intention was to see the Flood's godson and satisfy their curiosity. When they went back, they could brag about it and stimulate their boss further. We can't beat you, but we can stimulate you. How can you accept a godson? We have to see it with our own eyes. With such a dark thought in mind, the 3 of them dragged their families over. But the result was, this time he had really suffered a huge loss. If he went back and said to the Flood, "We went to see your godson out of sheer curiosity in Schadenfreude," well, the Flood would be angry. Bing Ming had a fight with your godson and lost. Bing Ming lost an ice soul. So the Flood became angry twice. Then, I'm very sorry, but this time, we also lost 10% of the resources in the spatial ruins. 3 Wrath of the Flood. Because Bing Ming lost, we lost the bet as well. It seemed like he could shift the blame to someone else. The 3 of them looked at each other and then at Bing Ming, who was remorseful, with strange looks in their eyes. Bing Ming is taking the blame for this. Who told you to go up and fight? None of us chased after you. You fought so hard to get on the stage and lost in the end that you are one of the 12 great shamans. How could you lose to an Origin Core Realm Junior? If you don't take the blame, who will? It's not that we are not loyal to you. On the other side, Yu Dongtian laughed out loud. He slapped his thigh and said, I won. I'm so wise, brave and wise. Ah. It's all thanks to me. It's all thanks to me. The heavenly king of the right was so happy that he couldn't even find his eyes. The king of Zhuolu and his wife's faces darkened. Damn it. I will never go out with him again. He is so shameless. It's all thanks to you? You have no conscience at all. On the stage, Zhuoxiaoduo used all his strength to smash Bing Lil Bing out of the stage, but he didn't stop himself. He was still shouting, "Watch my sword! Watch my sword!" He hammered the air dozens of times before he stopped. The 3 marshals and one of the ministers' faces were dark and twisted as they listened to the brats shouting and smashing. When he stopped, they attacked at the same time. A strong wind blew, blowing away all the water vapor in the sky. This kid obviously didn't want to expose himself. Damn, he was so good at acting. What a veteran actor. In just a moment, Zhuoxiaoduo's valiant figure was revealed on the stage. He was in a white robe, clean and tidy. He held a long sword in his hand, which shone with a cold light. At this moment, his murderous aura was still there, which made him look extraordinary. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo gracefully stood on the stage. With a flip of her wrist, a cold light flashed and the cat spirit sword immediately returned to its scabbard. Her movements were extremely elegant and at ease. Then he turned his wrist again. And the sword returned to his space ring. Then he clasped his hands, smiled and bowed. His elegant voice carried a sense of elegance. Brother Bing, thank you for letting me win. Even his voice had a hint of elegance to it. He really did look refined, elegant and graceful. He was a martial arts genius with outstanding literary talent. Below the stage, Bing Ming took a deep breath. Amazing, you are indeed amazing. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed. Brother Bing, I was lucky to win the last move. That sword was my last trump card. This sword of wind and rain was passed down from ancient times. It was said to be the ultimate move of the legendary sword god Shimen Shui from 108,000 years ago. I only learned it by chance. You forced me to use my last sword move. You can be said to be the strongest opponent I have ever met. Bing Ming was speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly. Brother Bing, I wonder if you have time tonight? You and I opened our hearts to each other the moment we met, and we instantly felt like old friends. We appreciate each other and we've met each other's match. Especially since we still have a bet to pay and I have another gift to give Brother Bing. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? This kid was afraid that Bing Ming would reveal his trump card. Although he spoke slowly, he kept talking. He had always been a greedy person. But now he proposed to treat Bing Ming to dinner. He even added that Bing Ming didn't lose anything because he had a gift in return. Well, as long as you don't say it now, it will be fine. Just now the fog was so thick that I couldn't see anything. Even if I used a hammer in the fog. Well, no one should have seen it, right? In a while, I have to talk to Teacher 1 and the others and see if I can use the marshal's connections to hide this trump card of mine. There were a lot of powerful people in the battle just now. Wouldn't it be a big loss for me? It's very likely that my trump card has already been seen by quite a few people. But the 3 marshals will leave soon. They will guard the border. They won't leak it, right? Plus, we are on the same side. Now, it's Bing Lil Bing and his companions. Sword of wind and rain. Bing Ming, which was speechless. He said, "It is indeed sharp and unparalleled." I heard it. Don't say it. Even if you asked me to say it, I wouldn't dare. I have more scruples than you. How about it? Zhou Xiaoduo continued to invite Bing Ming on the stage. Come to my place for dinner tonight. I have good wine. I'll go too. On the other side, the Heavenly King of the Right spoke. The bet wasn't over yet. They won, but something still had to be said. Hey, you Xiaoyu, you're going too? Good. Then I'll count you in. Zhou Xiaoduo said. I'll go too. King of Zhuolu said, my wife and I will go. My name is Yin Xiaohu. This is my wife by Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed. This brat had never shown his strength before, but he actually wanted to drag his family to eat and drink from him. Humph, Yin Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo. Do you really think I can't tell that they are fake names? But in front of everyone he could only say, okay. Welcome. The more people the merrier. On the 5th team's side, the Fire which raised his hand. If that's the case, I'll go too. My wife, Bing Lil Bing and Kong Xiaodan will all go. Don't worry, we'll be responsible for supervising the things he lost to you. You won't be left out. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes immediately lit up. That's a lot more sensible. His words were so straightforward. Understanding people and straightforward people. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo said, everyone come. I'll prepare a table full of good dishes to entertain everyone. Okay. You're so considerate. Today's martial arts meeting was really satisfying. I was lucky to win. I'm ashamed to accept it. Zhou Xiaoduo said a lot of humble words. Now that he could finally confirm that no one had exposed him, he was naturally relieved and could shut up. Department head Ding was originally quite fond of Zhou Xiaoduo. This kid had given his daughter 2,000 caddies of Beast King meat. His daughter had praised Zhou Xiaoduo for his conscience. Now he saw that this kid was such a genius that he defeated the ice which. This was an amazing achievement. Just from this point alone, his future potential was at least at the Heavenly King level. At this moment, the more he looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, the more he liked him. It was a pity that he was too young and his daughter was already married. Otherwise, if he had such a son-in-law, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. In this battle, Hidden Dragon Expert, Zhou Xiaoduo wins. Zhou Xiaoduo returned proudly. This battle had been thrilling to the core. Now everyone could finally relax. Meanwhile, General Dongfang secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Changqing. You understand what happened, right? Yi Changqing was ashamed. Yes, I understand. Previously, I didn't know the inside story and repeatedly offended you, General. Please punish me severely. Marshal Dongfang said, there's a difference in individual standpoints. Previously, as the principal of Hidden Dragon High School, you stood up for the students. That's what you should do. Why should I punish you? However, what really makes me happy is that when I was inspecting the students' emotions, many of them were deep in thought and had come to a realization. There are indeed many talents in Hidden Dragon High School. However, there are still many people who are angry about the deaths of all the people who participated in the previous 10 battles. It's not convenient for us to clarify this matter directly. If we clarify, it's equivalent to forcing the king of Zhongyuan to his death. However, the higher-ups don't have this intention, so there's nothing we can do. Yi Changqing understood tacitly. This subordinate understands. This subordinate has already organized the teachers of each class to explain to the students. General Dongfang said, I've already uploaded a file to your phone. It states the cause of this matter as well as the true identities and backgrounds of the people who were killed. They were all the illegitimate children of the king of Zhongyuan. Moreover, this is a nationwide operation. We'll completely remove all the power of the king of Zhongyuan's faction. Do you understand? Chapter 689. Understood. Thank you, Marshal. Yes, the emotions of the students need to be guided, but for those who don't accept explanations and only care about their own emotions, remember not to be soft-hearted. This is a high martial arts school, not a liberal arts school. Sometimes, some thunderous methods are needed to govern the school. Marshal Dongfang warned, young people are hot-blooded and have a fondness for beauties. It is understandable and understandable. But those who are bewitched by beauties and lose their sanity are not acceptable. Knowing that there is no hope, knowing that the other party has ulterior motives, but still using love as an excuse to work for the other party with the mindset of, everything is as long as you are happy, is not infatuation but foolishness. Both the military and the government will never accept such trash. Because such people are not only useless but they will also spoil things. In times of peace they can be tolerated, but in times of life and death they cannot be allowed to be willful. Yes, I will follow Marshal's instructions. You may go. Next, the martial arts competition continued in the arena, but the form teachers of each grade and class were all doing the same thing. That was to explain to the students. After all, they really couldn't ignore the students' emotions. The real reason for today's thunderous 10 battles. Actually, a small number of clear-minded students had already guessed the real reason and had even started to spread it. Now, the teachers had explained it personally, and the higher-ups had not left yet, but after killing those 10 people, the king of the Central Plains had already left. This already explained too many problems, so this job went very smoothly. The purpose of the thunderous 10 battles is to remove the king of the Central Plains wings and attack the king of the Central Plains organization. The 9 male students who died were the illegitimate children of the king of the Central Plains. They were plotting. Their identity information is already being transmitted. As for Xiao Junyi, although she is only the adopted daughter of the king of the Central Plains, she is the core of the conspiracy. Prepare. This operation involves the reputation of the royal family, so it is not suitable to be publicized. It is good that everyone knows it in their hearts. After this, it is forbidden to spread it outside. As Yi Changqing passed the information from Marshal Dongfang to the teachers, this job became even easier to carry out. The students who could advance to high martial arts were no fools. If they wanted to kill the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon Realm, destroy the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon Realm, and destroy the young martial artists of the Hidden Dragon Realm, why would they need the 3 marshals to personally come and hold the fort? The 3 commanders might have come to suppress the king of Zhongyuan to the point that he did not dare to move, but on the other hand, they also gave all the students a reassurance. It's not like the 3 commanders are going to collectively betray us just to suppress the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist, right? Otherwise, why didn't the number 1 geniuses kill them? What's more, so what if he's a Hidden Dragon Martial Artist? Why would the great commanders come to suppress them? If it wasn't for an important purpose, how could he do this? If you can't see this, then you're stupid. If you're deliberately going to a dead end, then you're an idiot. Especially after when Xingtian finished explaining to his class, he said, to put it bluntly, this matter involves the privacy of the royal family. It's even more gracious of the marshals to allow Qianlong to explain to the students. None of the students are fools. To be able to enter the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist with the title of a genius, none of them are fools. If they can't even see the strangeness in this matter and don't reflect on it, their future achievements will only be average. And in this operation, the students who reacted first have probably already been recorded. It can be considered as a foundation for their future achievements. From this point of view, it can also be considered as a selection of talents in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist. So in the future, don't be too excited. Calm down and think thrice when you encounter something. There are many things that may not be true even if you see them with your own eyes. In front of the king of Zhongyuan, killing his illegitimate children one by one, destroying all his plans and pulling out all his wings. Isn't that cruel? Or some people say that it's easier to just kill the king of Zhongyuan directly. But are the people who say this stupid or not? A prince of the royal family, the descendant of the god of war, is he someone you can kill just because you want to? Before his crimes are completely exposed, before his crimes are completely confirmed, before the rebellion is carried out, if you really kill him, think about the chain of consequences. There are also those who say that he hasn't committed any crimes yet, so wouldn't it be wrong to kill him? Can't you just wait until he rebels before killing him? The students who say this, I just want to say, let's not talk about how much influence he will have if he rebels, how many sins he will commit, and how many people he will kill. If he rebels in your city, and the first step of the rebellion is to kill your parents, would you think this way? So, students, think about it more when you encounter something in the future. I don't want to explain it to you like this, but there are too many things that you don't understand. What can you do? It's also quite tiring for me to talk. When Xingtian was very helpless. He said, actually, this explanation really doesn't have much use other than letting a certain unscrupulous author take advantage of the fact that some people don't understand and wantonly cheat a wave of royalties. But who asked you to give him such a reason? The situation in the Hidden Dragon High martial artist quickly stabilized. In fact, many students who were already in contact with those people and were already prepared to do something together were all drenched in cold sweat. A few male students who were smitten by Xiao Junyi were even more drenched in sweat and their clothes were soaked. She thought about how her teachers had deduced that if Xiao Junyi really became the crown prince's consort in the future, then her family would definitely lean towards her. If that was the case, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. However, where there were smart people, there would definitely be fools. Otherwise, how could smart people show off their intelligence? There were still 5 or 6 boys who cried bitterly, thinking that they had lost their love and that someone had killed their goddess. This hatred and enmity were absolutely irreconcilable. If they didn't take revenge, they were not human. After the explanation, we understood. She is the adopted daughter of the king of the Central Plains. She is the future crown princess. She has ulterior motives, she is sinister and vicious. But so what? I like her, I really like her. She is a fairy, I am willing to follow her to heaven. She is a devil, I am also willing to follow her to hell. I only hope that she can be happy. That she can live a peaceful life. For this, I can give my all. Whether she is good or bad, what does it have to do with me liking her? True love is not guilty. Yes, true love is not guilty. My love will never change even in death. Little Bunny Lan killed Xiao Junyi, so she is my lifelong enemy. One day I will chop off her head as a sacrifice to my true love. Sob, sob, sob. I just can't accept it. Why did she kill Junyi so cruelly? Little Bunny Lan, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Towards this group of students, Hidden Dragon High School chose to give them the cold shoulder. Child, you can do whatever you want. If you want to take revenge, there is no harm in going now. But you are responsible for your own life and death as long as you don't regret it when you die. Hidden Dragon High School will not stand up for you because of this matter. Everything that happens after this is your own choice. Whereas the commander of the 3 armies and some people from Team 2 smiled faintly as they looked towards the group of students. There was really no one else who wanted to take revenge on white-haired celestial immortal. Congratulations to all of you for choosing the most vicious and merciless enemy. Perhaps other people would still consider these things as the future uses of the continent's geniuses. But for this person, there was absolutely no possibility of any misgivings. There was no need to force her into a corner. If she was really anxious, even if it was the commander's son, she would still kill him. Just this time, killing Xiao Junyi, how many people's plans had been ruined? There were so many people who wanted to kill her, how could there be a chance for you few brats? The battles on the stage continued one after another. But the next few challenges were spontaneously cancelled. This was not hard to understand. These people had originally intended to challenge Zhuo Duo. But now no one mentioned it anymore. The deep ice which had gone up and lost. No one present dared to say that their foundation was stronger than the deep ice witches. That was impossible. Since it was so, going up would be embarrassing. Then what was the point of going up? Wasn't it better to just let the deep ice witch lose face? So, the challenges were cancelled. And the high quality of the Hidden Dragon High School geniuses really caused the commander of the 3 armies in Team 1 and 2 to be astonished. They discovered that the cultivation of this year's Hidden Dragon students had really far surpassed that of the previous years. The Raging Fire Witch's expression became more and more unsightly. Looking at this group of Hidden Dragon High School students and thinking about the rising stars of the Alliance's younger generation. Although he had not come into contact with those little brats, but compared to those he had seen before. If he were to really compare them, it was really more likely that he would lose. Not to mention that in this year's Hidden Dragon High School students, there was Zuo, the boss's godson, this freak. He was definitely an extremely ruthless person among the younger generation that no one could compare to. Also, that Li Qinglong who had made a move earlier, there were probably not many people in the Alliance's younger generation that could compare to him. This time when we go back, we must pay more attention to the younger generation. The raging fire which had a realization in his heart. Education really has to start from the beginning. Looking at the sky, it was already late. The Hidden Dragon High School was having its last competition, and Marshal Dongfang, Department Head Ding, and the others had already been arranged a banquet by the Hidden Dragon High School. As for the left and right Heavenly Kings, they had already agreed to go eat with Zuo, but the Hidden Dragon High School had not arranged anything. Apart from these few people, the others were all eating at the Hidden Dragon High School. You guys can go back after eating. It's okay, all the important people are here, go back by yourself after eating. Cough, remember not to speak carelessly when you go back. Thus, everyone in Team 2 and Team 5 was dumbfounded. Then do we still dare to go back? What do we say when we go back? If others ask, do we dare to not answer? Wouldn't we be beaten to death on the spot? Thus, these people discussed with each other. Why don't we stay in Fenghai City tonight? When the sun rises, these leaders will probably have gone back and finished giving instructions, and we will be fine when we go back. As for those people from the Dao Alliance, they were all held back by them. If we don't go back, you guys shouldn't go back either. Marshal Dongfang and the others actually wanted to go to Zuoxiao's place to eat and join in the fun. Of course they were more curious. Why are you all going? However, they were directly rejected by the left and right Heavenly Kings. We are all young people gathering together, you bunch of old people shouldn't join in the fun. Fuck your grandpa. Who is a young person? You have the nerve to tell us that you are a young person? Who are you insulting? Marshal Dongfang and the other two marshals were so angry that their stomachs were full of swill. The matter of the Hidden Dragon High School had basically come to an end, and they were discussing the problem of how to eat. The sky was gradually getting dark and it was gradually getting dusk. Zuo began to call out, "Come, let's go to my house to eat. After all, the bet hasn't been obtained yet, don't even think about running away. Even if I have to give up a meal, I have to leave the bet first." Yu Dongtian and the others responded enthusiastically. Lai Hua and the others didn't want to act shamelessly, so they agreed readily and followed Zuo. And at this time, a very ordinary couple leisurely entered Fenghai City. Please vote, my hand is really cramping today. Chapter 690. How far is it from here to Dogda's villa? Wu Yuding checked the location map that her son had sent her. It's not far. Zuochanglu was calm. I've checked. Once we enter the city we can take a taxi. It's only an hour's drive. By the way, do you know the name of that place? Hidden Dragon High School Villa District, Zuochanglu said. Isn't that a random name? Look at your IQ now. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuding waved her hand and hailed a taxi. She twisted the soft flesh on Zuochanglu's waist as she got into the car. Where are you two going? The driver asked. Hiss. Hidden Dragon High School. Hiss. Villa District. Hiss. Zuochanglu's face was distorted. Honey, you twisted a little more meat this time and you used more force than before. Okay. You two are done. The driver stepped on the accelerator and went out. About an hour and 10 minutes. It should be around 7:10 when we reach there. Let's go. We should still be in time for dinner. We're finally here. Wu Yuding sat in the back seat with a relaxed expression. I wonder if Dogda has lost weight? Zuochanglu rolled his eyes. With his temper, he can eat until he's swollen at home. How can he lose weight? Wu Yuding said unhappily, Xiao Duo likes to eat leek pancakes, leek tofu dumplings and freshly steamed buns at home. Who will cook for him here? He always eats outside and all he eats is gutter oil. Don't worry about the leek sold outside. The pesticides are heavy. Zuochanglu sighed and took out his phone to play with it. He did not want to talk to a mother who only cared about her son. It was too annoying. Too annoying. As long as her son was not in her arms, she would not be at ease no matter where he went. If he was cold, hungry, skinny, wrong. He was a living adult, okay? Moreover, he was a super genius with strong martial arts. Cruel Wolf was given a villa as soon as he started school. In the end, in his mother's heart, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Put down your phone. Are you planning to spend the rest of your life with your phone? Wu Yuding was extremely dissatisfied. Who are you trying to show your half-dead look to when we talk about our son? Can't you be more attentive? Zhuochanglu put away his phone with a helpless expression. What else could she do? How am I supposed to care? Don't you know how to give Dogda a call and tell him not to eat first? We'll take him out to eat something good tonight. Wu Yuding said, I heard that there's a rank 1 heavenly god here? Seems pretty good? Zhuochanglu was speechless. There's no need to call, right? Don't call a martial artist if you don't have to. What if? Then don't fight. Wu Yuding was shocked and looked at Zhuochanglu fiercely. Why don't you want your son to be better? With a father like you, what's the difference? Side-out, I'm really wrong no matter what I say, but I can't not say it. Zhuochanglu deeply felt that his position in the family was slipping further and further into the abyss. The driver finally understood. Are the two of you here to see your son? Is he studying here? Yes, my son is in Hidden Dragon High School. He's a new student this year. Wu Yuding said proudly. Amazing. The driver was shocked and suddenly felt deep respect. That's a school that only geniuses can enter. Congratulations, your son is too promising. Wu Yuding was instantly beaming with joy and accepted all the compliments. Zhuochanglu closed his eyes and rested. Outside the car window, the city's neon lights flashed across his face. His wife was beside him and he was about to see his son. His body was in the boundless secular world and his heart was floating outside the heavens. For a moment, Zhuochanglu was actually enlightened. In Zhuochanglu's eyes, the neon lights flashing across his face were like the lives of passers-by, flashing by in his own time. This is the secular world. Life and death is life. Flowers blooming and wilting, isn't that life? Where is the secular world? Where the lights are flashing, isn't that life? Where is the secular world? The passage of time is life. The rise and fall of the tide is life. Noisy life is life. Commanding the wind and clouds is also life. A mysterious aura silently rose. Different colors of neon lights flashed across Zhuochanglu's face. Wu Yuding faintly felt the fluctuation of his state of mind at this moment. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Wu Yuding closed her eyes as she sat in the car that was being controlled by someone. She could clearly feel the ripples in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if she closed her eyes, she could still feel the flashing neon lights. They were like countless ghosts flickering in front of her eyes. A cycle of reincarnation, countless lives, countless births and deaths, countless births and deaths, innumerable grudges, innumerable departures. A grand banquet of the boundless universe. Wu Yuding's face became tranquil, quiet, and calm. She seemed to be able to hear her husband's heartbeat. It was beating rhythmically. She gently held her husband's hand, and her heart was exceptionally peaceful. No matter how life reincarnates, we will be together like this. In fact, reincarnation and not reincarnation, what does it have to do with anything? Life is just a journey. Life is a dream. How many autumns have passed in the world? They all say not to look back. How many people can turn back? Zhuochanglu's eyes seemed to be looking out of the window. However, he didn't see anything. Only the countless neon lights flashed across his eyes. It was as if he had cut off countless lives with one slash. It was as if he had seen countless living creatures in his life. You have all experienced the vicissitudes of life and reincarnated a few times. But I am still in the mortal world, walking in the mortal world. Zhuochanglu only felt that the road in front of him seemed to be expanding infinitely. From near where the light shone, it extended all the way to the infinitely bright, far and infinite place. His eyes silently flickered with light. Mortal dust transformation. What was mortal dust transformation? I'm already in the mortal world. Why do I need to? Mortal world? A man in the mortal world has his intention in the 9 heavens. Boom. A corner of a shackle in Zhuochanglu's heart suddenly broke. The remaining part had already turned into a spider web full of cracks. The husband and wife's hearts were connected. At this moment, Wu Yuding also felt that her spiritual world was continuously shaking. A great path to heaven suddenly appeared in the distance. Endless distance. Boundless depth. Sparkling. There was only a door between him and this great Tao, and it was within reach. But now, a corner of this door was already damaged and it was already revealing the light behind the door. He only needed to use a little bit of strength and it would suddenly open up. And this strength was something that she could control. Almost at the same time, Wu Yuding slowly opened her eyes. Zhuochanglu's wooden eyes also suddenly brightened. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Master, how much longer? Wu Yuding asked. About 10 minutes. We will be there soon. The driver replied straightforwardly. In that instant, the driver felt as if he was dreaming, as if he had spent an eternity in that dream. But when his mind returned to reality, he was clearly still extremely clear-headed as he drove. He felt refreshed. The occupational disease that he had worked hard for half his life and the indescribable fatigue seemed to have been stripped away from his body at this moment. At this moment, his body was even healthier and more refreshed than when he was 17 or 18 years old. The driver didn't know that tonight, he had already received a great benefit that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. In this life he wouldn't have any more illnesses. Moreover, his soul was clear. Once he died of old age, he would definitely have the opportunity to be reincarnated. When he came to this world again, he would definitely be a high-level astral soul. There was no doubt about it. Amidst the bustling city, a taxi was moving forward at a leisurely pace, disappearing into the colorful neon lights in the distance. Please come in, please come in. You are all distinguished guests. This humble house is very honored. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's faces were full of eagerness and politeness, but in their hearts they were speechless. What kind of people are these? I just made way casually, but they really came, and all of them came. It's fine that the 4 people of the 5th team came, but why did the 3 people of the 2nd team come too? What does this have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? Don't you know that I'm very poor? Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless, but his face was full of enthusiasm. After all, he didn't really get the bet yet. Please take a seat. My humble house is simple and I can't serve you well. I'm so sorry. Thinking of the bet, Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled like a flower. Grandma sure came over to take a look and then left. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo made it clear, you should rest. These are just a few ordinary guests, it's not worth it for you to personally serve them. I'll just ask first grade of the heavens to send some dishes over. If you have to personally serve these little bastards. I'm so sorry. Grandma sure took a look and it was true. They were all young, 5 men and 2 women. At first glance, she could tell that they were inexperienced. They were the kind that could be pinched with a bag of water. Obviously, they were Zhuo Xiaoduo's young friends who came to have fun. Then let the young people do it themselves. Chapter 691. In other words, the status of these fellows was far lower than General Dongfang. They were all the subordinates of the generals. Maybe they were the subordinates of the generals, and they were here to complete the mission. They were probably generals or brigadier generals. Anyway, they were not particularly important. The purpose of these people from Team 2 was definitely to restrain those from Team 5. From this, it could be seen that these guys from the Umno Alliance were just small characters in the Umno Alliance. After all, the kind of opponent would have the kind of enemy. If they really had a high status, General Dongfang and the others would definitely come to his house personally to ensure his safety. In this way, everything would make sense and General Dongfang and the others would be so relieved. Even if these people had other identities, they would at most be the descendants of some important people. They would definitely not be important people themselves. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already made up his mind on this point. He could not help but look at them with disdain. Little bastards. Are you ready to eat at Master Zhuo's house? Not only him, Li Chenglong also had the same thought. Because this was the result of their discussion on the way here. It was not difficult to come to this conclusion. Therefore Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both felt that they had seen through all of them. That was why they were so confident. I am Bing Xiaobing. I won't repeat myself. The ice abyss which smiled bitterly, feeling even more depressed. It was not important to lose the ice spirit today, but the 10% of resources bet was not within his calculations. It was all Lai Hua's fault. He acted on his own initiative and dared to call for anything. But at that time I was fighting. How would I know how Lai Hua started the bet? So this matter has nothing to do with me. I will definitely not take the blame for this. Whoever wants to take the blame will take it. Lai Hua scratched his red hair and laughed. I am Lai Xiaohua. This is my wife Shui Xiaoluo. Good name, good mood. Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be sincerely praising. He really knew how to give names. Lai Xiaohua Shui Xiaoluo Bing Xiaobing. Haha, what a big deal. If I can't tell that it's a fake name, I'll find a piece of tofu and knock my head against a pile of dog shit. My name is Kong Xiaodan. Great, which Dan Kong calmly introduced himself. Among this group of people, based on his appearance, he was the most handsome one. Hello, brother Kong. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both smiled reservedly at the same time. Li Chenglong even praised, "Brother Kong, you really are a man of striking appearance. You stand out from the crowd." "No, no. Great," which Dan Kong laughed dryly. He hurriedly sat down. "I am Yu Xiaoyu." The heavenly king of the right said, "This is my real name, not a fake one." "Yin Xiaohu." The king of Zwulu coughed. "This is my wife by Xiaoduo." "Xiaoduo, you can call her sister-in-law." "Hello, brother Yun." "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong bowed at the same time. These two people's senses were far sharper than ordinary people. They immediately felt that Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo were the ones who gave them the most cordial feeling among all the people who came to attend the meeting. It was a kind of cordial feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was real. Then they could clearly feel that they were on the same side. There was also Yu Xiaoyu, but compared to Yun and Bai there was a gap. As for the others, it was very strange to say that they were like friends and enemies. It was hard to describe them. However, it was pardonable and reasonable. These four people were clearly members of the Umno Alliance. It was already fate that they could sit together now. It was impossible to expect them to act cordial. They were already restraining themselves by not fighting on the spot. After everyone introduced themselves, the atmosphere became even more lively. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and took out piles of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. He placed them on the table and eagerly offered them to everyone. "Please, please come, have some fruits to quench your thirst. Brother Kong, Brother Bing, Brother Lai. Haha, these are the specialties of the Astral Souls continent. You probably haven't eaten them before. Please, please don't be shy." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled warmly as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. His words were full of, "I've already seen through you. Stop pretending. Today we just need to have a tacit understanding between us." And so on. There was even a kind of, "You Umno Alliance barbarians probably haven't eaten our Astral Souls continent spirit fruits before, right? You haven't seen them before, right? Ah, you country bumpkins." It was a condescending way. Bai Xiaoduo lowered her head and almost laughed out loud. Then she stood up and said, "Everyone have some tea. Xiaoduo have some fruits." As she spoke, she picked up the teapot and began to pour tea for everyone. It felt as if she had automatically treated this place as her own home. As the host, she had to treat her guests. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he felt even more cordial. This Bai Xiaoduo was really good. The way she took care of him made Zhou Xiaoduo feel very warm and comforted. Yu Xiaoyu started the conversation first. She laughed and said, "I'm so happy to meet you this time. Lai Xiaohua, haha, you're a man. Remember to keep your promises." Lai Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said sullenly, "Of course. We always keep our promises. Those who don't keep their promises know what's going on." Yu Xiaoyu laughed. "Kong Xiaodan, what do you say?" Kong Xiaodan picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. She rolled her eyes and said, "My words are like the wind. Anyway, I don't owe you anything." Bing Xiaobing. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiaoyu was full of. It was probably the feeling of a villain who got what she wanted. "What does your shady business have to do with me?" Bing Xiaobing ate the spirit fruit and drank the tea. He was very satisfied. He couldn't help but sigh. The material comforts here are really good. It's a different flavor. As he said that, he actually used his butt to bounce on the sofa. He seemed to be enjoying himself. "You're so useless." Shui Xiaoluo glared at him. Bing Xiaobing returned her a look that said, "Go ahead if you can." Then he continued to eat his fruit and didn't speak for a long time. "You'll lose too. You're not even as good as me. If I lose, isn't it just a loss? It's not like I haven't lost before. What can I do about it? His foundation is solid and awesome. What can I do? You guys won't let me unseal and want me to win. I didn't expect to meet such a freak. Besides, Boss Flood gave the 1,000-soul nightmare hammer to his godson. If I lose, isn't it too much? If it wasn't for the 1,000-soul nightmare hammer. Thinking of this, the eyes of the deep ice which suddenly lit up. That's a good reason. If I have to take the blame for this, then I might as well let the Flood boss take the blame for it. Thinking of this, the ice nether which suddenly felt a sense of peace of mind. That's right. How can you blame me for losing? You fucking armed your godson to the teeth and didn't tell me. How can you blame me for this? This is clearly Boss Flood colluding with the other party to scheme against me. I'll settle this with you when we get back. Although I don't plan to do anything to you, don't think you can use this reason to punish me. If you want to punish someone, punish yourself first. On the other side, Yun Xiaohu coughed and said, Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoyu said unhappily, will it kill you to call me brother Xiaoyu? Yun Xiaohu snorted and rolled his eyes. This is my house, so you better behave yourself. By the way, I'll tell you one more thing. The credit for this is all mine. Yu Xiaoyu laughed and rolled her eyes as well. She was very disdainful. Just by you, a blockhead? Can you make this contribution? Can you do it without me? Yun Xiaohu was unconvinced. Why can't I do it without you? Yu Xiaoyu smiled happily and winked at Lai Xiaohua. Xiaohua, don't you think so? Right, red hair? Ah. Yu Xiaoyu was very high-spirited today, and she had the feeling that she was in control of the world. In this place she was the boss. Lai Xiaohua said angrily, try calling me red hair again? Do you believe that I won't kill you here? Yu Xiaoyu was stunned. Fight here? You're fucking fine, but I'm afraid I'll have to scour the world for ingredients again. At the side, Bai Xiaoduo frowned and said, we're all sitting here. I have something to say. The few of them sat up straight and said, sister-in-law, please speak. Bai Xiaoduo said, although we're all on different sides, we're all familiar with each other. To put it bluntly, I really can't understand. In this world today, how can some people be so thick-skinned? Xiaoduo invited us to his house for a meal out of goodwill, but this is the first time we're here, and we're here with our heads on our shoulders? Where's the shame? Where's the shame? When she said that, Lai Xiaohua, Shui Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan and Bing Xiaobing were all stunned. Then they understood. Fuck. Are you trying to extort us? Are you helping Zhou Xiaoduo to extort us? We've lost so much that our pants are about to fall off. You actually want to give us gifts when we're here for a meal? What kind of rule is this? How can you say it so righteously? Where's your shame? Where's your shame? Bing Xiaobing was stunned. He stuttered, this gift, let's forget about it. I've already lost. He was conflicted. With their statuses and backgrounds, if they really had to give a greeting gift, what should they give? Moreover, from what he said, they had to give everyone a gift? How could a single meal cost so much? Shui Xiaoluo coughed and smiled. Forget it, let me represent you. I'll give. Then Lai Xiaohua covered her mouth. Don't speak. Wife. We've already lost so much and you still want to give? This is not the Alliance. You're helping the enemy, do you understand? Today I won't give it to you even if I die. At this moment, Li Chenglong, who was near the door, heard something and turned around. Oh, rank 1 of the firmaments is here to deliver food. Chapter 692. The food is here. Oh. Kong Xiaodan cheered and broke the silence. She was obviously trying to disrupt the atmosphere and deny the gift. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and excitedly went out to serve the dishes. Wow, it smells so good. Lai Xiaohua cheered and went out to serve the food as well. Ah, what's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? It smells so good. Bing Xiaobing went out. There's a lot of food. They won't be able to finish it. Shui Xiaoluo laughed awkwardly and went out with a red face. The 4 of them had made up their minds. If they wanted to deny it, then bite them. Bai Xiaoduo was so angry that her face turned red. You guys are good, you guys are really good. You guys are really thick-skinned. Yu Xiaoyu and Yun Xiaohu also chimed in. This is so embarrassing. Your face. TSK TSK TSK. The 4 from the Alliance turned a deaf ear. They had made up their minds not to give the food. What we did today was already enough for the enemy. If we continue, we'll be idiots. We'll definitely be beaten half to death if we go back now. If we give any more gifts, we'll probably lose our lives under Boss Hammer. No matter what you guys say, we only have food in our eyes. Wow, this fish is not small. Damn, what is this dish? It smells so good. There's even wine. Let me see, let me see. The 4 from the Alliance went back and forth to serve the food, making it seem like they were very busy. They couldn't hear what the others were saying. Bai Xiaoduo's face turned even uglier. She hugged her arms and said, fine, you guys are thick-skinned. I won't say anything. But if word gets out that the 7 of us came to eat here and didn't even leave a strand of hair behind. Haha, I can't afford to lose face like that. Lai Xiaohua and the others still turned a deaf ear. It doesn't matter if you can't afford to lose face as long as we can. Bing Xiaobing suddenly laughed. Li Chenglong, do you have a big table at home? Do you need a swivel table? Come, let's do it together. I'm afraid you won't be able to lift it alone. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. What do you mean I can't lift it? I can even lift 100,000 caddies. These people were unexpectedly thick-skinned. The sister-in-law had already said that, but these people's faces didn't even turn red. Li Chenglong was impressed. In order to avoid this topic, the four of them made more than 30 trips to and fro for a total of 20 dishes, and no less than 17 or 18 trips back and forth empty-handed. Bai Xiaoduo didn't bother to hide her disdain at all. Ah! A country bumpkin from a barren land doesn't know any manners. As expected of someone from a poor place. You don't know anything. What a barbarian. It's hard to teach him. TSK, how embarrassing. When I see your boss in the future, I'll definitely get him to teach you a lesson. The four of them ran to serve the dishes while Bai Xiaoduo stood at the side with her arms crossed, mocking and ridiculing them. He was so angry that his stomach was swollen, but there was no reaction from the other side. It was as if he was talking to four deaf people. The four of them had obviously made up their minds to turn a deaf ear to his words. You can scold him or not. We'll just pretend that we didn't hear you. We've lost too many things today. We've lost so much that our hearts are aching. No matter what, we can't give them away anymore. Besides, it's just losing some face after being scolded by you. How much is face worth? The ones losing face are Lai Xiaohua, Kong Xiaodan and Bing Xiaobing. Not Lai Hua, Deep Ice or Dan Kong. We don't care. And we have to eat this meal no matter what. We don't dare to eat at 1 meter higher Sky's house, but we can eat his son's meal. When we see that old man in the future, we can also say, hey old Zwa, we ate at your house before, ha ha ha. And we didn't even take a single strand of hair, ha ha. I'm just asking you, are you angry? Are you angry? You'll die from anger, ha ha. Zwa Xiaoduo heard Bai Xiaoduo's words just now and was eagerly waiting to receive the gift. His hand was about to reach out, but in the end he witnessed a shameless show. He resentfully retracted his hand that was about to accept the gift. I don't have any hope. Looking at the four of them, it was as if they could compete with him. This gift was definitely out of the question. But it's also possible that they were originally poor, that they probably don't have any presentable gifts. That how can they compare to me, a handsome guy with 2 sleeves of gold and a hidden dragon? 7 o'clock sharp. Zwa Xiaoduo began to invite everyone to take their seats. He despised them in his heart. These 4 poor people who didn't give me any gifts deserve to eat? Zwa Xiaoduo felt that he was the one who didn't receive any gifts. You lost the ice soul to me, I didn't ask you for it. But you didn't even bring a cabbage to my house. How can you have the nerve to eat it? Therefore, a certain someone's face gradually turned ugly. Brother Bing, ha ha. Zwa Xiaoduo said enthusiastically, please sit. Ah ha, that ice soul, is it? Ah, time to give it to me? They hadn't even started eating yet, but this guy was already asking for the bill. He really couldn't wait and acted too hastily. Yun Xiaohu coughed and exchanged glances with Bai Xiaoduo. They both felt that. It was just right. He really had the demeanor of his father, that if he waited until they were seated at the table and raised their wine glasses, he didn't know when he would be able to get down to business. What if one of them pretended to be drunk and forgot, passed out or ran away? That would be troublesome. If they asked for the food before it was served, and the other party suddenly left because they had something to do, that would also be troublesome. It was now. The food was served. The table was served. He made a prompt decision. He immediately asked for the debt. His grasp of timing is superb and his face is so thick. Cough cough, but he actually laughed a few times. Ah. Compared to Master, he is still lacking a little. Bing Xiaobing's face darkened. Is this necessary? It's not like I won't give it to you. Since I lost, I don't intend to go back on my word. Besides, I can't go back on my word. Ah. Of course. Bing Xiaobing laughed dryly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and handed over a silver-white space ring. Bing Xiaobing's expression was very strange. He seemed to be reluctant and had mixed emotions. It was as if he had finally found a home for his sister. In short, it was an extremely conflicted feeling. I hope you can find a good home for it. Bing Xiaobing sighed. It had been so many years. Ever since he obtained these 2 ice spirits, he had subdued one of them. The other one had always been resisting. No matter how he tried, no matter how much he tried, no matter how much he tried, no matter how much he took care of it, there was no improvement. It was like a beautiful woman who insisted on monogamy. Although you treat me well, you already have a wife. I can't be your concubine, nor can I be your mistress, much less your lover. So, no matter how good you are, I can only not cross the line and stick to my bottom line. I'd rather die alone and live an unlucky life. Bing Xiaobing had worked so hard for so many years and was in despair. Now that he had given it away, it was as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. I've stuffed it full of 10,000 years mysterious ice. Bing Xiaobing sighed. It's sleeping in the middle. You can check it out. Your extreme yang attribute has a natural counter to it. It's very weak now and can't take too much stimulation. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Good. We're all open and above-board people. There's no need to check. No need. Ah. How can I not believe in Brother Bing's character? As he said that, he was still a little worried. He quietly opened the ring and took a look. Then he kept it carefully and laughed. I definitely believe in Brother Bing's character. You're really strong. The 7 of them were speechless. You're really not embarrassed to say that. Come. Don't just stand there. Sit down. Zhou Xiaoduo politely invited the guests. Xiaoduo, let me be your host today. Yun Xiaohu was worried that his junior brother would be taken advantage of. Thus he took the initiative to be the host. At a banquet table, the host was very important. Adjusting the atmosphere, taking care of the guests, looking around and making the guests happy. All of these functions were to be the host. Sometimes, if it was necessary, he even had to say a few dirty jokes. Yun Xiaohu felt that he would be able to make these 4 misers of the Wizard Alliance sweat profusely if he were to accompany his junior brother. However, Zhou Xiaoduo did not have much trust in him. How could he let him be the host? Besides, this kid looked so silly. Did he know how to speak sarcastically? To put it bluntly, Li Chenglong was worried that Zhou Xiaoduo would not have enough sarcasm. Thus he laughed and said, Brother Yun, please sit down. You're a guest from afar. I'll be the host. Swollen, you can be the vice host. Yun Xiaohu could only agree. At the same time he gave Yu Xiaoyu a look. Later help me mock these 4 fellows. They're so stingy. How could they call themselves great magi? They're really embarrassing themselves. Zhou Xiaoduo boldly took on the role of the host. First he laughed and poured wine for everyone. Instantly the aroma of the wine filled everyone's nostrils. He warmly invited everyone to drink some tea. Everyone was a little confused. This was the first time a guest was like this. The wine and dishes were all served. Instead of inviting them to eat, he invited them to drink tea. Then, they saw Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly laugh and raise his wine cup. Lai Xiaohua and the others thought that this guy was going to start drinking. They also raised their wine cups. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and put down his wine cup. With a happy face he said, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. When I'm at home, my house is always full of friends. Many people often go to my house for dinner. But to be honest, this is the first time in my life that I'm sitting in this seat. Haha. The 7 of them lowered their heads and drank tea. How the hell would I believe you? Your house is always full of friends. Does your conscience hurt when you say this? Do you think we don't know about your father's rumor of plucking the feathers of a swallow, and the sky is 1 meter higher? Sitting here rashly today, I can't help but remember a joke my dad told me the other day. Zhou Xiaoduo said in all seriousness. Li Chenglong was the vice host. He asked, what did uncle say? Chapter 693. The story goes like this. Zhou Xiaoduo described the story vividly. Once upon a time, there was an unusually generous person. Because he had many poor friends, many people went to his house to eat. This was something that couldn't be helped. Rich people are all like this. There are too many people who want to take advantage of him. As the saying goes, the poor live in the city and no one cares, while the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. Li Chenglong, uncle, this is really well said. One sentence describes all the forms of life. Is really knowledgeable. Zhou Xiaoduo, in the beginning when these poor friends went to the rich's house to eat, they would more or less bring something so it could cover their faces. The rich naturally wouldn't care about what their poor friends brought. Because no matter what they brought, it wouldn't be worth as much as a meal in their own house. So they didn't care. Li Chenglong, this is benevolence and righteousness. The so-called character, the so-called persistence, the so-called moral integrity, all of these are undoubtedly manifested in this rich man. Zhou Xiaoduo, Swollen is right. My father said the same thing at that time. Li Chenglong, uncle and I are heroes who think alike. Zhou Xiaoduo, but this rich man also has a family. If it was just once, twice, 3 to 5 times or even 8 to 10 times, his family wouldn't say anything. But after a long time, his family couldn't help but have some complaints. Li Chenglong, this is human nature. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. And then? Yu Xiaoyu, Yun Xiaohu, and Bai Xiaoduo all held back their laughter. Lai Xiaohua, Shui Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing's faces were dark. At this point, if they still couldn't guess what this guy wanted to do, their IQ would be very low. Shui Xiaoduo became more and more excited as he spoke. So this rich man beat around the bush and said that it was an honor for my brothers to come to my house for a meal. I shouldn't have said anything. But next time when you come, help me bring something, even if it's just an egg. That's still an honor, isn't it? Li Chenglong said, and then? This group of friends didn't respond, so the rich man said, how about this, I'll hold a banquet at home tomorrow night, and I hope that everyone can come. Let's gain some face and have some fun. Then, the next day before night fell, the rich man was already waiting at the door. Because his wife made a bet with him that your friends would definitely come empty-handed. The rich man said, I don't believe it. Madam said, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The couple really made a bet. In the rich man's opinion, he had already made it so clear that he would definitely win this bet. He wanted to taste the taste of victory early, so he simply waited at the door. So, at around 6:30 p.m., my friends finally came. Shui Xiaoduo laughed and said, I won't hide it from you guys. My arrival time is basically the same as yours. Bai Xiaoduo immediately burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. The faces of Lai Xiaohua and the others were so dark that it was impossible to look at them. Bing Xiaobing gritted her teeth and said, and then? Shui Xiaoduo laughed and said, when the rich man saw that, his first friend really came. So he went up and asked. Li Chenglong said, they came really quickly. Shui Xiaoduo said, his friend is actually quite young and he just found a wife. Their relationship is quite good, so he brings his wife everywhere he goes. Even when he freeloads, it's the same. Li Chenglong said enviously, even such a miser can find a wife. I'm really envious. However, I'm afraid that woman is blind. Lai Xiaohua and Shui Xiaoluo's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Shui Xiaoduo said, this friend's looks are very outstanding. He's smooth and shiny. Don't girls like this kind of guy face the most? What's so important about it? Yes, because he's young, everyone usually calls him young man. Yes, young man for short. Lai Xiaohua took a deep breath. Li Chenglong said, hey, do you even need to say it? Just tell us how he asked. Shui Xiaoduo turned and looked at Lai Xiaohua. The rich man asked, young man, you brought your wife to my house for a meal. What did you bring for me? Ha 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 ha. Yu Xiaoyu slapped her thigh and was overjoyed. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo were convulsing with laughter. It was really too satisfying. Lai Xiaohua grabbed the drumstick in his hand and suddenly felt that the drumstick was no longer fragrant. It was tasteless, as if he was chewing rotten wood. Li Chenglong hurriedly played the role. What did the young man with his wife say? Shui Xiaoduo said, this friend is really a wonderful person. He said that he came to my brother's house as a guest, and I brought a white cloud and a cool breeze for him. Li Chenglong turned and said to Lai Xiaohua, what a poetic scene. What a wonderful person. He clearly didn't bring anything, but he could still say it so pretentiously. What a talent. If not, how could he do what others can't? Lai Xiaohua's cheeks twitched. Shui Xiaoluo pinched her husband's thigh. It was so embarrassing for her to be with you today. Lai Xiaohua swore in his heart. The more you mock me, the more I won't give you anything. What else can you do other than say it out loud? Li Chenglong laughed. And then? Shui Xiaoduo said, then the rich man had no choice but to let the two of them in. He continued to wait, and then the second person came. As long as a friend brought a gift, the winner would still be him. Li Chenglong said, the second person also has a story? Shui Xiaoduo said, yes, it's even better than the first person. This friend's family is very poor. He's a pauper, but he's also very good looking. He's even more handsome than the previous young man. The skin on his face is so smooth, like a freshly peeled egg. Kong Xiaodan was speechless as she touched her smooth face. Shui Xiaoduo continued. So, everyone likes to call him Little Egg or Little Egg. Li Chenglong was enlightened. I see. How did he ask the second question? Shui Xiaoduo turned his head and said to Kong Xiaodan, the rich man asked, Little Egg, what did you bring to my house for dinner? The left and right heavenly kings and Bai Xiaoduo laughed like crazy. Yun Xiaohu didn't have to worry about Shui Xiaoduo taking care of him anymore. He was much better than him. This guy could definitely make a dead person jump up and down in his coffin. Kong Xiaodan's eyes widened and her face turned red. Too mischievous. This bastard. Boss, what kind of godson did you take in? Even Lai Xiaohua and his wife, who were very depressed just now, burst out laughing. People, if they were the only unlucky one, they would be very angry because it was hard to get rid of the depression. But when they saw someone else with the same bad luck as them, they instantly felt better and had a way to vent their depression. They would even find it very funny. Lai Xiaohua and his wife were like that now. Li Chenglong, how did this little egg answer? Zuoxiao Duo, this little egg said, brother, I don't have any money. My family has no money to spare and I have nothing on me. I can only bring you white clouds and clear wind. Li Chenglong, but the guy in front already brought him. Zuoxiao Duo, so the rich man said the same thing. Little egg was a little embarrassed, so he said, I really don't have anything, I only brought 2 balls. The 2 women blushed and covered their mouths, while the 5 men tilted their heads and spat out a mouthful of wine on the ground, laughing so hard that they couldn't stop coughing. Li Chenglong also almost spat out his wine. After coughing for a while and calming down a little, he asked, and then? Zuoxiao Duo, of course the rich man also let him in. After all, he brought 2 balls. So the rich man continued to wait for the third person. As long as the third person brought something, he still didn't lose. Bing Xiaobing's expression changed. Li Chenglong, what's so special about the third person? Zuoxiao Duo, the third person was a little pitiful. Not only was his family poor, but he was also sick all year round. So everyone called him Little Sick. Li Chenglong shook his head, poor guy. Zuoxiao Duo, after waiting anxiously, Little Sick finally came. Then the rich man went up and asked. Li Chenglong, what did he ask? Zuoxiao Duo turned his head and said to Bing Xiaobing, da. At this moment, Lai Xiaohua, Kong Xiaoyun, Xiaohu, Xiaoyu, Bai Xiaoduo, and Shui Xiaoluo all said to Bing Xiaobing at the same time. The rich man asked, Little Sick, you came to my house to eat, what did you bring me? Bing Xiaobing was speechless. Out of all of them, it seemed like he was the only one who brought something, okay? Although he lost, Zuoxiao Duo said with a straight face, silence. Li Chenglong, how did this Little Sick answer? Zuoxiao Duo said, this little sickly one is much more practical. He replied, big brother, I only have this pair of shoulders that still have some strength, so I carried my head over for you. Ah. He brought you a head. Everyone at the scene laughed like crazy. Bing Xiaobing's face darkened for a moment, but he also laughed. This little bastard was really good at mocking others. In an instant, the laughter shook the sky. People were so strange. If only one person was mocked in front of so many people, it would be a lifelong feud that would be difficult to resolve. But now that a few people were mocked in succession, everyone took it as a joke and laughed it off. Although she was still angry, she felt happy after being angry for a while. Zuoxiao Duo laughed and then said, the 4 of you, haha, it's just a story, a topic of conversation at the dinner table. I'm not talking about the 4 of you. Don't think too much about it. Let's talk about it, this joke can be laughed at for a lifetime. Yu Xiaoyu turned her head and spat a mouthful of tea on Yun Xiaohu's face. I don't know if others can laugh for a lifetime, but I can laugh for a lifetime. The others were even more amused. Lai Xiaohua, Shui Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing looked at Zuoxiao Duo with a strange light in their eyes. They were angry and amused at the same time. They really understood their boss's godson now. This kid seemed to be born with a kind of temperament, cheap. And this kind of cheap was not the kind that made people want to beat him to death, but the kind that they only wanted to beat him up viciously 8 times a day. As long as he was not beaten to death, they would beat him up viciously. To be honest, he was very different from his father in this aspect. With his father's temper, his opponents only wanted to beat him to death. But this kid was so cheap that people wanted to beat him up again and again, but they could not bear to beat him to death. These were 2 completely different realms. And just as the laughter shook the sky, a car slowly came from outside and stopped in front of the villa. Cough. Please. Monthly votes. Chapter 694. They didn't pay much attention to the car parked outside. Wasn't it normal for a car to come and go in a modern city? Zuoxiao Duo didn't mind at all. Gao Qiao, and Gao Qingxiang often parked at the entrance, so they were used to it. Plus, at this time they usually didn't come to find them. 1 out of 10 times they came to ask for directions. It shouldn't have anything to do with us. Zuoxiao Duo laughed heartily. After the joke, his mood improved as he didn't receive any gifts. He squinted his eyes. Let's continue drinking, let's continue. However, Yu Dongtian and the rest sensed that something was wrong. It seemed like someone was talking and then paying, and then taking the luggage out of the trunk. Then, footsteps sounded from the main door. With a squeak, the main door was pushed open. They really came to my house? Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Who was it? Why did they come at this time? Lai Xiaohua, Yu Dongtian, and the rest were already bewildered, because each and every one of them felt a familiar yet extremely strange feeling. At this time, a joyful voice came from outside. Go. Oh my God. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped up in joy. It's actually my mom. He rushed out like a whirlwind. Yu Dongtian, who had just stood up, sat back down. His face turned ghastly white. Fuck. Lai Xiaohua, his wife, Kong Xiaobing and Xiaobing turned to run out, but they remembered that they were in the villa and looked at the window. However, Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo had already spread out their hands and pressed down on their shoulders. Each of them held down 2 people and pushed the 4 of them back to their seats, saying, "Don't move." Lai Xiaohua looked at Yu Xiaoyu in despair. You fucking tricked me. When he looked over, he saw that Yu Xiaoyu's face was also covered in cold sweat. She seemed to be even more afraid than he was. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Tricking you? Do I need to sacrifice myself? Lai Xiaohua was so anxious that acne appeared on his face. He said angrily, "What are you afraid of?" It's understandable that we're afraid. But what is a heavenly king of the right afraid of? You're his nephew. Yu Xiaoyu coughed and quickly checked her spatial ring. A smile appeared on Bai Xiaoduo's gentle face. What a coincidence. He had a gloating look on his face. If you guys had brought a greeting gift just now, you might have been able to say something. But now, I'll teach you not to give. Let's see what you can do. Lai Xiaohua and the others looked as if they had lost their parents. We don't want such a coincidence. I want to leave. But now that he was pinned down, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. For a moment there was nothing he could do and his mind went blank. Who can save me? In the courtyard, a gentle voice mixed with infinite doting said, Damn, why does it seem like there's a dinner party tonight? He sniffed and said, The smell of alcohol is so strong. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was filled with flattery. Mom, there are no outsiders. They are all my classmates who are gathering here. Speaking of which, this is the first time we're having a drinking party. It's really a coincidence that the 2 of you are able to meet each other at the first time. A gentle voice said, Oh, a dinner party between classmates? Then it's fine. Your mom and I will go in and clean up. You guys can have your dinner. Don't worry about us. We're the ones who are messing things up. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice sounded. How can that be? Dad, it's not easy for you to come. We've just started and haven't even touched our chopsticks. I've never been the main hostess since I was young, and I don't know how to do this. Now that you're here, you can be the main hostess. And teach me. Zhou Changlu's voice was hesitant. This isn't very appropriate. In the room, the Umno Alliance members put their hands together and prayed. Yes, it's not appropriate. Hurry up and leave. It's too inappropriate. Hurry up and clean up. Zhou Xiaoduo, hurry up and get your dad out of here. Hey mom, let me carry it. Why is there such a big suitcase? Dad, what's wrong with it? We're all juniors. Isn't it good that you're here? Then the door opened. Zhou Xiaoduo pretended to carry a huge suitcase with both hands. He pretended to be out of breath as he carried it in. At this moment, everyone just wanted to beat this kid to death with a few punches and kicks. You're almost strong enough to lift a mountain now. How can you be so tired carrying a suitcase? And both hands at the same time? He's really good at pretending to be obedient in front of his mom. The door opened. Light shone through. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding instantly saw the 7 people standing in a daze inside. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Even with their cultivation level and temperament, they were still a little dazed. I'm not mistaken, am I? My son's brothers of the same generation. What? Why do they all look so familiar? Zhou Zhanglu and Wu Yuding revealed a puzzled look. They couldn't have made a mistake, right? They looked at each other subconsciously and saw the same puzzled look in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them took 2 quick steps forward and entered the entrance hall in 1 step. Then they saw the different expressions on the 7 faces at close range. Yu Dongtian looked as if he wanted to drill under the table. Yun Xiaohu and his wife were pleasantly surprised and excited. And Lai Xiaohua and his wife were embarrassed because they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Kong Xiaodan and Bing Xiaobing's 4 eyeballs were about to fly out of their heads. And Li Chenglong, who was pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Zwa, Auntie Zwa, why are you here? That's great, that's great. Good, good, good. Zwa Changlu smiled like a spring breeze. He walked in with his long legs and laughed. Xiao Duo, are these your brothers of the same generation? Wu Yuding also came in. She smiled strangely and said, Aya, there are also 2 young ladies. These 2 young ladies are really pretty. Lai Xiaohua and the others, ... They stood there one by one. At this moment, they really felt like the universe had exploded in front of their eyes. A chicken claw in Lai Xiaohua's mouth fell out with a clatter. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. He immediately lowered his head and used his mouth to pick up the chicken claw. Then he unconsciously chewed it and swallowed it down along with the skin and bones. Not bad, not bad. Zwa Changlu looked like an elder. He smiled kindly and looked at them one by one. He sighed. They are all talented people. Xiao Duo, your friends of the same generation are not bad. Zwa Xiao Duo chuckled, but his heart was filled with worry. Dad obviously didn't know the situation. Our table is very complicated. Those 4 are from the Umno Alliance. These 3 are from the Astral Souls. They are all experts and geniuses. Dad was once a transcendent, but his cultivation was gone now. Would he be able to handle it? He saw Zwa Zhanglu walking over with a smile on his face. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiao Duo nimbly moved their chairs aside and opened up a path to the host and hostess seats. Yun Xiao Duo casually pushed the stiffened Yu Xiaoyu to the side. Then Zwa Changlu sat in the seat that Zwa Xiao Duo was originally sitting in. Then he chuckled, damn it. Lai Xiaohua and the others immediately felt hurt. You scolded us the moment you came up. What are you trying to do? But he heard Wu Yuding immediately reply, what? Lai Xiaohua and the others lowered their heads. I see that this was a form of address. That was how people with children addressed each other. Why don't you pack up later? There are so many children here and all of them are so young and promising. Now that they are at our house we can have a meal together. It's a good time to be lively. Zwa Zhanglu Xuan said elegantly. Wu Yuding nodded. Okay. She ordered, Xiao Duo, put the suitcase aside and come eat. Okay. Zwa Xiao Duo was even more confused. He put the suitcase behind the sofa and came over to add a few more chairs. As a result, his current position had changed and it had changed completely. There were 2 seats for the host and hostess, Zwa Changlu and Wu Yuding. Main guest, Lai Xiaohua. Assistant guest, Kong Xiaodan. Assistant guest, Zwa Xiao Duo, mainly responsible for pouring wine. 3rd and 4th guests, Yun Xiaohu by Xiao Duo. 3rd and 4th guests, Shui Xiaoluo Bing Xiaobing. 5th and 6th guests, Yu Xiaoyu Li Chenglong. It was a standard Astral Souls mainland drinking game. Take a seat, take a seat. Zwa Changlu's attitude was very friendly. He was at ease at the table. It was obvious that he was a veteran who had been tested by alcohol. Why are you being so polite? Since you are friends with my son, you are my juniors. Since you are my juniors, why are you not listening? Uncle asked you to sit, so sit. Why are you being so polite? Lai Xiaohua sat straight on the chair. It felt as if he was sitting on a mountain of knives. I don't want to live anymore. I am 1 generation younger. Shui Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing also sat down without knowing what was under their butts. To be honest, the 3 of them were still in a state of confusion. Their eyes were shining. The chaos in their minds had just begun that they really didn't understand. What was going on today? Why did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? How did it get out of hand? On the other side, Yu Xiaoyu and Yun Xiaohu were much more natural. They had already sat down. The only difference was that Yu Xiaoyu carefully sat with half her buttocks on the other half of the chair. She looked like she didn't dare to look, didn't dare to listen, didn't dare to say, and wasn't moved. On the other hand, Yun Xiaohu and his wife sat very comfortably. Ever since Zwa Changlu came in. As Zwa Zhanglu and his wife sat down, Bai Xiaoduo's mouth didn't stop moving. Although she didn't make any sound, she told Zwa Zhanglu everything that had happened that night through telepathy at the speed of a machine gun. Especially when she mentioned that they didn't bring any gifts. Bai Xiaoduo was very angry. Zwa Changlu received the guests and smiled at each of them. He also listened attentively to Bai Xiaoduo's report. Then he nodded to show that he understood. Then he smiled and said, "Today is a good day." Chapter 695. Zwa Changlu looked at everyone with a smile. His face was like jade, and his elegant temperament was admirable at first sight. He was graceful and at ease. Sitting in the main seat, he was as deep as the abyss and as vast as the sea. When people saw him, they couldn't help but praise him from the bottom of their hearts. This is a true gentleman, gentle as jade. Lai Xiaohua and the others looked at Zhuo Changlu's elegance, but their gazes were strange. It was as if they were looking at the legendary giant Kuan opening its mouth to swallow the sky. Zhuo Changlu laughed. We came from afar to visit our son who is studying abroad, but we really did not expect that we would be like this today. Ah, full house. Zhuo Zhanglu emphasized the words full of distinguished friends. Haha. Bai Xiaoduo laughed for a while then stopped. There was nothing wrong with this sentence in itself. This was truly a full house of distinguished guests. Even if anyone from the 3 continents came to look at this table, they could only agree with it and could not say anything against it. Moreover, other than the adjective full of distinguished guests, he couldn't think of a more appropriate description. Since this idiom was used at this banquet, it was the right place to use it. Very happy. Very happy. Zhuo Changlu was very emotional. As a parent, I want to see my son do well. And where can I see my son doing well? You can see it from the friends he makes. If his friends are all successful, his son will definitely be successful. Yu Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. Lai Xiaohua forced himself to calm down and rolled his eyes. This old man had been holding back for a long time, hadn't he? He could finally let go today. Look at how smug he was. Now that I see all of you, I can say that my heart has been hanging in the air for a long time. Zhuo Zhanglu sighed and said, with friends like you, my son will definitely become better and better in the future through getting along with you. He will gradually become a real gentleman, a noble person, a pure person, a person with morals, and a person who is free from vulgar interests. Cough, cough, cough. Kong Xiaodan coughed repeatedly. I can't take it anymore. Your son is about to surpass his father. The 4 types of people that you mention have nothing to do with him at all. You're right. This is the greatest pride of a parent. Zhuo Changlu's face was filled with relief. He looked at the Lai Hua couple, Kong Xiaodan and Bing Xiaobing lovingly. You are all good children. His loving gaze swept back and forth. The 4 people's faces turned green and white. I want to fuck your grandpa, can I? That's enough, Master Zhuo. If you continue, you'll be going overboard. However, Zhuo Changlu obviously did not intend to let it go so easily. He continued to sigh. You are all young talents. I still don't know your names. Yes. Dad. Zhuo Xiaoduo already felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange and something was wrong. He hurriedly stood up and introduced, the red-haired one sitting beside you is called Lai Xiaohua, and this is his wife Xue Xiaoluo. Zhuo Changlu looked kindly at Lai Xiaohua. Red-haired, your name is not bad. It's rare. In the future you must cherish your wife. After all, it's not easy to find a wife in this day and age. Especially a red-haired one like you. You look like a delinquent. You're already like this, but your wife is still willing to be with you. That's rare. Zhuo Changlu spoke in the tone of an elder. Ha 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 ha. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo could not help but laugh. Lai Xiaohua's face was red. He wanted to strangle Zhuo Changlu, but he could only stutter. Yes. Yes. Zhuo Zhanglu smiled faintly. Then he said in an elegant manner, actually I shouldn't say this. But I can't help but say it out loud. Xiaohua, you should find some time to dye your hair back. You don't look mature at all. Moreover, the society is very chaotic these days. So, there are a lot of temptations for young people. Especially gambling and such. Xiaohua, you must remember to stay away from gambling in the future. He looked carefully at Lai Xiaohua's face and said, look, your face is not very good. You're easily impulsive. Once you're impulsive, you'll lose your mind easily. If your wife is won by someone else, it won't be good. If you lose, your wife can only go back on her word. But going back on her word is even worse. Lai Xiaohua felt as if he had swallowed a piece of burning coal in his throat. He could neither swallow nor spit it out. He looked extremely pitiful. Xue Xiaoluo bit her lips and used her chopsticks to stab a fish in front of her. Half of the fish's body was smashed into pieces. She did not know whether she was stabbing Zhuo Changlu or Lai Xiaohua in her heart. This is a very handsome guy on my mother's side. He's called Kong Xiaodan. This is Bing Xiaobing. They're both. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, they're all friends from far away. He could not say that they were from the Umno Alliance. It would be best if his father did not know. If he knew, he would be worried to death. From far away? Not bad, not bad. Isn't it a joy to have friends from far away? Zhuo Changlu said, then looked at Kong Xiaodan and said kindly, Xiaodan? Kong Xiaodan, cough 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 cough. He turned to look at Bing Xiaobing. Xiaobing? His tone was very strange. Bing Xiaobing, cough cough. Cough cough. Yes, cough 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 cough. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding almost burst out laughing. The husband and wife truly felt that their son's banquet today was really too interesting. What was even more interesting was that the husband and wife had come at the right time. Since they had met, they would definitely play for a while longer. If they finished playing in a while, they would be letting themselves down. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were completely sure that this kind of thing would only happen once in their lives. There would definitely not be a next time. After this time, they would definitely run as far away as possible. And today they could play to their heart's content without any scruples. Lai Xiaohua and the others did not dare to reveal their identities. If their identities were not exposed, then it would only be a small circle of people. Their faces could still hold on. If their identities were exposed on the spot, then when it was announced on the continent, the few great shamans would not be able to live anymore. Not to mention bullying the weak, pretending to be someone's son's peer and then being caught red-handed by the Sky Patrol Minister could be written into the textbooks. In the future, generations of people would be overjoyed to see it. Who could afford to lose face like that? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an unprecedented and unparalleled drinking party since the beginning of time. This was really a blessing from the heavenly official. Although Lai Xiaohua and the others had changed their appearance and even their body shape, how could Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, who had been fighting with them for thousands of years, not recognize their real bodies? It was not an exaggeration to say that even if these people were broken into pieces and only had a few bones left, Zhuo Changlu would still be able to recognize which bone was Lai Xiaohua's and which bone was Bing Ming's. Zhuo Changlu even dared to make a promise like, "I will run around the world naked if I recognize the wrong bone." Why are all of you so restrained? Zhuo Changlu was a little dissatisfied and said, "Since we are at home, then we are family. Why are you so restrained?" Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt that these people were a little restrained and were not as relaxed as before. He said, "Yes, don't treat yourself as an outsider. My parents are very easy to talk to. You don't have to be so restrained." Easy to talk to? Their hearts were already in a state of turmoil. Yes, we know that he is easy to talk to. But what we know is different from what you know. Zhuo Changlu said gently, "You are all dragons and phoenixes among men. But since you are of the same generation as my son, then you should call me Uncle Zhuo." Uncle Zhuo? Lai Xiaohua and the others wanted to escape immediately. "Damn it, you want us to call you uncle? If we really call you that, how can we raise our heads and face people?" Zhuo Changlu narrowed his eyes and said, "Now that Xiao Duo has grown up, we husband and wife will be very free in the future and plan to walk around. Maybe we can even pass by your hometown. When the time comes, we will invite some newspapers and television stations to publicize it." Newspapers and television stations? Lai Xiaohua and the others were dumbfounded. This was a naked threat. Do you have to be so ruthless? Zhuo Changlu smiled and said to Yu Xiaoyu, "Don't you think so? You are called Xiaoyu?" He gave her a look. "Demonstrate." Yu Xiaoyu understood and immediately stood up. She said respectfully, "Uncle Zhuo is right. We are of the same generation as Xiao Duo. Of course we have to listen to your teachings. Hello, Uncle Zhuo Aunt Zhuo." Her greeting was crisp and clear with a sense of familiarity. Yu Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I will set an example for them so that they won't feel embarrassed." After that, she nodded and bowed deeply. She looked like a pug and called again, "Hello, Uncle Zhuo. Hello, Aunt Zhuo." This time she said it even louder. Lai Xiaohua, Kong Xiaodan, and the others stared at Yu Dongtian with a face full of curses. "You motherfucker. Why don't you go fuck yourself? You can call them Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo with a clear conscience because you should be calling them Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo. But how can we be the same? Are you fucking embarrassed? Who would be embarrassed? Is this something to be embarrassed about? You are called." Zhuo Changlu looked at Yin Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo. The husband and wife stood up and bowed deeply. "Greetings, Uncle Zhuo Aunt Zhuo. We wish you good health and longevity." Zhuo Changlu laughed and praised, "Good." Yun Xiaohu and his wife sat down looking excited. Hearing the word good was like hearing the highest reward. Zhuo Changlu and his wife smiled and turned to look at Lai Xiaohua, Bing Xiaobing and Kong Xiaodan. Their faces were full of anticipation and kindness. Their meaning could not be more obvious. The three of them already called them Uncle Zhuo and Aunt Zhuo. Shouldn't the four of you do the same? Chapter 696. Lai Xiaohua was already trembling all over. This is bullying. This is blatant bullying. These three, one is your nephew, one is your disciple, and the last one is your disciple's wife. No matter how respectful they are to you, no matter how much they treat you, isn't it only natural? Don't talk about calling you uncle. Even if they call you father, you won't find it strange. But what about us? We are of the same generation as you, okay? This bastard is using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Are you done yet? Zhuo Duo obviously didn't know what was going on. He laughed and said, Aya, what a big deal. When I see your parents in the future, don't I have to bow to them too? This is very normal. Bow to them? Lai Xiaohua and the others looked at Zhuo Duo and cursed in their hearts. You are indeed your father's son. Wasn't this genetic inheritance too good? Lai Xiaohua and the others looked at Zhuo Duo strangely. They really wanted to beat this brat into meat paste. Holy shit, are you really that innocent or are you just pretending? Bow to them. What are you thinking? We were just bored and came to visit boss's godson on his behalf. But after we came, one thing got worse than the other. First, we sent our own spies back. So many years of hard work from sending spies all turned into water. Then, we lost an ice soul and even 10% of the resources from the spatial ruin. In the end, everything was over. We came to have a meal, but we ended up being a generation younger than them? We really met a ghost today. And we met two of them at once. The four of them were so regretful that their intestines were turning green. Then why did we come this time? To eat chicken? Yu Xiaoyu was laughing so hard that her intestines were about to break, but her face was serious. She frowned and urged, Lai Xiaohua Bing Xiaobing Kong Xiaodan, hurry up and greet Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo also hurried them. Zhou Zhanglu and Wu Yuding were waiting with a kind look on their faces. Lai Xiaohua was about to explode. His entire body suddenly turned red. Shui Xiaoluo hurriedly held him down and shook her head. Are you crazy? Was he going to send him back to complete his transformation? What's more, do you want the whole continent to know that we've lost so much? You may be shameless, but I am. Shui Xiaoluo forced a smile and said to Wu Yuding, this? Although we look young, we're actually not that young. You see. As he spoke, he winked at her. She tugged at Wu Yuding's sleeves with both hands and shook them. With a pleading look on her face. Wu Yuding sighed, thinking that it was about time to force Lai Hua and the rest to such a state. Wu Yuding said gracefully, Dad, forget it. The children are not young anymore. Besides, his wife is planning to give me something. Shui Xiaoluo was dumbfounded. Oh, who said I was going to give you something? But who would dare to say no now? Wu Yuding was pleading for them. They said no. Then they would definitely be called Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua today. Obviously this was the price to pay for pleading. After Wu Yuding finished speaking, he looked at Shui Xiaoluo. Shui Xiaoluo hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I'll give whatever you say. Let's get through this first. Of course, Zhuo Zhanglu didn't want Lai Hua and the others to call him uncle. He knew in his heart that even if he forced the four of them out tonight, they would never call him uncle. So this was just a strategy to ensure that he had the upper hand. Now, he clearly understood that he was already in control of the universe. Let's see who dares to provoke him? Let's try? Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Changlu let out a long laugh. I'm just joking, just joking. Haha, you've come to my place. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Come, let's eat. Lai Hua and the rest finally let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my god. I almost had a brain hemorrhage just now. I have to exercise my responsibility as the host. Zhuo Changlu was natural and generous. As he spoke, he lovingly gave Lai Hua a piece of chicken kidney. Red hair, eat more of this. This is good. It's good for your kidney. I originally wanted to say that you're young and don't know how to control yourself. Since you're old and experienced, I won't say much. Look at your bent back now. Don't try to be brave in everything. You're a man. When it's time to say no, you have to say no. Lai Hua stuffed the chicken kidney into his mouth and chewed hard. His expression was ferocious as he chewed very hard. Nourish your sister. You're the one with a weak kidney. You're the one with a bent back. You're the one who can't do it. Your whole family can't do it. Xiaodan, you have to eat more of this. Zhuo Changlu gave Kong Xiaodan a piece of chive. This is good. This can strengthen your sex drive. Look at your physique. When you grow up, it'll be difficult to find a wife. Take this while you're still young. Kong Xiaodan stuffed it into her mouth and chewed loudly. She imagined that she was chewing Zhuo Changlu. You're the one who needs sex drive. Your whole family needs sex drive. The old and the young all need sex drive. Make sure you're strong. Haha, Xiaobing, come. Zhuchanglu picked up a piece of chicken heart. As the saying goes, what you eat is what you nourish. It's just right for you to eat. Bing Xiaobing stared at him. Are you saying that I'm stupid? Looking at the chicken heart on the plate, Bing Xiaobing closed her eyes and swallowed it. I'm not chewing. I'm going to eat it raw. One day I'll swallow you whole, just like how I swallowed a chicken's heart, you son of a bitch. Zhuchanglu picked up another piece of fish eye for you, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you've done well. Your Aunt Zhua and I have to think highly of you now. You Xiaoyu almost slid under the chair. Please don't think highly of me. I'm scared. Looking at the huge fish eyes on the plate, which seemed to be staring at her, Yu Xiaoyu started to tremble. Eat, eat, Zhuchanglu called out to Yin Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo. You two eat. It's too far for me to reach. I won't give you any more food. Thank you, Uncle Zhua. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo thanked him in unison. Right now, only the two of them could eat without worry. Then Zhuchanglu raised his cup. You're at my house. Let's raise our cups together. Tonight is unforgettable. Don't forget tonight. Lai Xiaohua and the others had been wanting to drink for a long time. They hurriedly raised their cups. They finally started drinking. Damn, they raised their cups twice and didn't drink a single mouthful. Your son raised it and put it down. In the end, he told us a story that they were about to drink. However, Zhuanglu laughed heartily and put down his glass. His laughter was very joyous. Speaking of which, I shouldn't have laughed. But I can't laugh without talking about it. Your names remind me of a story. A very interesting story. I can't help but spit it out. You Xiaoyu almost spat out the fish eyes she was chewing. She started to choke. Lai Xiaohua and the others held their cups, despair written all over their faces. What are you doing now? Don't be in a hurry to drink. Don't be in a hurry to drink while listening to this story. Otherwise you'll choke. Zhuchanglu laughed very happily. This is a story about a rich man's treat. It's very interesting and creative. Haha, I'll live on this joke for the rest of my life. Let me tell you. This time even Zhua Xiaoduo couldn't help but choke. Li Chenglong lowered his head and hurriedly put down his cup. He laughed so hard that his entire body rippled. If he didn't put down his cup, the wine would definitely spill. Lai Xiaohua and the others were in despair. Damn. This was really a family tradition. So forcing him to call him uncle was to pave the way for this? The older the ginger, the spicier it was. This Zhuchanglu was much more cunning than his son. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo were also trembling, but they forced themselves to hold it in. Yun Xiaohu even played the role of the supporting actor. Uncle Zhuo, what's the story? How interesting and creative is it? Zhuchanglu looked at him with admiration and said, Once upon a time, there was an unusually generous person. Because he had more poor friends, there were more people who went to eat at his house. This couldn't be helped. It's like this when you're rich. As the saying goes, the poor live in the downtown area and no one cares, but the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains. Yun Xiaohu said, Uncle's words are full of life philosophy and worldly sentiments. Lai Xiaohua and the others had a splitting headache. They even wanted to die. As expected. As expected. Fuck, did they have to listen to this fucking story again? When Zhua Xiaoduo was telling it, they could still play dumb and act dumb. But now, it seemed like they couldn't anymore. Their statuses were completely equal, and the other party even surpassed them. If they were asked, Young man, you came to my house to eat. What did you bring for me? That would be really embarrassing. On the other side, Zhuchanglu smoothly told the story, and Yun Xiaohu skillfully played the supporting actor. How could he not be familiar with it after hearing it just once? With Li Chenglong's example, Yun Xiaohu, who had been here twice, would be unreasonable if he didn't praise him to perfection? Even Zhuchanglu was surprised. Why was this disciple's brain so good today? He wasn't usually this quick-witted. When he got to the part where he said, This poor friend is young and has just found a wife. It's a young man, so everyone calls him young man. Lai Xiaohua suddenly stood up, his face solemn and stirring as he said, About this, I'm ashamed to say that I took the liberty to visit this time. I really don't have anything with me. Luckily, I suddenly remembered that I brought some gifts for students with Xiaoduo before I came. I almost forgot. Bai Xiaoduo curled her lips. You have the nerve to say that. You almost forgot? Haha, if my master didn't come, you really would have forgotten, right? Zhuchanglu frowned and said, I don't accept gifts. He said, Lai Xiaohua Sai, you don't have to be like this. I'm just telling a story. I'm not talking about you. Zhuchanglu said, You can't take it too personally. This is the life principle that I've summed up over the years. Lai Xiaohua choked on his anger. I really want to spit on your face. If I don't stand up and turn myself in now, you're going to point at my nose and start scolding me. You're still talking about me? Chapter 697. The UMNO Alliance members were filled with emotions. Sure enough, like father, like son, and vice versa. His family's profound knowledge was not deceiving him. No, this is a necessary etiquette. This etiquette cannot be ignored. How can you come to a friend's house empty-handed? Lai Xiaohua said with a serious face. As he spoke, he took out a jar of wine and said, "This is a wine brewed by me, my boss, and 2 brothers. Fire and water do not mix. This jar of wine." Wu Yuding snorted, her face full of dissatisfaction. What did Lai Hua mean? Take this wine? But Lai Hua had already taken out the wine. Obviously he would not give it to her if she wanted anything else. Wu Yuding's eyes lit up and said, this wine jar is really exquisite. Kong Xiaodan and the rest rolled their eyes. Really exquisite? What did she mean? It was too small. Too little. Bing Xiaobing gloated. Yes, it's really exquisite. TSK, it's just a little small. Lai Hua's face darkened. He looked at Bing Xiaobing with Shui Xiaoluo as if he wanted to eat him. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Which side are you on? Bing Xiaobing coughed and lowered his head. He really did not do it on purpose. It was just that he could not control his gloating temper and it suddenly flared up just now. But after he said this, Lai Hua could not take it anymore. Even his own people said that it was too little. Lai Hua gritted his teeth and took out another 6 jars. He looked like he was about to cry. We came out in a hurry this time and really did not bring much. We only brought these. It can be considered as a small token of our appreciation. I hope the owner will not mind. He really did not lie. He really only brought 6 jars of this wine. He really took out all of them. Wu Yuding smiled faintly, looking very graceful and elegant. She secretly glared at Lai Hua. How dare you give my son this kind of wine? Just you wait. She said, Xiao Duo, why don't you thank your brother Lai for the wine? Brother Lai. Lai Xiao's face twisted. Can you let him call you Uncle Lai? Zhu Xiao's mouth was very sweet. Thank you, brother Lai. He was finally satisfied. There were benefits in his hands. Even if it was only 6 jars of wine, it was still not easy for this guy to take them out. Looking at brother Lai's pained look, this wine should be good. That was the name. TSK, water and fire don't mix well. You guys are so fucking cultured. I just want to know if you guys know what fire and water are incompatible means? Zhu Xiaoduo also felt a little strange. I'm telling the same story. Why don't you give it to me? My dad hasn't even finished speaking and you've already given it to him. What's going on? Kong Xiaodan couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up as well. I brought something for student Zhuo before I came. Wu Yuding interrupted with a smile. A little spatial soil? She had learned her lesson. She could not let these guys speak first. Kong Xiaodan's face changed all of a sudden, cold sweat seeping out from her forehead. Damn it, spatial soil. How much do I have in total? Now you want me to give it to your son? This was a spatial treasure that could open up mountains and rivers. I can't even bear to use it when I'm bored. It was only occasionally used when I tore space apart. That you want it just like that? Where's your shame? Wu Yuding smiled and said, Xiaodan, it's okay if you don't have a gift. We're all family. As the elders, they actually came out again. This was blatant coercion. Kong Xiaodan made up her mind and hurriedly said, yes, a little spatial soil. But it's really not much. Only half a gram. Don't think it's too little, don't think it's too little. She wiped her sweat. Hehehe. Half a gram. Who can use such little? Bing Xiaobing slapped his own mouth after saying that. Fuck, now's not the time to gloat. I have to control it. Kong Xiaodan looked at Bing Xiaobing with grief and indignation. It's really worth it to have a brother like you in this life. That she panted heavily and gritted her teeth. Only half a gram left. Do you want to add some? Bing Xiaobing lowered his head and drank water. He looked embarrassed. I didn't do it on purpose, brother Dan. I'm just used to it. Kong Xiaodan glared at Bing Xiaobing and panted for a long time. Finally, she took out a ring and stuffed it into Zhu Xiaoduo's hands. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Obviously she thought it was too little. However, Zhu Changlu hurriedly gave her a look. That's enough. Don't push him too hard. If you push him too hard, he'll run away. If he wants to run away, we can't do anything to him. She could only say reluctantly, "All right, Xiao Duo. Quickly thank your brother Kong. The gift is light but the thought is heavy." "Thank you, brother Kong." Zhou Xiaoduo did not know what this thing was. She said sweetly and took the ring. Then she threw it into her own spatial ring. Kong Xiaodan's face darkened. She had already taken out the spatial soil and you said, "The gift is light but the thought is heavy." Was it light? Was this gift really light? If it's so light, why don't you give me some? Zhou Changlu looked at Bing Xiaobing and smiled. Xiaobing. Bing Xiaobing's face was full of sadness. "I really don't have anything left. I even gave out the ice soul. Moreover, I just gave it out. If I had known, I would have given it out earlier." In the end. Now, he only gave one, but I have to give two. Lai Xiaohua said cheerfully. "Xiaobing has some good stuff." Kong Xiaodan also said sarcastically, "Xiaobing has always been the most generous. He must have some good stuff." Bing Xiaobing looked at the two of them in anger. The two of them looked up at the sky. "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to make sarcastic remarks? Do you think you feel good when you gloat? Look at how cheap you are. You're almost as cheap as that Zhou guy." "If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think we're easy to bully." Shui Xiaoluo also snorted. Xiaobing's family is rich. When the family split up, his sister didn't get anything. His parents gave everything to him. You're so biased. Stop. Bing Xiaobing raised his hands in anger. Then he put on a bitter face and begged, "I really don't have anything left. I only have a lot of prehistoric black ice left. If you want, I can give you more." Wu Yuding's eyes lit up. She chuckled and said, "Aya, everything is a gift from the heart. Why are you being picky? A few dozen cubic meters should be enough. It's hot in the summer. It's not bad to store more ice." Bing Xiaobing almost vomited blood. "A few dozen cubic meters? Do you think this is concrete? I really don't have that much." Bing Xiaobing opened his ring and looked at it. He said with a sad face, "I have less than 8 cubic meters." Wu Yuding said, "Xiao Duo, quickly thank your brother Bing. You know how to send a goose feather from 1,000 miles away?" "Thank you, brother Bing," Zhou Xiaoduo said sweetly. Then she stretched out her white and tender hand. Bing Xiaobing was a little confused. "I didn't say how much I was going to give, right? You're thanking me just like that?" "I wanted to say, I have less than 8 cubic meters. I'll give you 2 cubic meters. 2 cubic meters is a lot, okay? This is prehistoric Xian ice. It's not the usual Xian ice." But before I could finish, she was already sending a goose feather from 1,000 miles away? 8 cubic meters. Wu Yuding began to look for a reference. "How big is it? Is it half the size of this living room? It can't be, right? That's not much. What can it do?" Lai Xiaohua said, "That's right. What's the use of this broken thing?" Kong Xiaodan. Bing Xiaobing reached out and covered Kong Xiaodan's mouth. "Brother, don't say any more. Be ruthless. Just give it to her. I'll go back and get more." He sighed and threw out another ring. Zhou Xiaoduo happily took it and threw it into her space. Zhou Changlu laughed. "Not bad. Today the host and the guest are really enjoying themselves." Lai Xiaohua and the others were stunned. "We haven't even started eating. How can you say that the host and the guest are enjoying themselves? What are we enjoying ourselves for? What do you mean? We've already received the gifts. Are you chasing us away? You can't do that, can you, old Zhua? We've already taken this glass of wine twice and heard the joke twice. We haven't even drunk a sip." At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Dad, this villa is mine and Swollen's. I'm not the owner." What he meant was that he had only given it to him and not Swollen's. This was not fair. Lai Hua and the others really wanted to leave. "You can't play like this. Is there an end to this? What we gave out is our family's property. Even if we go back and ask Boss Hong, he won't reimburse us. Besides, can't you split it?" Zhou Changlu nodded reservedly. "Can't you see that your brother Lai and the others are still considering? Your brother Lai and the others are all smart people. How can they not think of this? But I heard that Chenglong lacks a lot of cultivation resources?" Zhou Xiaoduo kicked Li Chenglong under the table. Li Chenglong nodded hurriedly. "Practicing martial arts is indeed not easy. My family is poor and I have no money. I don't have anything. As a martial artist, I really can't support it. Haha." Swollen wiped his sweat. It was his first time doing this. He was not used to it. Sorry. It turned out to be cultivation resources. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief. That was much easier. It was just a little bit of cultivation resources. I have a heart-quenching fruit here. It can increase one's cultivation by 100 years. I have 100 pieces of supreme-grade Astral Soul's jade. I have 100 pieces too. I have 100 pieces here. Okay, everyone has 100 pieces. In addition to the heart-quenching fruit, I'll give you 100 pieces too. In an instant, the four of them became rich and overbearing. Swollen's hands were trembling and his face was sweating. Oh my god! A heart-quenching fruit for 100 years of cultivation. 400 pieces of supreme-grade spiritual jade. Oh my god, did he just give me a few hundred billion? I'm not dreaming, am I? If this is a dream, let me wake up later. Swollen was so excited that he thought he was dreaming until he got his hands on the fruit. After this small episode, the banquet finally returned to normal. Jianghu sat upright and accompanied the host. He talked and laughed, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. He spoke from time to time and everyone was laughing. Everyone toasted and drank together. However, after drinking with everyone, he did not drink with Yu. Then he started the second round with raging fire. Come, let's drink again. Yu held the wine cup with both hands and was about to toast when she froze in midair. No one is paying attention to me. After thinking for a while, she looked at Wu Yuding with a conflicted expression. I'm one of them. I can't let others see me as a joke. Wu Yuding's expression did not change. She did not look at her. She just drank with Yin Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo, ignoring Yu Xiaoyu. The difference in treatment was obvious. Chapter 698. Lai Xiaohua and the others suddenly felt their moods lighten up. Even a jerk like you would have such a day. All of them wanted to speak. Yu Xiaoyu would not give them the chance. She scratched her head, coughed and said, speaking of which, Xiao Duo and I hit it off. I have some 9 heaven spring water here, but it's very little, only 3 drops. I have no use for it, so I'll give it all to Xiao Duo. Wu Yuding did not even look up or say a word. Xiao Duo happily took it. He did not know what the 9 heaven spring water was, but this bottle was made from top-grade Astral Soul's jade, so it must be extraordinary. Jianghu laughed and said, Xiaoyu, you have to pay attention to your image in the future. You're not young anymore, so don't always do unreliable things. Come, let's drink. Yu Xiaoyu quickly raised her cup and drank it, sighing in her heart. So it was because of this. Uncle Zhua, you won't even let your own people go. But since you've already gotten it, why not blackmail Yin Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo? Yu Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable and coughed, trying to find something to talk about. Haha Xiaohu, haha Xiaoduo, haha. Her eyes kept drifting to Wu Yuding and Zhuchanglu. Her meaning was obvious. Ask for it. Ask for it from them quickly. Why ask for it from me and not from them? Bai Xiaoduo rolled her eyes, indicating that she did not want to talk. Our gifts were already given out, how could I tell you? I gave it to Mistress at the first opportunity, but little Junior has no use for it now. It's of a much higher grade than yours. But that's our family's business. What does it have to do with you? Yu Xiaoyu hinted for a long time, but no one responded. Finally she gave up. So she started drinking like crazy. Drinking more could also make up for her soul. Lai Hua and the others were fine, but she still had an even worse match waiting for her. The atmosphere became lively. Everyone toasted each other and drank heartily. At their level, they could have long turned their backs on each other. If he flipped his face over, it would be his butt. Today we can drink and be intimate with each other and talk about everything. Tomorrow I will pull out a knife and stab you mercilessly. Drinking was drinking, but fighting was fighting, and standing was even more important. You, Zhuchanglu, are of the same generation as us, and your martial prowess is slightly higher than ours. When we meet your son, it is only right for us to give him a greeting gift. This was not a matter of position but of respect for each other. If we had a son and Zhuchanglu came to our house as a guest, we wouldn't be able to save on a greeting gift. It would be absolutely impossible to not give him something good. However, this doesn't mean that I will still be friends with you when we meet on the battlefield tomorrow. Those are two completely different things. When they spoke to each other, it didn't feel like they had known each other for a long time. It was like they had met by chance and everyone was having fun. Zhuchanglu told a few jokes and they weren't sarcastic. They really made everyone laugh. Lai Xiaohua and the others also told a few local jokes and everyone was overjoyed. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Bing Xiaobing drank a little too much and said a dirty joke. However, he was punished by everyone and he drank a jar of wine. Then his dirty joke caused big trouble. Speaking of which, it's really lively today. We watched a show in the day and it's still so lively at night. After Yu Xiaoyu gave the gift, she was obviously much more lively. She actually dared to sit on the chair with both her buttocks and she was smiling. Zhuo Changlu said lightly, "It's quite lively at night, but what's so lively during the day? Tell me about it." Bing Xiaobing's expression changed immediately. He looked at Yu Xiaoyu with a pleading expression. Although he would know about this sooner or later, can you not say it in front of me? Lai Xiaohua and the others were angry that Bing Xiaobing didn't speak up for them, and started to hit him when he was down. Kong Xiaodan said, "During the day there was a competition at the Hidden Dragon High School. Everyone drew lots to fight against Origin Core Realm students." Zhuo Changlu was stunned. "The three of you drew lots to go up on stage?" Bing Xiaobing's face turned red and he quickly raised his cup. "Let's drink?" "There's no rush to drink." Lai Xiaohua pressed down his hand that was holding the cup and laughed. "Let's talk about the fun first." Bing Xiaobing looked at Lai Xiaohua with grief and anger. "Whose side are you on?" "Yes, the three of them drew lots to fight against Xiao Duo." Yu Xiaoyu laughed. "They're all rubbing their palms together." Zhuo Changlu smiled meaningfully. "Their courage is commendable." Then he sighed. "Even if Xiao Duo loses to them, it's not embarrassing." Pfft. Yun Xiaohu spat and said, "Uncle Zhuo is right." Bing Xiaobing coughed and said, "Where's the toilet?" "What's the rush?" Yu Xiaoyu said. Bing Xiaobing drew lots and he was overjoyed. Many of us couldn't find his eyes, and he was so happy that we only saw his teeth. Yes. Lai Xiaohua and Kong Xiaodan nodded. Anyway, it was better for them to die than for them to die. Besides, Bing Ming was really good at snatching the lot and he was really overjoyed after getting it. That smug attitude of, "I'm going to have fun, but you won't," made the two want to hit him. "And then?" Zhuo Changlu asked. "And then Bing Xiaobing went up." Yu Xiaoyu tried to hold back her laughter, and her shoulders were shaking, but she said in a serious tone. "And then?" "And then Bing Xiaobing came down." Yu Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but laugh. "Bing Xiaobing was beaten up by Zhuo Xiaoduo, haha." Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's eyes widened. Bing Xiaobing was beaten up. That's right, Bing Xiaobing was beaten up by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Bing Xiaobing was really beaten up by Zhuo Xiaoduo? That's right, Bing Xiaobing was really beaten up by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wow, Bing Xiaobing was actually beaten up. Haha. Bing Xiaobing was really beaten up. Bing Xiaobing wanted to have fun but he didn't. He wanted to go up and beat up the noobs. But Bing Xiaobing became the noobs himself. Oh, he was beaten up. Too horrible to look at. Everyone chimed in one after another. When these people cooperated, they didn't even have time to catch their breath. They just started talking like a machine gun. The first thing they said was, "Bing Xiaobing was beaten up." The second thing they said was, "Bing Xiaobing was beaten up." That kind of gloating mood overflowed beyond the 9 heavens. Bing Xiaobing's face turned red. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't sit still. If it was only Yu Xiaoyu and Kong Xiaodan who said that, it would have been fine. But Lai Xiaohua and Kong Xiaodan said it more enthusiastically than they did. "That's enough. I'm going to the toilet." Bing Xiaobing plunged into the toilet. He couldn't come out. Ha 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 ha. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were smart, they were still lacking compared to this group of old foxes. There were many things that they couldn't connect to, and they couldn't even understand. When they were asking for gifts, they still had some doubts in their hearts. But after the old foxes got along well, their doubts disappeared without a trace. There was even a feeling of, "So that's how it is. Haha, your son is so outstanding. He's studying at the Hidden Dragon High School. You're here just to see your son?" Lai Xiaohua laughed. He was a little tipsy. "That's right." Zhuo Changlu smiled. "Isn't there still 10 days before the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference?" "Parent-teacher conference? 10 more days?" Lai Xiaohua and Bing Xiaobing looked at each other. They both seemed to be deep in thought. "There are still 10 more days. Why are you here so early?" Lai Xiaohua was a little dissatisfied. "Can't you come when it's time?" Zhuo Changlu sighed. "I can't help it. My wife misses her son, so she came a few days earlier. You don't have a child yet. When you have a child with your wife, it's the same. Miss my son. What a good reason." Lai Xiaohua sighed and said to Wu Yuding, "You miss your son so much. Miss your son so much that you've dug a hole for us." Wu Yuding smiled beautifully and said to Shui Xiaoluo, "Xiaoluo, don't forget about the gift you have to give me in the future. I'll think about what I want then." Shui Xiaoluo nodded, but turned her head and glared at Lai Xiaohua. She had almost forgotten about it. You just had to say that it was good that you missed your son. How was it good? This was clearly showing your dissatisfaction. The result was good, right? She had another debt on her back. Lai Xiaohua instantly sobered up. He didn't dare to speak carelessly or speak casually anymore. The drinking session went on until 1:30 in the morning. Then Lai Xiaohua and the others bade farewell in their drunken stupor. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo wanted to stay, but Zhuchanglu said that there weren't many empty rooms and sent the two of them away. In the middle of the night, in the starry sky of the wasteland outside Fenghai, a world-class battle had erupted. The 7 people who were drinking at the same table just now fought to the death in the sky under the meteor shower. You've dug a hole for us. Bullshit. You dug your own hole. Who dug a hole for you? Such words were said over and over again. They fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. They fought until the other higher-ups arrived. Then both sides stopped and continued to curse at each other. All of them were red in the face. In this battle of 3 against 4, both sides were evenly matched. The flood which was furious. It's fine if you want to laugh at me, but we agreed not to fight this time. What's wrong with you? Lai Xiaohua and the others were scolded harshly. Then they went back to their own homes. They all went to the Starlight Mountain Range. Then half an hour later, the Lai Xiaohua couple, Dan Kong and Bing Ming, were chased out by the flood which with a sledgehammer. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer smashed the 4 of them into ashes on the spot. This was internal strife in the Umno Alliance? The other great shamans quickly came to mediate and asked what happened. However, Flood didn't say anything. Dan Kong and the others didn't say anything either. They just breathed heavily. Then Flood brought them back. Less than 10 minutes after they returned, with a roar, the Flood which raised her sledgehammer and smashed the 4 of them out again. As expected, you didn't arrive. I'll use this new chapter to look down on you guys. Your combat power isn't good. But I still ask for tickets. Aha, I won. Chapter 699. The Flood which angrily beat the 4 of them out. The 4 of them were scared out of their wits. They begged loudly all the way down the mountain. The Flood which was halfway through when she suddenly stopped. She stood at the top of the mountain and scolded Lai Hua and the other 3. She was exasperated at their failure to live up to her expectations. Lai Hua and the others obediently took the scolding. They were relieved and grimaced. Fortunately, she didn't say everything. We still have some secrets. We can't tell Boss Hong that Zhuchanglu is here. We can't tell him about this even if we die. If we do, we might really die. Let's ask Boss Hong out for some fun during the parent-teacher conference in a few days. He beats us up every day. Are we punching bags? The Flood which didn't expect her old rival to come. She also didn't know what Lai Hua and the others were thinking. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have beaten them half to death just now. He would have really beaten them all to death. However, the real reason why the Flood which stopped and went back was because she was fucking out of energy again. How could she be out of energy? The Flood which was depressed. Why am I being whipped again? Could it be that something special had happened? Shangjing. Zhuxiaonian was already in the final stage of nascent soul transformation. She was in the process of breaking through to cloud transformation. Zhuxiaoduo asked Qin Fangyang to be the courier to deliver 200 kilograms of Beast King meat. Zhuxiaonian was afraid of wasting it. She ate a few meals in a row. Every time she ate until her stomach was a little bloated. She was almost too embarrassed to go out and carry out missions. Fortunately, her dress was loose and no one could tell. In addition, her frosty face was already deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Ordinary people didn't even want to look at this cold face now, for fear of being frozen. Coupled with the Beast King meat and the top-grade Astral Souls jade that Zhuxiaonian spared no expense to cultivate, her cultivation level rose to the peak of nascent soul transformation in one go. The peak of nascent soul transformation after suppressing it more than 10 times. At this point, it was almost impossible to suppress it any longer. At this time, the Nine Heavens Pavilion had accepted a mission, to visit Lu Chen and a few other clans. Eliminate the clique of the kings of the Central Plains. Zhuxiaonian was one of the teams. Without any hesitation, she waved her frost and charged in. Then, in accordance with the principle of not wasting anything, several small teams searched through all the warehouses and took away all the loot after defeating the other party. Then, Zhuxiaonian activated the power of polar snow and froze the entire courtyard into a block of ice. Then the other masters created a hole in the ground and sank the entire target family into it. However, when he was collecting the loot and cleaning the warehouses, he discovered that one of the warehouses was completely covered in ice. The upper echelons of the Nine Heavens Pavilion knew that Zhuxiaoyan was cultivating a cold attribute cultivation technique. Since it was useless to others, they simply gave it to Zhuxiaoyan. When Zhuxiaoyan came back to tidy up, she found that the innermost layer of the warehouse was a box of mysterious ice. And at the core of the mysterious ice, there was a trace of soul essence. What a pity! Zhuxiaoyan, as a cultivator of the ice attribute cultivation method, and after a year of further study in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had seen a lot more than before. With a single glance, he could tell that it was an ice soul that had yet to take shape. In other words, it was the first piece of ice from the beginning of a glacier. This kind of thing was something that could only be found by chance. Most of them had their own spirituality. After all, it was a primordial thing. However, the piece in her hands was a dead thing. After discovering it, Zhuxiaoyan's heart ached so much that it trembled. How good would it be if it was alive and had its own spirituality? However, the fact was that the ice soul without spirituality was still a rare treasure. Zhuxiaoyan had no choice but to consume it directly. This thing had already appeared. The more it was left, the more its spiritual power would evaporate. Its efficacy would be depleted day by day. After consuming the ice soul, all the meridians in Zhuxiaoyan's body turned into ice for a period of time. The power of the ice soul froze Zhuxiaoyan for 12 hours. 12 whole hours. And this resulted in the spiritual power in her body kept increasing, squeezing and clashing with each other. However, her meridians were completely of the mysterious ice nature. The spiritual power had nowhere to go, so it could only squeeze towards her dantian. Because her meridians were frozen by the mysterious ice energy, she could not make a breakthrough to the next realm. Under such circumstances, a special cycle was formed. The new spiritual power in her dantian could only squeeze in her dantian over and over again. It was probably a kind of automatic squeeze. Although it was strange, it was reasonable that the crazy squeeze continued for 12 hours. When the ice soul entered Zhuxiaoyan's body, she was immediately led into a state of epiphany by the powerful ice soul. She did not know anything about her own body. When the dizziness passed and she regained her consciousness, her dantian was already in a state where it was about to explode. Knowing that she could no longer suppress it, Zhuxiaoyan made a prompt decision at this moment. She let go of the suppression in her body. The spiritual power in her body broke through the bottleneck and rushed into the new meridians. Then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh that she completed the breakthrough to the cloud transformation realm. This was a miracle among miracles. It was known that it had only been half a year since Zhuxiaoyan broke through to the inner core realm in Phoenix City. During this period of time, she had been in the inner core realm for more than 10 times to break through to the nascent soul transformation realm. And today she had directly broken through to the cloud transformation realm. This kind of progress was truly shocking and astonishing. The only regret Zhuxiaoyan felt was that she did not suppress it one more time in the final stage. However, what she did not know was, in the 12 hours before she broke through, the power of the ice soul had helped her suppress it at least 17 times. In other words, she had once again experienced a situation similar to when she was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth like the Phoenix Pulse spirit. It was just that this time the duration was shorter and no one knew about it. When Zhuxiaoyan came out of seclusion, it was the moment when Zhuxiaoduo defeated the ice soul and the ice soul. At that moment, Zhuxiaoyan's cultivation power had reached a level where even she could not control it. Raging cold air rushed out with a whistling sound. In an instant, the entire Nine Heavens Pavilion was frozen. Yes, the entire Nine Heavens Pavilion was frozen. It was not just the level where Zhuxiaoyan belonged to. This matter directly alarmed the highest level of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. They came down to check on Zhuxiaoyan's situation. This legendary supreme leader of the Nine Heavens Pavilion could only sigh. She is indeed the Lady of Luck. This kind of luck is really... Zhuxiaoyan was at a loss. She herself did not understand what was going on. She only remembered that after she took the ice soul, her strength seemed to have suddenly increased by dozens of times. It had to be said. Zhuxiaoyan's current luck was so high that it attracted the attention of the highest level of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Everyone could not understand why this girl's luck was so good. Everyone went out on a mission together. After a large area of collective storage was seized and confiscated, the rest would belong to whoever found it. because that kind of harvest was basically in the category of opportunity. Others searched everywhere and even dug up more than 10 meters of ground but found nothing. This girl was a little depressed. She casually dug up an abandoned rockery and in the end, there was something good inside. And it was something that was suitable for her. The most amazing thing was, it was suitable for her current level. She could use it and integrate it into her own cultivation once she got it. How could this be reasonable? It was still a mission. The majority of the team left after completing the mission, leaving a small team to clean up. Then, as the team leader, Zhuo Xiaoyan sat under a big tree to rest. Then a cute squirrel ran past her. Zhuo Xiaoyan thought it was cute on a whim and chased after it. Then she found something good in the squirrel's nest that it was still suitable. Its attributes and timing were just right. Just right. Similarly, everyone went into the water to search for an ancient family's sunken place. They found it and salvaged everything. They announced the end of the mission. Whatever was left would belong to whoever found it. Then, everyone searched bravely. Everyone else found nothing except for Zhuo Xiaoyan, who found a water soul pearl. She felt something under her feet and felt it. Then she found it. The value of this water soul pearl was more valuable than all the things that had been taken away before. How could this be reasonable? Another example was this time. The sunken Qi family. After everyone had searched, there was only a deep-sea ice warehouse left. It was not that no one had gone in to check before. There were indeed only some ancient ice pieces. Although they were valuable, they did not catch the attention of the higher-ups. Since Zhuo Xiaoyan was cultivating a frost attribute cultivation method, it was useless to anyone else, so it was naturally given to her. But she found a trace of ice soul in it. This was really new. It was likely that even the Qi family didn't know that there was such a great treasure hidden in these ice cubes. If they knew, they would not have used it as a cold storage. What a waste. Using ice soul as a cold storage. Now, if there was any activity in the Nine Heavens Pavilion that required luck, everyone would definitely say, "Send the spirit cat." Finally, they had a day off. They went shopping and bought a piece of wood from an antique shop. When they cut it open, they found a sleeping heart of wood essence. If one of these things happened, everyone would be surprised. This girl is lucky. It happened twice. This girl is really lucky. It happened thrice. Some people would be jealous. Why is it always her? It happened thrice, thrice, thrice. Everyone would be shocked. It happened 30 to 40 times. Everyone gradually became numb to it and became completely numb to it. What? The spirit cat got something good again? How was this new? If she did not get anything good, then it would be new. There was even one time when they purposely did not let Zhuo Xiaoyan participate in the operation and let her stand guard outside. Everyone went in and searched everywhere, even the cracks of the walls were not forgotten. Then the main force left and the remaining few small teams searched again. Only then did they let Zhuo Xiaoyan go in to see if they had missed anything. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoyan went in and said that there was nothing left. She broke the metal, iron, and wood beam with her sword and wanted to destroy this place and leave. In the end, the beam was split open and all kinds of treasures fell out, filling half of the room. It was said that the leaders and members of the other small teams who went on the mission with her were depressed on the spot. Chapter 700. After so many times, the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were all lamenting about one thing. Spiritual cat shouldn't be surnamed Zhuo. Her surname should be Tian. She was definitely the illegitimate daughter of God. What kind of great luck did she have to be like this? Of course. Zhuo Xiaoyan's heaven-defying luck didn't come without a price. In fact, the price was huge. Every time her luck exploded, the flood, which, the #1 expert in the world, would inexplicably weaken once. For example, this time, when the flood, which was using the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to educate Lai Hua and the others, she inexplicably weakened and almost hit her own head. Flood had been trying her best to strengthen herself, desperately thinking of all kinds of ways to make up for it. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan's good luck rarely stopped. And as Flood worked hard to strengthen herself, Zhuo Xiaoyan's luck also increased sharply every day. For example, today, at the Hidden Dragon High School, Zhuo Xiaoduo was holding a banquet, and Zhuo Xiaoyan and Shang Jing had just broken through to the cloud transformation realm. Since she didn't have any mission at the moment, another female expert invited Zhuo Xiaoyan to go shopping. It was said that there was an auction that was very awesome. Among the items being auctioned this time, there was one item that this beauty liked very much. She wanted to bid for it, the kind that she was determined to get. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't want to go at first. She had never been interested in such places. However, she didn't know why, probably because of a sudden impulse she went along. In the end, when she went, she found that there was a temporary addition to the auction. It was an item that was called Star Fantasy Jade. The carving of the auction item was a cute and adorable puppy. It was at least half a meter tall and looked very lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Wuxiaoyan liked it at first sight. However, this auction was relatively low-end and only accepted Star Origin coins. There was no need for the Jade of Astral Souls. Moreover, this little puppy was very expensive. The final price was 800 million. Not only did Wuxiaoyan not have so much money, but even her friends didn't have so much cash. She had an idea and checked Wuxiao's bank card. After checking, he was given a big fright. There was an astronomical figure of 17 billion in this kid's account. Without any hesitation, Wuxiaoyan transferred 800 million yuan from Wuxiao's account and bought the Star Fantasy Jade sculpture. She planned to put it under her quilt at night and put it on her desk during the day to accompany her all the time. In the end, when she returned, the boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion happened to be out as well. He was quite interested in this little girl who was bursting with luck, so he chatted with her for a while. Then Wuxiaoyan took out the Star Fantasy Jade puppy. The executive glanced at it and was shocked. After studying it carefully, he told Wuxiaoyan very solemnly, "This is not a Star Fantasy Jade. To be more precise, only the outermost layer is a Star Fantasy Jade. There's something else inside." In addition, there was a real shining core wrapped inside. Its appearance was very similar to a Star Fantasy Jade. That was why it was mistaken as a Star Fantasy Jade. After careful consideration, he concluded that the core was most likely the legendary firmament crystal. This sky crystal was an extremely rare treasure. It could form a spiritual energy vortex anytime and anywhere to assist in cultivation. Under the executive's suggestion, Wuxiaoyan painfully poked a small hole in the puppies, but with a specially made needle as thin as a strand of hair. This allowed the sky crystal inside to come into contact with the air outside. Then, in just a moment, Wuxiaoyan's room became a place where spiritual energy was concentrated. As a result, the spiritual energy in the entire Nine Heavens Pavilion became much more intense than before. Now, Wuxiaoyan was lying peacefully in her bed, hugging the puppy with a hole in its butt and falling asleep. Spiritual energy whistled and poured into Wuxiaoyan's room through that tiny gap. Starry Mountain Range. The flood which opened her bewildered eyes and sensed her own situation again and again. Why is it so strange that I've been whipped again? Damn it, when will I be able to return to normal? I'm so pissed off. In the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Villa District, Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong tidied up the room excitedly for Mr. and Mrs. Zhua. Both of them were very happy. Today's harvest was really a big one. They were so happy that they could die. Zhuo's things included 6 jars of wine, half a kilogram of space soil, and 8 cubic meters of ancient mysterious ice. The names of these things were all very high-end, but on the surface, it seemed that they were not as much as Li Chenglong's. After all, the things that Li Chenglong had obtained were all real and could be used directly. They were good things that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. Based on this knowledge, Zhuo Duo felt a little uneasy. The two of them discussed as they worked. "Zhua, I'll keep the 400 top-grade jade of astral souls for myself. You have a lot of them. But as for the heart-quenching fruit, let's split it in half and eat it later. We're brothers, so we should share the good in the good." Zhuo Duo squinted. "You can eat it yourself. I don't need it." Li Chenglong refused. "That won't do. I didn't give you the top-grade jade of astral souls because you have a lot of them, but why should I eat the heart-quenching fruit? They came here because of you, so they gave me a gift on the way. I won't feel good if I eat it myself." "Yo." Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes. "You're so weak compared to me right now. Don't you feel bad about it?" "It wasn't easy for you to get something like this to replenish your energy, yet you're still being unreasonable." Li Chenglong blushed. "It's not the same thing." Zhuo Duo rolled his eyes and snorted. "Anyway, I won't eat it." Li Chenglong took out the heart-quenching fruit and broke it in half. Immediately, spiritual energy overflowed. "We'll split it in half. If you don't eat it, I won't eat it either. Let's let the spiritual energy disperse. Anyway, I can't eat it alone." "Okay." Zhuo Duo sighed, took half of it, threw it into his mouth and said, "Can you eat it now?" Li Chenglong put his half into his mouth. While chewing, he said with satisfaction, "It tastes good. Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo reach over with his left hand and directly open his mouth. Then with a snap, his right hand stuffed the half of the heart-quenching fruit into Li Chenglong's mouth, and then quickly closed it. Spiritual energy overflowed. It turned out that he didn't eat it just now. He just pretended to eat it. Li Chenglong was stunned when he saw the spiritual fruit in his mouth. He stopped chewing abruptly. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and scolded, "You're a man. Why are you being so pretentious? Just eat it. Brother's feelings are so mushy. Just eat it. You're so wishy-washy. I really can't stand you." Then he began to work on his own. Li Chenglong was stunned for a while. Then he chewed again, but his eyes gradually turned red. Finally, he swallowed the sweet fruit and said with red eyes, "Do you know about indirect kissing? I'm afraid that your saliva will be on it. Why are you so proud?" Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. "You want to eat my saliva? It's swollen. You're a little unhealthy. Get lost." Li Chenglong scolded with a smile. "Go to practice. You don't have to stay here. Look at the time. Get lost, get lost, get lost." He drove Li Chenglong away to practice as if he was driving away a fly. Li Chenglong really couldn't stay here any longer. The spiritual energy in his body was about to explode. It was not easy to increase his cultivation by 100 years. He could only leave Zhou Xiaoduo and hurry to tidy up his meridians. Zhou Xiaoduo swept the floor diligently and cleaned every nook and cranny. Then he began to change the clean white bedsheets. The bedding was all new. The pillows and pillowcases were all new. He took out 2 pairs of comfortable slippers. He thought for a while and got a few towels and bath towels. Then he opened the window and waved his hand to attract the spiritual energy in for a breath of fresh air. Then he thought, what else is missing? Oh, the toiletries should also be brand new. Cosmetics. Mom should have brought some. Shavers. Cough. Dad should have some. Zhou Xiaoduo was working hard. Wu Yuding and Zhou Changlu held hands and toured the villa. They toured from the first floor to the 3rd floor and visited every room. Both of them nodded secretly. The little guy seems to be having a good time here. Wu Yuding smiled with relief. She was finally relieved. The reason why she didn't tell them in advance was that she wanted to do a surprise check to see if her son was doing well. But now she saw that everything was neat and tidy. She was relieved. Only the study and bedroom are left. Zhou Changlu smiled. He was very happy today. The wine he drank didn't affect him at all. At this moment he was even more excited to tour the villa where his son lived. Although it was already late at night, there would be plenty of time to rest tomorrow. He must see it clearly today. Let's go to the bedroom. Wu Yuding opened the bedroom door. Boom! The smell of stinky feet mixed with other smells rushed to her face. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yuding choked. She looked inside the room. This was actually a place where people lived? There were a few books on the table. They were books on military strategy and command. Then, the floor of the room was filled with the powder of the jade of astral souls. The bedsheets were wrinkled and the quilt looked like a big worm curled up on the bed. There was even a part of the bed that had caved in. Wu Yuding frowned and covered her nose. She was angry and amused at the same time. She threw the quilt aside and looked. There was indeed a big hole in the bed. It was squarish and a big part was caved in. It looked like a coffin. However, the material of this coffin was different. It was filled with a lot of high-quality jade of astral souls that had absorbed a lot of energy. There were at least 1,000 pieces that filled the hole. It was obvious that Zhou Xiaoduo usually slept on this high-quality jade of astral souls. Zhou Changlu was speechless. Wu Yuding was also speechless. Looking at the stinky socks on the bed, on the floor, on the windowsill, on the wardrobe, on the coffee table, and on the underwear. There was even a pair of underwear that was thrown on the chandelier, swaying back and forth, causing the light to flicker. Your son is awesome. Wu Yuding sighed. Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes. You're talking as if he's not your son. This is a bachelor's kennel. It's true. Wu Yuding sighed. Originally, when she saw that the outside was clean and tidy, she thought that the puppy's personality had changed. Wu Yuding was happy for a few seconds. When she went into the bedroom, she realized that Doggy was still living in the kennel. It seemed that the cleanliness outside was not Doggy's work, but Li Chenglong's. Wu Yuding began to clean up the room quickly. She shook her head as she cleaned. I need to find a wife and let Nian Nian take care of him. How can this be? The smell in the bedroom is worse than the toilet. Zhou Changlu coughed. He did not say anything and came over to help. I don't want to do it at all. The smell is too bad. But if I don't do it, I'll feel worse. After cleaning for a while, Wu Yuding stopped. Let's do it tomorrow. It's useless to do it now. This kid will probably come into the kennel soon. Okay, let's go to the study first. Zhuanglu's expression did not change, but he felt relieved. Okay. They opened the door to the study next to the bedroom. There was only a table, rows of books, a bookshelf, and some miscellaneous items. There was even a brush and ink. This kid was practicing calligraphy? There was a piece of writing hanging on the wall. It looked like a scribble. This kid actually hung it on his wall so openly. He dared to hang it up with such writing. Wu Yuding pursed her lips and almost laughed out loud. Then they read the content. Suddenly, the couple's expressions became interesting. Unhurried in the world, not busy and not idle every day. In my dream I can conquer the world, but when I wake up I'll still be a god. Invincible in the world, I'll sit at home, I'll sleep under the immortal flower, I'll sleep with the cat until I wake up naturally, I'll stroke the cat until thousands of years later. Zhuanglu, on a certain day, made a great ambition for his life. I'm dizzy today. I don't want to update much. If the situation doesn't improve tomorrow, I'll go get an injection. Chapter 701. The couple looked at the poem, and even their mental fortitude was immediately thrown into disarray. They were speechless. This is my son's life goal. He's so promising. Wu Yuding's jaw dropped. What the hell was this? Zhuanglu's expression was also interesting. After a long time he sighed and said, "This is also a kind of state." After a long time, Zhuanglu put his arm around Wu Yuding's shoulder and muttered, "It turns out that we made a wise decision to adopt Nian Cat back then." Wu Yuding's mouth twitched. Her face darkened. She muttered, "Look at your son's poem. The reason he cultivated and improved was all to catch up with Nian Cat?" Zhuanglu's face darkened. This obsession is not light. Nian Cat is not that easy to catch up with. This is really... Wu Yuding was speechless. She pointed and said, "He can conquer the world in his dream, but when he wakes up, he's still a god." What does that mean? Well, he's fighting wars in his dream and being a high-ranking official in the world. When he wakes up, he feels that it's meaningless, so he continues to be an idle fish. Zhuanglu smacked his lips and explained. Wu Yuding covered her forehead with her hand. She looked like she was seriously injured as she walked out of the study. The couple felt that their outlook on life and values had suffered a huge blow today and just now. Now we can only hope that he won't surpass Nian Cat for a long, long time. Wu Yuding said with deep emotion, "It's lucky that we didn't let them get married early. Otherwise I'm afraid that this kid would really have no desires. A wife, a child, and a warm bed would probably be his life's greatest ambition." Zhuanglu nodded solemnly this time. He sighed and said, "But I have to say that he's really open-minded." Wu Yuding frowned and looked at Zhuanglu unkindly. "What did you say?" Zhuanglu sighed again and said, "He's really angry." Wu Yuding snorted. "There are only 10 days left until the parent-teacher conference. Call Nian Mao over. Ask her if she's free tomorrow and check her cultivation progress." Zhuanglu thought for a while and said, "Okay." Both of them were confident. Zhuangyan would definitely come. "Mom, Dad, the room is ready." Zhuangduo came in with a head full of enthusiasm. "It's getting late. You guys should get some rest. You must be tired after such a long journey. Let's talk tomorrow." Seeing his parents in the study, Zhuangduo instinctively had a bad feeling. The study was not a place to stay at night, and the room closest to the study seemed to be. Moreover, this poem. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. She reached out and twisted Zhuangduo's ear, pulled it over and pressed it in front of her. "There's no hurry to sleep. Explain this poem. What does it mean? Explain it clearly." She squinted and said in a strange tone, "I didn't expect my son to be such a literary giant. He can even compose poems. His literary talent is remarkable. He's overflowing with talent." Zhuangduo covered his ear with a painful expression. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Wu Yuding glared at him. "Keep pretending. You don't look like it at all. Look at you now. Even if I use a kitchen knife, I can't cut you. It hurts when I twist your ear. Other than being a literary tycoon, you want to be a best actor. Say it." Zhuangduo grimaced and made up his mind. "Mom, didn't you prepare everything for me?" Wu Yuding was stunned. "What did I prepare?" Zhuangduo looked grateful. "You must be my biological mother. You've prepared everything for me. I haven't even been born, and you've already prepared a wife for me." Bah! Zhuanglu turned his head and spat. Wu Yuding was dumbfounded. Zhuangduo had an expression that said, I won't let you down," he said passionately. "So, as a son, of course, I don't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. From now on, Nian Nian Mao will be my dear wife and your dear daughter-in-law. I must make sure she's filial to you. Don't worry, if she doesn't listen to me, I'll beat her up. She won't dare to disobey you." Wu Yuding's pretty face gradually twisted. You. His skin was really. She was speechless. He was even more thick-skinned than his father. "I just said that when you were young. Besides, it's not like you're willing. Why would Nian Nian like you? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a literary giant and an award-winning actor? You're a liar." Wu Yuding began to attack. "Mom? She's not willing. Is it up to her whether she's willing or not?" Zhou Xiaoduo attentively massaged Wu Yuding's shoulders. "Your words are more useless than anyone else's." Wu Yuding said, "That's not necessarily true. I have to think for Nian Nian. You're my son and she's my daughter. If you're really not a talent, I won't force you to marry her. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Back then you still couldn't enter the Dao. I really didn't want to marry Nian Nian to you." Zhou Xiaoduo was glib. "Mom, that was then and now is now. Haven't I already entered the Dao? And I'm doing so well. My progress is so fast and so good. Think about it carefully. If Nian Nian marries someone else, she won't be by your side in the future. Maybe you won't be able to see her for a few years or even decades. Can you bear to?" Wu Yuding thought about it and realized that this kid's words made sense. If Nian Nian was separated for a long time, she really couldn't bear to part with her. She was just like a little puppy. Zhou Xiaoduo continued to massage her shoulders. "Mom, think about it again. You've raised the two of us for so long. It won't be good if either one of us isn't in front of you, right? When you're old, Nian Nian and I will both be in front of you. We'll be happy. We'll have a lot of grandchildren and they'll jump around you. Okay." Wu Yuding was suddenly fascinated. Subconsciously, she thought of the scene described by Zhou Xiaoduo. Suddenly she felt that at this point in life, what else could she ask for? After all, it was an unimaginable and extravagant scene that she couldn't even dream of. It was real. However, Wu Yuding was a cultivator with extraordinary wisdom. She immediately regained her clarity and said, "Ba ba ba. What do you mean by jumping around in front of me? Do you think it's a puppy or a kitten?" Zhou Xiaoduo said with a drooling face, "Oh, it's a puppy and Nian Nian's child. Isn't it just a puppy or a kitten? Why do you care about these details? There's something wrong with your concern." Wu Yuding frowned and began to ponder. Zhou Xiaoduo was delighted. He added fuel to the fire with his glib tongue. "Besides, if Nian Nian marries someone else, it's hard to guarantee that she won't be bullied. This girl looks strong, but in fact she doesn't like to talk. She keeps everything in her heart. Isn't it too easy for her to be bullied?" Wu Yuding felt that Zhou Xiaoduo's words seemed to make sense. "As for me, I'm definitely looking for a wife. But who knows what kind of temperament my future wife has? If she's bad-tempered and fights with me, she won't be polite to you. I'll be bullied by my in-laws. I'll be at odds with my future wife. Then I'll definitely ask for a divorce or something." Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said worriedly, "It's said that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are born to be incompatible. What if the daughter-in-law doesn't like you or you don't like her? There'll definitely be a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, right? Of course I'll be on your side. But what will the other party think? They'll think that I'm a mommy's boy, a chauffeur. It won't last long." Then he cheered up, "But if it's Nian Nian, not to mention that you two definitely won't be incompatible, even if there's a problem, she'll only vent her anger on me. You two won't have any conflicts. Do you think this makes sense?" Wu Yuding thought in the direction that Zhou Xiaoduo said. She thought about it again and again. The conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the son being bullied by his in-laws. She had to be careful. If it was Nian Nian, she really didn't have to worry about anything. When the time comes, I'll have to take care of my in-laws and Nian Nian will have to take care of my in-laws. Think about it, how troublesome it will be." Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, "But it'll be different if Nian Nian marries me." "How will it be different?" "Think about it. First of all, the conflict between husband and wife will be gone all of a sudden. Even if there is, it will definitely be the three of you holding me down and beating me up together. How would I dare?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Then the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law won't exist. Even if Nian Nian becomes your daughter-in-law, she's still your daughter. If you don't like her, you can still teach her a lesson. Unlike other people, you can't beat them up, right?" Also, my in-laws are you and my dad, and my in-laws are also the two of you. How much trouble will this save? Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to describe the grand blueprint. Think about it carefully. You can hit and scold your daughter as you want, but when she becomes your daughter-in-law, you can still hit and scold her as you want. It'll save you from being like other people. There's so much fake politeness and it's all tricks, right? Besides, when the time comes and you have a child, your grandparents will still be your grandparents. If you want to be a mother-in-law, you can be a mother-in-law. If you want to be a mother-in-law, you can be a mother-in-law. If you want to be a grandmother, you can be a grandmother. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about your daughter marrying far away, and you don't have to worry about your son being abused by your daughter-in-law. Look, isn't this life like a god's? Zhou Xiaoduo was eloquent, twisting words and arguing based on reason. He described everything in an incomparably beautiful and extravagant way. Wu Yuding nodded continuously. Obviously, she had already been convinced by Zhou Xiaoduo. So, Mom, please give me Nian Nian the cat. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled cheekily. What's the saying again? Don't let the fertile water fall into the fields of outsiders. That's a wise saying. Okay. Wu Yuding nodded. I'll give it to you. Then she waved her hand generously. Thank you, Mom. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He couldn't close his mouth. He turned to Zhuo Changlu. Dad, Mom has already made the decision. You won't have any objections, right? Mom has always had the final say in our family. Even if you have objections, it's useless. Zhuo Changlu glared at him. You don't even treat me as a unit, do you? Even if your mom has always had the final say, you don't have to say it so clearly. Chapter 702. Well, since your mom has already made the decision, as long as Nian Nian has no objections, of course I have no objections, Zhuo Changlu said. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, Nian Nian cat dares to be stingy? Try it. Since when is it her turn to decide such a major marriage matter? It's the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. What can Zhuo Xiaonian do? Do you think this is a feudal society? Sleep. Wu Yuding said, we'll see what you've gained tomorrow. Your dad and I will give you some advice. Things were different now. Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't take the initiative to bring it out because he was afraid that his parents wouldn't understand and would hurt their self-esteem. Therefore, if they wanted to give their son any ideas, they had to ask the kid to bring it out first. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his mouth was crooked. Mom, my marriage has been decided. It can't be changed. Wu Yuding waved her hand impatiently. It's decided. Go to sleep. Are you really not going to change it? Zhuo Xiaoduo said worriedly. Get lost. Go to sleep. Wu Yuding was annoyed. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran to the door and said worriedly, Dad, this isn't about drunk words. You have to be a witness. If my mom goes back on her word. Zhuo Changlu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't stop until he entered the bedroom and stuck his head out. Nian Nian cat is my wife from today onwards. Wu Yuding glared at him. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly closed the door and shouted from the room, You can't go back on your word. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly at each other. This kid. Really? We still have to ask for Nian Nian's opinion on this matter. Zhuo Changlu frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, It's not good for you to agree like this today. If Nian Nian doesn't agree, wouldn't it be ugly? Nian Nian cat won't disagree. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. I know what that girl is thinking. We can't force her. She's been gone for so long. It's normal for her to change, Zhuo Changlu said. Of course. If Nian Nian doesn't agree, she can only do Xiaoduo's work. Wu Yuding said, Nian Nian is a smart child. As long as you beat around the bush, she'll know what you mean. If she changes the topic, directly rejects you, or even hints at rejection, she'll know what she's talking about. But then we have to cut off Duoduo's thoughts. We can't let him pester us and turn our relatives into enemies. Zhuo Changlu nodded. That's right. Wu Yuding said, Actually, Duoduo is a very sensible child. If he didn't feel that Nian Nian had already agreed, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come to me to ask. Zhuo Changlu could only nod. That's true. When the couple arrived at the guest rooms Wu Xiaoduo had prepared, their eyes lit up and they were very satisfied. They could see that their son had really put in a lot of effort. The bedroom was decorated exactly the same as at home, whether it was the style, orientation, or color. Everything was exactly the same. Everywhere was clean and spotless. Not bad, not bad. Our son has put in a lot of effort. The couple was very satisfied. I didn't expect my son to beat Senior Ice Nether, who is at the same level as him. When Wu Yuding thought of this, her face was full of pride. My son is so awesome. I also didn't expect Ice Nether to lose to Xiao Duo. Zhuanglu chuckled and said, I think this kid must have leaked the news about the flood. So he decided to come here to watch the fun. I'm afraid that he also wants to take advantage of the flood to make fun of him in the future. Zhuanglu obviously knew the bad character of Ice Nether and others very well. He said, but this time Ice Nether is really awesome. He's always been a bully, but now he's been bullied. He even lost the ice spirit that has been with him for countless years. I guess he won't dare to mention it again when he goes back. He can't not mention it. There's still that 10% of the materials. Wu Yuding's face turned to dissatisfaction. That's the materials my son won. Look at little Yu. He's just short of saying that it's all his credit. He's just like his father. Like father, like son. All the credit is his own, and all the fault is someone else's. Zhuanglu wisely didn't reply. This was clearly Wu Yuding's protective nature acting up again. According to Little Duo and Little Yu, even the discovery of this relic is also due to my son's contribution. I don't know how much my son will get in the end. Humph. Wu Yuding became more and more unhappy as she spoke. Even if we give him the things in the relic, he won't be able to use them for the time being. Zhuanglu had to say something. But it's our family's things. We have to make it clear. Wu Yuding was still unwilling to let it go. Okay. I'll find a chance to make it clear to them. And the things that Lai Hua and others gave today. Wu Yuding snorted. They're not for improving cultivation, and most of them are useless to Xiao Duo. You mean they're useless for improving one's strength and strengthening one's foundation. But those things are still very useful. Zhuanglu was very clear-headed. In fact, it's already very good to get so many things from these stingy people. Let's go to sleep. We'll study how to use them tomorrow. Okay. It was a quiet night. The next day, Xiao Duo directly asked for a leave of absence. Mom and Dad are here. I want to accompany Mom and Dad around Fenghai. This reason was flawless and impeccable. With Xiaoduo's current cultivation progress, resting for 3 to 7 days was really not a big deal. When Xingtian not only expressed his understanding, but also asked if there was a need for the school's higher-ups to come forward, Xiao Duo hurriedly declined. I'm going to play with Mom and Dad for the next few days. Why are you teachers coming over? Besides, if they come over and say that I'm wise and powerful in school, I might get a fat beating. That's absolutely not okay. After all, a certain someone still had a considerable understanding of his reputation in school. When Xingtian said, just you wait, kid. Do you think you can avoid this beating? I'll let you put on an act in front of your parents for the next few days. Early the next morning, Wu Yuding sent a message to Zhu Xiaonian. Nian, your father and I are at Fenghai's Hidden Dragon High School. In a few days, it'll be the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference. Are you coming? After thinking for a while, she added another message. Little doggy is doing okay here. He's living in a villa and is very carefree. Also, I saw a lot of girls coming. They're really quite good looking. I don't know which one doggy will choose. I have to take advantage of these few days to check on him. If you're coming, you can give me some advice. After this message was sent, Zhu Xiaonian, who was typing a reply to the previous message, immediately deleted the message she typed. She simply said, I'll be there right away. Tears were about to fall. He actually wants me to go over and give him some advice. Mom, you're too much. Zhu Xiaonian stood up and rushed out with a murderous look to ask for leave. A lot of girls? Mom actually wants to go over and check on him. She still wants me to give her some advice? Haha, you're a mischievous little doggy. You're dead meat. Asking for leave. Zhu Xiaonian rushed into the third-level leader's office of the Nine Heavens Pavilion with a cold face. The inner core realm was the first level of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The nascent soul realm was the second level. Now, Zhu Xiaonian was already at the third level. Moreover, she was fully deserving of the title of Big Sister in the third level. Permission granted. When the leader saw her expression, he was instantly shocked. He didn't even ask for the reason and directly approved it. 1 month's leave. Permission granted. If it's not enough, give me a call and I'll make up for it. He directly approved it. That was how straightforward it was. The leader was polite. Actually, the moment he saw Zhuo Xiaoyan enter, he had already decided that he would agree to whatever she wanted to do today, not to mention asking for leave. Looking at this murderous aura, he would see a ghost if he didn't stand on ceremony. Lord Civet had been in the Nine Heavens Pavilion for so long, but it had never exploded with such a strong murderous aura before. It seemed that she was really angry today. It was just that he didn't know which blind person had offended her that she was so angry. No matter who it was that offended her. Cough cough, good luck to them. Is the matter urgent? Do we need to send someone to assist? The leader in charge asked kindly. It's okay. Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to say that her younger brother was having a parent-teacher conference, but suddenly she really didn't want to say the word, younger brother. Because there was a very strong sense of repulsion in her heart. Unhappy. This puppy was jumping around happily now, it must be looking for a beating. My puppy has something to do outside, I'll go and settle it. Zhuo Xiaoyan left with a murderous aura. The leader was dumbfounded. Something happened to your puppy outside? And you ended up like this? This that I've never seen a civet raising a dog. What's going on? But it's fine if you leave, you're almost freezing me to death. Even my teacup is frozen. After thinking for a while, he still sent a message to the absolute boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He was very careful. Boss, Civet has asked for a month's leave, saying that she wants to settle the puppy's matter. He sent a confused emoji with its eyes rolling around. The boss immediately replied, got it? If there's nothing else, I'll have nothing to do with it. The leader stretched his long legs and picked up the teacup, wanting to drink some water, but his hands were frozen. It was really cold. Damn, how could I forget that the tea in the teacup were all frozen into ice? He hurriedly circulated his energy and evaporated the heat from his hands, melting the ice. Unfortunately, the tea still couldn't be drunk, it was completely tasteless. Let's change to another cup. Sigh. Ever since Civet achieved a breakthrough, the cold air would erupt from time to time, and he who was nearby suffered greatly. Just this tea alone had already changed its taste a few times. Every time he went out for a while, he would come back in a few seconds. Damn it, he finally didn't have to hold the teacup in his hands for at least a month. Civet had asked for leave. Good news. Roar roar. At the core of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, a man in black pondered and immediately sent a message. Director, Civet, Zhuo Xiaoyan has asked for leave for a month. A reply came immediately. Do you need me to teach you what to do? He hurriedly replied. I've already sent 2 Guaxian experts to follow her. There was no reply. After thinking for a while, he finally couldn't help but type. Director, is this the princess of the royal family? The reply, do you want to know? Over here. The man in black felt a headache coming on. How can I not want to know? I want to know too much. But the other party's words were very cold. Don't ask, don't ask. I don't want to know. He hurriedly replied. There was no reply from the other side again. He wiped off his cold sweat. Damn it, that you scared me. Speaking of which, what are you trying to do by sending such an ancestor here? Can't you be clearer? But this girl is really a genius. This cultivation speed, hee. What's more rare is that her foundation is tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the average person's. Saying that she's a genius is an understatement. Alright, do whatever you want. Zhuo Xiaoyan leaped into the air from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Stretching out in the air, a wisp of ice and frost tore apart the canopy. With a flash, he rushed out, and another wisp of ice and frost swept out, restoring the canopy to its original state. With a whoosh, she disappeared. Chapter 703. The expert supporting the sky screen was rushing over, but when he realized that the sky screen had been restored, he was confused. Then 2 figures tore the sky screen apart and rushed out. However, they didn't seem to have any intention of restoring the sky screen. Fuck. The expert protecting the sky screen couldn't help but curse. Can't they go somewhere else? So what if they're fast? Can't they feel anything? No one answered. The 2 people had already gone far. However, the sky screen had been damaged by them, so the expert supporting the sky screen couldn't ignore them. Bastard. The person protecting the sky screen was furious. What kind of person was this? However, he still had to repair the sky screen. Otherwise, the meteors would continue to tear it apart. Zhuo Xiaoyan left the sky screen and sped up for the second time. His entire body flew forward at top speed, producing rumbling sounds along the way. He was as fast as a spark as he sped towards the southern sky. In a flash, she disappeared, leaving only a wisp of white smoke behind her. Zhou Xiaoyan was provoked by Wu Yuding's words. She was really anxious. She directly used the divine origin escape technique and rushed away, gritting her teeth as she flew. Fuck, you're really bold. How dare you flirt with a female classmate? Ah, did I give you a chance? You want to open a dye factory? I felt that something was wrong last time. Sword King or something, he was so popular. There were so many female fans waving flags and cheering. This kid even said that they were ugly. To think that I believed him. Fuck, you're courting death. I'll be damned if I believe you. This time if I don't teach you a lesson. Zhou Xiaoyan was furious. She flew faster and faster. Behind her, the two Guixian experts who had followed her out of the sky screen were a little stunned when they came out. They couldn't see her anymore? Oh, how fast was she? At least there are some traces. Let's hurry up and chase after her. If we lose her and something happens, we'll be in big trouble. The other person sighed. The two of them had no choice but to give chase. In the beginning they could still see the traces left behind by the sonic boom, but later on, they could only rely on their senses, and later on, the two returning Xian experts were already speechless, and could only rely on their initial tracks to chase after him. The two of them were so tired that they could only stick out their tongues. Even if everyone has their own specializations, this girl has just reached the cloud transformation realm. How could she be faster than us by so much? One of them felt that he could not understand it no matter what. This is still the initial stage of the cloud transformation stage? The other man was speechless. He lowered his head and flew as fast as he could. Stop talking. Try to catch up. If you continue talking, we won't be able to catch up. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Wu Yuding cooked breakfast. Zhou Xiaoduo ate happily with a round belly. He lay on the sofa with a satisfied look on his face. Sure enough, no matter who cooked, it would not be as good as his own mother's cooking. After all, she had raised her son for so many years. Wu Yuding knew her son's taste very well. Naturally, she could make Zhou Xiaoduo beam with joy and delight. Li Chenglong had already gone to school. When Zhou Xiaoduo was not around, it was the best time for Li Chenglong, whose cultivation had greatly improved, to dominate the class. Li Chenglong's grasp of timing was certainly better than the others. When Zhou Xiaoduo was not around, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could he miss it? When Zhou Xiaoduo was having breakfast, he had already beaten up all the students in the class. At this moment he was beating up Xiang Bing fiercely. The whole class was cheering loudly at the side. Only Xiang Chong was speechless. When Xingtian, who was watching from the side, was also speechless. I really don't know when this idiot will wake up. Do you really intend to use this title of Iron and Steel Hierarch to the end? Sometimes I feel anxious for Li Chenglong. You have such a good aptitude and such a high IQ, but why is your EQ so low? I really don't know what he is trying to do. Today in the school there was a big discussion about yesterday's battle. All kinds of analysis, techniques, and predictions came out one after another. Especially Zhou Xiaoduo's last sword move that won the battle. It was so powerful that even though they could not see it clearly in the fog, the students were all excited. In yesterday's battle, Zhou Xiaoduo had displayed all the sword techniques that he had learned so far. From the initial drizzle to the final torrential downpour, every sword technique was marvelous. Coupled with the description of the poem, it was extremely pleasing to the eye and was unable to stop. As for the name Sword God from 108,000 years ago, Shimen Shuashan, everyone was full of interest. Many people went online to look it up. They looked it up in any way, but there was no record of this person. Therefore, everyone started to use their imagination. This sword move is so amazing that it's hard to imagine. When I have the chance, I must try it out. It's too awesome. Too awesome. That's right, Sword God Shimen Shuashan. This name is really cool. Eh? Shimen? Damn. Shimen? Could it be related to Marshal Shimen's family? Hiss. It's really scary when I think about it. It's said that Zhou Xiaoduo is related to Marshal Dongfang. It's even scarier when I think about it, even scarier when I think about it. Li Chenglong snorted disdainfully at these people and these matters. What sword god Shimen Shui? You're thinking too much, fellow students. Zhou Xiaoduo, the god of cheap, is more like it. Who else could be the god of cheap other than Zhou Xiaoduo? I believe that no one can compete with him or even dare to compete with him. However, regarding the matter of dealing with the Prince of Zhongyuan yesterday, under Wen Xingtian's organization and the approval of the school's leaders, a student conference was held in the morning. Li Chenglong went on stage as the student representative and talked about his views on this matter. Originally, there were representatives from all 4 grades who wanted to go on stage to talk, but after Li Chenglong finished speaking, the others refused to go on stage no matter what. He's already said everything. He's even analyzed everything down to his underwear. What's the point of us going up there? Go on stage and talk about what he had just said? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Wouldn't that be too shabby? Whoever wants to be a copycat can do it. In any case, I'm not going to do it. The teachers of the various grades did not find the reaction of the student representatives disagreeable. On the contrary, they felt the same way. This was probably the tragedy of having a good person in the first place. In particular, Li Chenglong's last words were so sincere and earnest that all the teachers and students felt the same way and applauded for a long time. However, it was the same speech that made Wen Xingtian and the students of Class 1 laugh so hard that their intestines almost broke. Students, regarding this thing called beauty, we have to emphasize a few words. Everyone's expression was strange. Beauty, this thing called beauty? In the heart of the iron and steel hierarchy, beauty is actually just this thing? That's right. Everyone loves beauty. However, if you don't care about anything else for the sake of beauty and wholeheartedly sink into it, throwing away your country, family, friends, justice, and integrity, what is that? You're an idiot. Let's talk about beauty. Beauty, how many beauties are there on this continent? Am I right? At most, there will be another batch of beauties every few years. You love beauty? Then can you love all of them? There will be fresh and tender little beauties appearing every day. What number 1 beauty in school bell? It's all just skin and bones, my fellow students. We have to prioritize martial arts. Let's not talk about other things. Yesterday Zhou Xiaoduo defeated Bing Xiaobing Zhou. Are there many beauties who like him? There are many, right? However, Zhou has never considered it. I have been with him for the longest time. I can bet that he is not a eunuch. However, his heart is on martial arts. Boss Zhou doesn't care about beauty at all. In our high school, how many beauties are there in our generation? How many of us are still in elementary school? How many of us are still in kindergarten? How many of us are just born? As for those who are not born, there are even more cough cough. As for me, although I, Li Chenglong, am not considered a top genius, I am still barely passable, right? But me, of course, I don't look that good and no beauties have taken a fancy to me. However, even if there is one who likes me, I will not accept her. What? I want to climb to the peak of martial arts. The relationship between men and women is just a small matter. It is not worth mentioning. I, Li Chenglong, do not care about it. The path of martial arts is endless. Keep moving forward and do not ask about the end. These words I encourage you all. The applause was warm. Xiang Bing stood up and left with a dark face. The students of Class 1 and the others had a stomach full of rotten words. They looked at Li Chenglong strangely. This guy had offended Xiang Bing to the core. As expected, Li Chenglong went to Xiang Bing excitedly to spar with her. However, Xiang Bing ignored him. It was as if she did not see him. What? Looking at Xiang Bing, who was walking away, Li Chenglong scratched his head. He was puzzled. I did not offend you. What is going on? Everything was fine in the morning. Yi Zichen sighed. The students and teachers did not even smile. Instead, they were worried. For example, Meng Zhongjun went to find Wen Xingtian. Teacher Wen, this is not good. The iron and steel hierarchy has reached a level that is worrying. We can laugh at him before, but now if we still don't understand, we will be sad. Meng Zhongjun was worried. Wen Xingtian felt the same way as Meng Zhongjun. In fact, he was also worried about this. Although I'm a teacher, I really can't do anything about this matter. He had never been in a relationship before. Please think of a way. If this goes on, I am afraid it will cause a lifelong regret, Meng Zhongjun said. Wen Xingtian frowned and said, it is difficult for a teacher to intervene in this kind of thing. Let's wait for Zhou Xiaoduo to come and discuss with Zhou Xiaoduo and let him handle this. Meng Zhongjun was speechless. That guy can probably instigate the two of them to fight each other. You are still counting on him to do this? When it comes to important matters, Zhou Xiaoduo won't mess around. Right? Wen Xingtian was certain at first. Then he inexplicably took a turn and became a question mark. It is hard to say. There is a 99% chance that Zhou Xiaoduo will instigate the two of them to continue fighting. there is a 1% chance that he will matchmake them. How despicable. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.